You see the title. It's there for all of you. I don't pull punches. I didn't need like a clever title. I put it right in the title. Jeran's a shill because he is, and I am bringing receipts tonight. As if I haven't already, which I have, anybody who's been paying attention. But we're going to really get into it tonight. Because I went deep into Jeran's little creepy channel. And although it almost drove me into some type of fucking like mental insane asylum, you know, like Harkham, I went deep into Jeran's mind, and it was not a pleasant place. I don't recommend anyone go there. So, luckily, your pal Z did the hard work for you. And you don't ever have to go there again. Because it's a fucked up place to be. Jeran's mind, that is. I mean, not simply his complete fascination with his own phallus, which is utterly disgusting. We'll get into that. Jeran's phallus. But more than that, it's really about his complete lack of logic and inability to think whatsoever. So I almost titled this thing, Jeran's a shill or retarded, because it's quite possible that he's just so fucking dumb and he just, I don't know, pantomimed his way through the last 9 years being a so-called flat earther. I don't know. That's a possibility too. It could be both. I mean, they're not mutually exclusive, like that final experiment that he's supposedly going on, that everybody keeps saying is mutually exclusive. I don't know. But either way, if we can get past Jeran's penis, which apparently he can't get past, I mean, I'll get on with the show. Sorry, Jeran. Not everything's about your penis. I get it, Jeran. You're fascinated with yourself. You can't get over yourself. You're objectively a narcissist and a sociopath. I get it. God apparently blessed you with a huge mandingo penis. I get it. Good for you, Jeran. That's besides the conversation. Go start your OnlyFans already. We already know you're dissatisfied with this whole flat earth thing. Just get over it. Start your OnlyFans. I'm sure you do much better. I was just looking at your channel, your live. Apparently 230 people were listening to you. 230, Jeran. I guarantee you at some point tonight I'll have over 100. Last time I was on, I had 160. Not a brag, just the truth. I have less than 2,000 subscribers. You have 160,000. And you have 200 and change listening to you right now. You're a clown. It's time for the OnlyFans, Jeran. And who knows, maybe some of these flat earth ladies will help you out with that endeavor. You send enough dick pics to them. Yeah, Jeran, do you want to dispute that you've sent at least, that I know of, dick pics to 5 different women? Oh, that's slanderous. Sue me, Jeran. I'd like to see you do it because we're going to have to do a little thing called a deposition. And there's evidence. So I'll get the 5 girls in there to prove it. And that'll be really nice for everybody. I'm sure your wife especially. Now that we know that Jeran is a glober and he's just completely flipping to the globe side, word is he's going to use his abnormally large cock to try to prove gravity because he loves gravity now because apparently he's a glober. It's going to be the new Cavendish experiment using Jeran's dick. Jeran, does your dick bend and warp space-time? For those of you who don't know, Jeran is committing to going to Antarctica on this final experiment farce. I'm sure many of you know. For anybody who's not aware, Jeran's a glober already. And I'm going to prove it tonight with the evidence right out of Jeran's mouth. Because he's so egotistical, he's so arrogant, that he basically gave himself away over these last couple months. So I said to myself, well, instead of just making claims about Jeran, I'll just let him incriminate himself with his own words. And it was excruciating because I had to listen to hours and hours of him droning on that godforsaken, god-awful channel of his that I can't believe anybody listens to. And this is for the Jeran apologists out there and the people who still frequent his channel. All 230 of you that I saw there tonight, joke. when are you going to wake up? Maybe you'll pay attention to this. Maybe this will wake you up. All right. So before we start with that Jeran, let's start with Witsit, because Jeran makes a lot of claims that I'll be showing. He says a lot of things about me and others like me, but we're going to play his boy Witsit here first, just to lay some ground rules, just so people understand where we're coming from. So not long ago, I guess it was about a month ago, Mr. Austin Witsit interviewed Will Duffy, and I want to play some excerpts from it, and I want everybody to take notes, because what I will say about Austin, even though it is quite disappointing that he's decided to go on this false binary final experiment that's been presented, but I at least am willing to cut Austin some slack, because even though I feel as though it's foolish to go in this, and no, Austin and Jeran, nobody is afraid of what the sun's going to do in Antarctica. It's not about that. Stop gaslighting everybody. It's insane. It's not about that. It's about the desperation of taking this. It's pathetic from this obvious charlatan named Will Duffy regarding this final experiment. By accepting the ticket, you're already admitting a position of weakness, and you've basically already lost no matter what. So no, nobody's afraid of it. But I will say this for Austin, at least he has somewhat qualified his position, and he's made his position known. So what we're going to do now, we're going to have Austin Witsit present to us his position regarding the final experiment. And I want everybody to pay attention. Okay, just to recap, this is one Mr. Will Duffy when he made his appearance on Austin Witsit's show. Maybe a month ago, maybe 2 months.
You know, do you understand that line of reasoning as a flat earther? There may be split camps, but there are many people that are going to say, okay, if Austin goes to Antarctica and thinks he sees a 24-hour sun or gives me a video, it doesn't make like line of sight microwave transmissions disappear. It doesn't make all this other evidence that they think falsifies a radius go away. And they're going to say, well, it would show, okay, here.
Okay, so there's the first time that Mr. Witsit said that no matter what I see regarding the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, it's not going to make me forget that oceans don't curve. I'm not going to forget everything I've learned over these years as a flat earther, just because the sun does or doesn't do something.
This is the part of it that's different. Your side, let's just say the mainstream side, the globe model side, it's a very specific claim. It doesn't have options. You know, like if the sun sets, the model's wrong. Like there are no options there. When it comes to flat Earth, we're like, we don't know what's going on in the sky. And most of us have kind of been humbled by the sky and the Earth and what the creator.
Did you hear what he said, Jeran? We don't know what's going on in the sky. But Jeran, you told me that everybody knows what the sun does and what the sky does, and I'm just an idiot because I don't know that the sun circles above the AE map, and I don't know exactly what the sun. But your buddy Austin just said the same thing that I've been saying to you for months now, that you consistently make fun of me about. Interesting. I'm going to play it again, just so we hammer that point home.
This is the part of it that's different. Your side, let's just say the mainstream side, the globe model side, it's a very specific claim. It doesn't have options. You know, like if the sun sets, the model's wrong. Like there are no options there. When it comes to flat Earth, we're like, we don't know what's going on in the sky. And most of us have kind of been humbled by the sky and the Earth and what the creator made. We're like, I mean, it's like insane. It's hard to grasp.
Right, we have been humbled by the sky, the creator's sky. Not Jeran, though. Jeran's not humbled. How could he be? His dick's huge. I bet Jeran's dick's huger than the creator's. I bet so, right, Jeran? But seriously, Austin's humbled by the sky. I'm certainly humbled by the sky. Those who think like me are humbled by the sky, but not Jeran. He knows exactly what the sun does.
We don't know what's going on. So we have like a wide spectrum of things. We could literally just go to the drawing board and try to figure it out, whereas the other side can't do that. And so there is a fundamental difference there that I think is being overlooked by people on your side, right?
Oh, and Jeran is overlooking that fundamental difference. But let me take that back, because he is on Will Duffy's side, as is completely evident. And again, as we will prove as we go forward tonight. And listen, guys, I'm just going to warn you now. Like, I'm going to smack you guys over the head with Jeran tonight. I'm going to shove so much Jeran down your throats, you're never going to want to listen to him again. And I'm doing you a favor, because you never should listen to him again. You never should have listened to him in the first place. But we all got fooled into that, because he was the one that was promoted to us when Flat Earth first came up. Interesting. The guy that the algorithms shoved down our throat when we were all beginning our journey in the Flat Earth process is now the guy who's preparing to do basically a globe flip. So interesting.
And I think Jeran would agree with this as well. Would you agree that if we do see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, that would at least falsify the AE map?
A 24-hour sun that does a full 360 around you, yeah, like, unless someone, like, to my current knowledge, absolutely. Like I'll say,
okay, so Austin Whitsitt just said that a 24-hour Antarctic sun would falsify the AE map. Okay, fair enough, Austin. You can hold that. Do I hold that understanding? I don't know, because there's so many things to consider here. One thing with Jeran completely overlooks is you have to separate the idea of the map and the sky. But so many people just put those two things together, because Jeran and Austin and Dave and Karen B and all the idiots that follow them in that camp have constructed a model, and they adhere to this model, and this model has to be what the flat Earth is. And if it's not their model, well, then it can't be anything else, apparently. So Austin, in his own words, says that this 24-hour Antarctic sun, if it should exist, falsifies the AE map. Okay, Austin said it, not me.
but long story short, as it stands right now, I would say, yeah, that doesn't work on the AE or Gleason map.
Yeah, because...
Okay, fair enough, Austin. I don't know if many people are going to really give you too much shit on that one. But notice what he didn't say. He didn't say, oh, well, the Earth can't be flat. Here's the point for anybody who's not paying attention. Jeran has repeatedly, and again, I will prove tonight, and repeatedly is an understatement, said that a 24-hour sun falsifies the flat Earth and proves the globe. And for any of the apologists who think I'm lying or misrepresenting him, you're going to be proven wrong tonight. Because I'm going to obnoxiously shove it down your throats so it can never be forgotten.
I think it's okay if there's flat earthers that are like, hey, if there's a 24-hour sun, I believe we live on a globe. I think that's fine because it's evidence-based. But I also think it's fine if there's flat earthers that are like, hey, I saw a 24-hour sun, there's a 24-hour sun, therefore the AE map is wrong. Let's go back to the drawing board and see what we can do. I'm fine with either.
Yeah, see, I would undoubtedly be in the second camp, if anything. Like, I already am not, like, married.
He would undoubtedly be in the second camp. So again, we have Austin Whitsitt saying that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica will not turn him away from the flat Earth. He will not automatically be a glober. Okay, fair enough, Austin. Good on you.
Married to the AE map.
Did you just hear Austin say he's not married to the AE map? I'm building a case here because I want everybody to remember this part before I get into Jeran. Austin Whitsitt, out of his own mouth, just said, I'm not married to the AE map. Well, play it again.
I'm fine with either.
Yeah, see, I would undoubtedly be in the second camp, if anything. I already am not, like, married to the AE map. I think there are discrepancies. Even satellite data shows that
he's not married to the AE map. And he thinks there's discrepancies. Okay, fair enough. Well, remember what you just said, Austin. Because your buddy Jeran's going to say a lot of bullshit coming up.
I don't know if everyone else knew that or they did or didn't, but obviously, again, the elephant in the room is, bro, like if I see a 24-hour sun, I will be shocked. I'll be like, wait, what? If I was able to look at it with solar filters and everything and see the sunspots and see that it maintained the same exact appearance and did a perfect 360 around me, I'd be like, wow, that's crazy. That's not what I expected at all. I would not become a globe earther though. Like I'm just like, I have to be very candid about it because
very candid about it. He will not become a globe earther. It's not what your buddy Jeran said, Mr. Whitsitt. He said the complete opposite.
That's the dishonesty. But when it comes to someone saying that they're not just going to believe the Earth's a globe or not just going to abandon flat Earth, I don't think that is dishonest. That is my position. And I think it is the more sound position. And that is because
right. It's the more sound position. Tell us why, Austin, please.
The globe Earth has to be a certain thing. In fact, it's a very specific dimension claim, specific everything. And like there is no negotiation. You can negotiate like what are the layers of the Earth or what is the core. When it comes to the dimensions and the basic geometry of a sphere and how the sun supposedly works on it, there is really no negotiation. The sun doesn't do what it says. The globe model is wrong, right? Flat Earth is not like that. This entire time, there have been flat earthers that have enormously different opinions on what the Earth is. And almost every flat earther will tell you, I don't really know. You know, very few flat earthers will tell you they swear up and down on that AE map. They may use.
Very few flat earthers say they will swear up and down on the AE map. Everybody, I want you to remember that Austin just said that. Please remember that.
Use it. They may think that say they think it's right. No one's gonna swear up on it. So we have like a huge difference. It's important to highlight that difference because one side can go back to the drawing board, one cannot. And that is the difference.
That is the difference, Austin. Very intelligent young man. As many of us know you are. The globe is the claim. That's the model that's being claimed and argued for and supported by these people. So obviously the burden is on them. The flat earth is very simple. Very simple. When we talk about flat earth, we talk about level horizontal topographical plane. That's it. When you start making claims about the sky, or like Jeran, who says we know what the sun does and we know that it has to be the AE map, well, then you set yourself up for failure, like the failure that you objectively are, Mr. Jeran Campanella. And oh, sir, you are a failure in multiple things.
Like people are going to feel like, are you really a flat earther or were you a plant? If you ever say like you would just immediately go over to the globe, that just doesn't make any sense.
Oh, it doesn't? Well, you got to talk to your boy Jeran, Austin, because it's exactly what his claim is, that he will immediately go to the globe. It doesn't make sense. You're right. It doesn't make sense. I'll let you continue because you're doing a good job, Austin. Keep going, buddy.
It's like, bro, that makes no sense in my opinion. Like I know way too much. You know, it's the preponderance of evidence. So that's what Bob used to always say.
Right. You know too much. It's the preponderance of the evidence. So Bob used to say. Interesting. So Bob Nodell passes away. Jeran still leads that globe buster thing, but now he's basically doing a globe flip. And he's being supported by all these globies. So weird. Jeran, would you be doing this if Bob was still here? Would you have the audacity and the fucking unmitigated gall to be pulling the shit that you're doing if Bob was still here? I don't think you would. Because the scumbag move that you're pulling, I don't think you would do it if he was here because you'd be that embarrassed. Or otherwise, why'd you wait this long?
I think like they would just disappear. Like so, you know, I don't really see that being. Obviously, flat earthers have way more on the line here, and I think Jeran may be a little bit blunt with them, and they're not. They don't like. I can empathize. I understand. If Jeran's saying he's going to be a glober when he gets back, well, we disagree. So we'll go together and disagree on that. But
Jeran is saying he's going to be a glober when he gets back. So you'll well disagree with him, and thank you for elucidating that.
But anyway, so and this is another thing though. This is another thing that I want to make sure that we really kind of. I've said it a few times, but like you get that if we see that in the sky, you can see why they're saying. It's not just going to make all the other refutations on the ground like dissipate.
Right. You're saying that, Austin. I'm saying that. Everybody who's rational is saying that, except Jeran, because he's saying the complete opposite. He says on multiple occasions that no, the 24-hour sun observation will discredit and disregard all the other evidence of a level horizontal topographical Earth. And on multiple times said it will make water bend. And again, if you think I'm joking, just stay tuned.
Because I want to be very honest with you, right? I feel like your side really thinks this is the final experiment, and they think that it's a definitive refutation of the globe. I mean, of flat Earth, in the theory that you see it. It really isn't. It is definitely a step in the right direction for your side, but it is definitely not. And yeah, that's how that's how I feel. A lot of people will say Austin's a grifter, and he has to keep saying it's flat. He would never admit it. It's like it's such a lie. You know, like I've been like so many people have asked me to come on these big platforms like just ditch the flat Earth though. Like it's actually a hindrance to me. So anyway, you get like I just want to be very upfront with you, right? Like if you think I'm going and I'm going to be overnight converted to globism, you know, I wouldn't. I probably wouldn't, like realistically.
Thank you again, Austin, for letting us know your stance on that. We appreciate it. Good sir.
I believe, have never once said a 24-hour sun in Antarctica is possible on a flat Earth.
No, only one person I know of. It's the flat Earth philosophy guy has effectively been saying that for a while. Not explicitly, but just he explains like a reflective southern phenomena inside of a torus field that I'm not even claiming is viable, but that's the only person I know. Dude, I 100% agree with you here. Flat Earthers have all been saying, we've all been saying basically the exact same thing, which is there isn't. And yeah, 24-hour sun in Antarctica maybe would be a problem for flat Earth, or people will say it.
No, Austin, we haven't all been saying there's no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Just your little cool kids clique. Just the Bob Nodells and the Cammies and the Karen B's and you and Jeran and Dave. Just the people you listen to. Just the ones that you deemed important. You all apparently ignored all the other creators that were saying the complete opposite. The ones who have been showing the sun calc data that specifically claims the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Don't assume that everybody thinks like you. And even if everybody thought there was a 24-hour sun because they were being led astray by your little cool kids clique, what does that matter anyway? What do people think now? That's what matters.
It would be a problem for flat Earth, but that's not what happens. And 24-hour sunlight isn't a problem. We can explain that. Almost every flat earther has said that since its modern resurrection. So this like collective like 180 is weird. I don't like it. Like I disavow. Like just be honest. We've all said the same thing, and that's my position. I don't think it'll happen.
No, not all. Not all, Austin. Just the people that you think are important. Just the people who are promoted by the algorithms all this time. And let's be clear. Look, none of your little crew is clean in this. I don't care if it's fucking Mark Sargent or you, Patricia. Are you there? Are you listening, Patricia Steer? When are you going to wake up, Patricia? You want to be in the cool kids clique? What? Because you're an attractive woman? You were the hot girl in high school, so what? You just need to be in the cool kids clique your whole fucking life? Get over it, Patricia. Stop it. Fucking Mark Sargent. You guys are all fucking clowns at this point. Unless you start coming forward and speaking some sense. Stop trying to ride the fence. Oh, well, it doesn't matter what Z says. Here and he has less than 2,000 subscribers. What the fuck does that matter? Or Nachiketa. Or anybody else who's speaking. It doesn't matter. We have all the subscribers, so what we say matters. Get over yourselves. You are all leading this community over a fucking cliff. You're too arrogant to admit it. And you're too fucking cowardice to start calling each other out. I've watched Dave Weiss and multiple people, not just Dave, try to defend and apologize for Jeran and his idiocy all these months. For what? I'm going to start calling you out. And all the people like me are going to start calling you out. And we're going to see where this community goes in the future. You're all fucking clowns and you're stupid. You make me sick at this point. I don't want to have anything to do with any of you. I never did. Ask my longtime listeners. I've been calling out the Flat Earth Mafia since I started almost 2 years ago when you came at me. All of you came at me because somebody tried to fucking blow up your little drug ring on my show. Oh, you guys didn't know? You guys didn't know there's a little drug ring going on? A little marijuana drug ring going on with all your favorite Flat Earth content creators? And as soon as somebody brought it up on my show, they all lost their minds. Karen B, looking at you. I call it the Flat Earth Mafia for a reason. Okay, fine. You all guys want to run marijuana out of California? Go ahead, do it. I'm sure it's bullshit now because now it's legal everywhere. You probably stopped making money, so it's probably not such a big deal. You guys went at me since my first month on air. I tried to play nice with all you guys. I never had a problem with any of you. Okay, a guy came on my show and blew up your little fucking drug ring. That's not my problem. I kicked him off in 3 seconds and you all lost your mind. So you want to talk about interests here? There's more interest than you people may know. Get over yourselves. You're disgusting, every one of you. Fuck you.
I'm curious. You said you talked to them about it. You talked to the people about seeing it.
You mean the company we're using?
Mhm.
I talked to them about being able to film.
Yeah, but didn't I hear you say that you told them why and they laughed about it? They thought it was funny.
I told them about Flat Earth and how they say there's not a 24-hour sun and how I want to go down there and film it. Yeah.
And so I'm asking, did they explicitly tell you? Did they like laugh and say we see it all the time?
No.
Shouldn't they see it all the time? Okay.
Yeah, they should see it all the time. Look at Will's face. Austin, if you listen to this, let me talk to you, buddy. Go back and listen to the last 15 seconds right there. Look at Will's face. When he says he's talked to them, when he tells you that he informed them that he's bringing a bunch of flat earthers down there to look at the sun, and they laughed, as he just quoted, what do you think that means? Do you and Jeran really think that they're going to let you go down there and disprove the globe to the world? Think, Austin. You seem like an intelligent guy. You also seem like an arrogant motherfucker, too. So maybe get your arrogance out of the way for two. Austin, I was a young man, too. I was an arrogant fuck when I was your age, too. I'm probably still an arrogant fuck. Probably less so than I was. So I know what it's like to be in my 30s and a cocky little son of a bitch like you are. But get by your fucking inflated ego and think about it, dude. You think they're going to let you and Jeran walk down there and prove the flat earth? And guess what? If they do, God bless you. Because Jeran's saying, oh, I'm going to take all the credit if I go down there and see the sunset. Good, Jeran. We'll all give it to you because no one will care at that point. Because all of our mission will be complete. You get it? We could all just shut our channels down and celebrate and get ready for the collapse that'll happen when everybody realizes in the entire fucking world they've been lied to and all the governments topple and all the economies tumble overnight. Do you think they're going to let that happen? Get over yourselves. Why do I have to be the one to sit here time after time and talk sense into you people? And you know what, Austin, if you're not going to listen to me, if Jeran's not going to, hopefully your fucking acolytes are listening to me.
I should kind of want to cover. I mean, obviously, the basics are simple, right? Like realistically, flat earthers have all said, I don't think we're going to see it. And I'll tell you one thing, dude. If you ask them all right now, they would say, like, real flat earthers are going to say, I don't expect it to happen. I don't expect you to see it. I'm really perplexed as to how they would even let you go. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets canceled, etc.
Why would a real flat earther say that, Austin? Why would a real flat earther say it? There's thousands of people in Antarctica constantly each year with these outfitters and these expeditions. There's hundreds, if not thousands of people there on these multiple stations, not to mention the people that are there all year round, workers, just the patrons of the expeditions. People have been in Antarctica permanently for over 100 years. Do you think it's a secret, the sun down there? Just because you and your little fucking group told us that there was no 24-hour sun doesn't make it so. Get over yourselves.
Etc. Like, I talk to flat earthers all the time. That's what the vast majority of people are saying. This group of people that are saying it wouldn't prove anything, they also would say that what I just said, right? Like, it's that's the part that's frustrating, because it's like, that's usually what Globers do. From my experience, is they deflect a lot. And it's like, I mean, just be honest that you've said that you don't expect to see it. Be honest that you don't expect to see it. And then say kind of what I just explained, right? Which is that the preponderance of evidence, physical measurement and stuff doesn't just go out the window because we can't explain celestial phenomena. And I fully agree with that.
You fully agree with it. I fully agree with it. But your buddy Jeran, well, he doesn't seem to agree with that, Austin. He actually is going to say the complete opposite multiple times.
I also think that an honest caveat is like, it definitely matches the globe. It doesn't match our current conception of flat Earth. Would be super perplexing. Doesn't fit in with the rest of the evidence the way that we see it. We need to step back and be honest and be like, okay, we need to recalibrate. We can't figure out some causal mechanism. Piece this together. We need to like reassess the situation. I don't know why people are scared of saying that, but that's my position. I'm not going to go as far as to say like, oh, you know, it would prove it, would it? Because
it wouldn't. So again, we have Austin on the record saying if he sees a 24-hour sun, wouldn't prove a globe, not even close. Yeah, might have to recess a few things. Might have to go back to the drawing board if you're them. Okay, honest position, Austin. I'm tipping my hat to you, many others. Although you've discredited yourself to so many people. But I'm holding out for you, Austin, because I'm chalking this up to your youth and your hubris. That's all. So me here, Z, I'm going to cut you some slack, Austin. I don't know what my listeners are going to do, or anybody else who may hear this, or anybody who's following this debacle. But I'm going to cut you slack because I do think you have honest intention. Again, I just think you're arrogant as fuck.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. What I will say that I've seen, which has been encouraging, is Globers are starting to change their tune about Jeran. Meaning they're like,
oh, Globers are starting to change their tune about Jeran. Let's listen more.
Okay, he seems to be more sincere. He's being honest.
So the Globers are all saying that Jeran's being more sincere and honest. Okay.
Accurately representing the globe model in terms of the 24-hour sun, and he's explaining to flat earthers why it can't happen on an AE map. And so,
right. And you wonder why I say Jeran's a Glober now? You act as though this is hyperbole. Jeran's a Glober, everybody. And again, to all you clowns that should still go over his channel and watch and actually donate. Again, some of the same people that come to my channel are on his channel actively donating big bucks to him.
Don't care. You're obviously retarded. If you want to claim that I'm pushing the AE map because I'm a shield, you're obviously retarded as well, because I don't even actually claim the AE map. I've made it very.
Oh, Austin just said again for the second or third time, he doesn't claim the AE map. Let's continue, please, Austin.
Clear. I think it's almost definitively not completely accurate.
It's almost definitively not completely accurate. So now I have Austin Whitsitt saying multiple times that he doesn't think the AE map is definitively accurate. He doesn't claim it. He also said that he feels that most flat earthers don't claim the AE map. Interesting. I just want everybody to remember that, please.
Agree with like what I said. I don't think it definitively proves the Earth is a globe by any stretch. The preponderance of evidence says the Earth is not a globe. We've refuted the actual radius value. That's why I am
right. We've already refuted the radius value. So why would a 24-hour sun in any way tell us that the Earth is a globe? In Austin's words, not Z's words. Austin's words, right? Jeran? Austin's the golden boy. Austin's, would you say, our best player? He's not an idiot. He's not a dum-dum like Z or Nachiketa or Bro Sanchez or Level Earth Observer or Nathan Oakley, who you all call us out by name as being idiots. He calls Phoenix. That's his word for us, Phoenix. Flat Earth, no sun included. Not including sun. Interesting. Why didn't you call your boy Austin out for being a Phoenix? He's obviously a Phoenix. You said I'm the leader of the Phoenix cult. Well, Austin's obviously in my Phoenix cult. But now you don't say anything about him. It's interesting, Jeran. I wonder why. Now I think about it, Jeran, who's not in the Phoenix cult? Except you, of course. So everybody's in the little Phoenix cult. Because I guess we all apparently have little Phoenices. Compared to your what? Phoenix. So in all the examples I'm going to play in a few short moments of you making fun of me and others like me, you never bring up Austin. You praise him multiple times. Except he's making the exact same argument that I made to you and others made to you. No different. You're the only one who is sticking by your fallacious argument. But you want to gaslight and manipulate everybody in the community to think otherwise. You are a charlatan, a fool, a shill, a grifter, and a very low person. You're frankly disgusting, dude.
To say, and I really don't see how anyone could really disagree with my position on this whole thing. But obviously, that's why it's my position. So, it's what it is. I made it very clear. I don't think the falsification of a radius value suddenly evaporates or dissipates because you see a 24-hour sun do a perfect 360 around you like the globe predicts at the same time. That is not expected. That is perplexing. I have to step back and reassess and reevaluate what I currently think. I would say, okay, is this typically accepted idea of this map with the circular path of the sun's correct? What are we missing? What's going on? This doesn't really add up. Can someone show me a legitimate physical demonstration of this happening? Someone just like vaguely saying it and drawing a torus field and then claiming they have all the answers, but then when asked specifically to provide a causal mechanism that makes sense and coherently explain it in an understandable way, they never do that. That isn't satisfactory to me. Jeran's not some bad guy because it isn't satisfactory to him. I don't know what all he has or hasn't been saying. I don't know if it's the way he's saying it, if he's being
No, Austin, it's not the way he's saying it. And if you don't know what he's been saying, you're going to learn tonight. So pay attention.
combative. I don't know why people are getting triggered, but I think Jeran is sincere, and I think that
You don't know why people are getting triggered. Austin, he's literally saying the Earth's a globe. What don't you understand, dude? Bro, I'm going to talk in Austin language. Yo, bro, dude, homie, dude, bro. Dude, bro, what don't you get about your boy, who's your buddy, your best friend, Jeran? What don't you understand? He's selling out the entire FE community completely. That's what people are upset about. Stop gaslighting. It's not because we're scared of Antarctica and scared of this. That's not it. Nobody's scared of anything. That's the psychotic gaslighting that you're all doing. The issue is Jeran is claiming a 24-hour sun proves the globe. That's it. That's the problem, dude. And the reason we're also worked up about it is because we're not delusional like you and he and like fucking Weiss are. We understand that they're not going to bring your dumbasses down there unless there was a 24-hour sun. We're smart enough to know that. It's just not a problem for us. We didn't back ourselves in the corner with a bullshit, reified, begging the question model like you all did. That's the difference, plain and simple.
I think that he's honest about his position. A lot of people claiming that Jeran is like, and obviously I staunchly disagree with Jeran about the scriptures, staunchly. And I really dislike some of his negative comments about the scriptures. But, you know, I think Jeran's a genuine person. That's my homie. He's like my brother, and I have his back. And you're not going to convince me not to have his back. And all these people saying that he was set up, he's controlled opposition. it's just goofy. And like when you know these people's real lives and what they've gone through and what they've been through and what they've sacrificed to talk about the subject, then you have these people that haven't sacrificed even a fraction of that, always talking trash and belittling them, talking down to them, making them not even want to keep doing it, but they feel trapped because they've already done it. So now what do? It's like, shut up. You should be ashamed of yourself. People claiming everyone is a Mason controlled opposition that's talking, shut up. You should literally be ashamed of yourself. That's how I feel. Now, I don't know what all he said or hasn't said. I'm not claiming that I would stamp everything that he has said. I'm just saying the stuff I'm seeing a bunch of people say is just a joke. And I honestly, I've lost respect for so many people.
Well, you might change your opinion after tonight, Austin. Because like I said, this is just the appetizer. We're going to get into everything Jeran has said over the last 2 months. Obnoxiously so. You are going to be so sick of Jeran after this stream.
Many people reading their comments. It's just a joke. It's like, what have you done, bro? You know, like I'm a real like, okay, show me kind of guy. Like,
Oh, I'm going to show you, Austin. I'm glad you're a show me guy.
thanks for your work and blessings, sir. As much as Jeran is your friend, you must be open to the fact that he might be compromised or later following the experiment. I'm objective and without judgment. You must be open to that, Austin. Be fearless and thorough. Less. Thank you, Lukey, for the $10. It's not that I'm not open to it. I'm technically open to anything. Like, dude, I know him on a personal level. I've talked to him for many, many hours about all kinds of things. I know him better than you guys know him. Like, that's just a fact. I do. And
do you, Austin? You know Jeran better than we? Okay. Do you know that he sends multiple dick pics to the ladies of the FE community? Do you know that? Do you know he's constantly inappropriate with every woman that he talks to in this community? Do you know that? I know that. But do you know that, Austin? Do you just look the other way, or is this new information for you? And now once you know this, Mr. Whitsitt, is that going to change your friendship with Jeran? And like I said, Jeran, call it slanderous. Try to sue me. It'll be great. I would love to have the deposition where we get all the ladies in there showing the pictures of your apparently large monster penis. So do it, Jeran. I'd like to see that happen, you fucking pig. Guys, listen. Not only is Jeran a complete moron, shill, and a sellout, he's absolutely disgusting. Why this community continues to defend him, I don't know. And the funny part is, he's a paper tiger. Jeran, I have half the listeners right now listening to me that you had tonight. Half. Maybe 40%. But yet you have like... you have like 100 times more subscribers than me. Do you guys know how to do math? This is a clown show. You're a joke, Jeran. I love taking you down.
like, I don't think that's the case at all. I think that what has happened, so many people attacked him because he was just being honest about this, that he got pulled in to defending himself. And frankly, like he has some valid frustration where people are.
Nobody attacked him, Austin. Jeran dug his own grave. If you're not paying attention, that's your problem. And I don't believe you, really, when you say, oh, I don't know what he's been saying. Maybe at the time of this video, you didn't know. You have to know by now. And you're damn better well going to know after tonight.
Or not being honest about some of this now. I don't know what all he said or hasn't said, but I think he probably just got caught up in actually like all the toxic stuff that so many of you people say in the chats, and you don't know what it's like.
Right.
To, like,
blame the chatters, blame the listeners, no responsibility. Fucking pathetic, man.
I feel like you sacrifice so much stuff, and you come look at your chats, and it's just always so many people just complaining and accusing you of stuff, and it's just like, why do I do this? It's very frustrating.
Right. Cry me a fucking river. Yeah, I get it, Austin. We come online, people throw slings and arrows at us. I get it. It's been my experience here too. I'm not fucking crying about it and playing victim. You guys want to sit up here and gaslight everybody, take no responsibility or accountability whatsoever. Jeran dug his grave. And like somebody said earlier, now I'm going to play with his corpse because now we're going to move over to the Jeran segment. Somebody just asked me, Z, what is the most important truth? Wow. How do I answer that question? The most important truth. How's this? You were created. That's the most important truth. You were created with forethought and intention. You were planned. You are here on purpose. You're not a cosmic accident. You're not coalesced space dust. You're here on purpose. This world that you inhabit is here on purpose. That's the most important truth. And people wonder why I and others like me do this. Because of stuff like that. It doesn't mean I know everything. But what it does mean is the truth that I and others like me are elucidating point to that singular fact that this is all here for a reason. Plain and simple. All right, let's bring Notch Kid up. Notch, welcome back to the show.
How you been?
Pretty good, man. Good to talk to you, dude. Thanks for coming up tonight. So you obviously see the title of the show. You know what we're talking about. And I'm glad you could join me because I think you'd be very valuable regarding this topic, man.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to be here, and definitely an important topic. And I think it needs to be talked about, absolutely. And I'm glad that you are spearheading this as I was, and it needs to be exposed for what it is.
Oh, I agree, man. So what I did, Notch, is, as we've been talking about this topic for a few months now, and it's been ramping up, especially now that Jeran and Austin have committed to going to this final experiment in December. And a lot of things have been said on both sides. Claims have been made. Things have escalated. And what I've noticed, Notch, is there are a number of Jeran apologists, that people who still each stream will say, no, Jeran never said that, or Jeran doesn't believe that, and you guys are, exaggerating. And I said, you know what? I'm going to go through all of Jeran's material for the last 2 months, and I'm going to make a supercut of every time he specifically made the claim that a 24-hour Antarctic sun disproves the flat Earth and proves a globe. All right. And Notch, the number of times that he has said it astounded me, to the point that I said, I have to go through this, as excruciating as it's going to be. I have to get this on record so we know from now until the end of whatever, what the truth is, what was said, what claims were made, so that we can always have this in our back pocket for anybody who wants to come up and defend this guy in the future. Go ahead, your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be pretty crystal clear. I mean, it should have been already, to be honest, like with all the videos that you made and I have made in regards to Jeran. And look, I wanted to be cordial with him. I wanted to make things work, and I didn't want to get to this point. But unfortunately, things have escalated to where we are now. And you know what? We have to kind of go through with it, whether we like it or not, because it's important that we talk about this kind of stuff. So that's where I'm at.
All right, cool, man. All right, so this is going to be long, but I don't care. We're all here, like I told everybody. We're in this one, smoke them if you got them. And again, I want to point out there's 100 people in the house. You know what's funny, Notch? Jeran was on earlier. I tuned in. He had 230 people watching him with 160,000 subscribers. I have less than 2,000. There's 100 here right now. You have a little bit more than 2,000, and you consistently get more than 100. So I think Jeran, one of the reasons why, and you're going to see how many times he brings up my name and your name coming up. I think one of the reasons why we're on his mind so much is he realizes the impact and the potential that you and I have, and he knows the basically how he is slipping amongst the community. He seems to be in some kind of tailspin. And like somebody said, yeah, Jeran's already buried and we're just playing with his corpse now. Exactly. Because we need to hammer this home for everybody who might be on the fence or who maybe wasn't paying attention. So we're going to go. So thanks for coming up, Notch. Thanks everybody for being here. You can laugh at this. You can learn from this. We're going to commentate.
You made it sound like you're going to say the Earth is a globe.
I'm going to say that the Earth cannot be flat.
All right, so let's start right there's Dave Weiss. This is a quick clip. Jeran, you sound like if you see the 24-hour sun, you said the Earth is going to be a globe. What was his response? Nope. I'm going to say that the Earth cannot be flat. Right there to his buddy, Flat Earth Dave, just to kick this off. I had to put that one in there.
So okay, like if Earth cannot be a globe, then what can it be? Like either it's convex or concave. What's it going to be if it's not flat?
Right. So right there, Jeran off the bat, to Dave Weiss himself says it can't be flat. Like I could have just left it off with that one, but no, we're gonna go. It's the amount of times that Jeran puts his foot in his mouth is astounding. Please feel free to laugh, everybody.
So there's a lot of evidence that made us feel like our declaration of there not being a 24-hour sun was correct. Now, we never had a chance to go and observe it. And then you have these random people, like the guy that Nathan Oakley interviewed, some people that were down in Antarctica who say it doesn't happen, right? So I was in the position, and I've always been in that position, that we've been right about that subject. And I've always known that it would be a definitive proof one way or the other.
A definitive proof one way or the other.
Since there's no other flat Earth model that can account for it right now, then if I came back after seeing that, I would say the flat Earth model that I've been pushing for 9 years is not correct and can't be correct. And therefore, I'm going to say that the globe has the better evidence at this time.
The globe has the better evidence at this time.
But I would not go around as sure as I am today, saying that the Earth is flat and I understand how it works. Because even if I still think the Earth is flat, I no longer have any explanation for how the sun works. And the sun is the most basic timekeeping piece that we have. It goes around the Earth in 24 hours. It's done that for every one of our lives, for all of the past that we know of. And so we know what the sun does. And so if the sun is doing something that can't be accounted for on a flat map, then good luck being a flat earther. That's going to be a tough position to hold when people can simply laugh at you and say, you don't even know what the sun does.
No, Jeran, we're laughing at you. Here's the thing, Notch. That's such an insight into his consciousness right there. That, oh, well, if we see a 24-hour sun, good luck being a flat earther because people are going to laugh at you. Is this an insight into his own mentality where maybe he's being tired of being laughed at? Maybe he's been a flat earther for 9 years and still only 230 people listen to him when he's live and nobody donates to him and he probably has to go get another job. You think that could be a window into his mindset?
Could be. I mean, could be a window to his mindset. But I think, you know, I feel this is maybe like just a conjecture, but like I think Jeran is kind of setting himself up so he could, you know, ease into the potentiality of like getting support from the Globies by, you know, and then we're hearing the rhetoric from the Globies though too. It's like, oh, Jeran is reasonable, Jeran is objective, and Will Duffy is being supportive of Jeran. So it's a good way to get your foot in the door in case you need to go in the opposite direction. I'm just saying that's a possibility.
If we come back and say, well, the evidence seems to show that it's a globe, well, you know, I don't even feel like that's on me because that's what the evidence showed. So there's tons of reasons to believe in a flat Earth. However, if you're going to believe in a new model of the Earth, you should at least have a basic understanding of how it works. So then if there's a circling sun in Antarctica, then that renders that idea impossible. It's no longer possible.
That model, that understanding of the sun and how the sun actually works on that model, but that doesn't change the flatness or the convexity of it. It does change it.
Notch, you specifically said it doesn't change the convexity, and he says it does change it. And this is what I'm going to point out because he says it multiple times. Jeran multiple times states that a 24-hour sun means that water curves. He just said it there and he says it multiple times. I really hope you apologists are paying attention
If you ask me what would happen if you did see it, I'm not going to say, oh, if I go down there and see the sun circling my head, I'm going to come back and still be a flat earther, because that's literal. That then you're no longer scientific at all.
You just said if you see the sun, you're not going to be a flat earther. Guys, like I said, I'm going to shove this down all your fucking throats. So just get ready for it.
If the evidence leads me to believe that the Earth is a globe, then I'm going to come back and say, guys, the evidence seems to show that the globe model matches reality when it comes to the sun. And the reason that's vitally important is because this is the only thing that I've seen so far. You know, Dave Weiss talks about this basket, that basket, put it in this basket. We've never found something that only glows in the globe basket. We've never. There's not been anything. This would be that thing. And it's so detrimental because it's the first thing that goes into the globe basket, but has no answer on the flat Earth.
My position would be is that does that change anything about the flatness or the levelness of the Earth? I mean, that's
Yes,
like
let
really
me
what it comes down to.
let
And then
me
you're
explain
saying
why.
yes, it does. Okay, go ahead.
Let me just explain why. Because I think you're missing.
He just said yes. Not you again for the second time here. Ask them if the optical observation of the sky changes the flatness of water. And he said yes again, the second time. Do you have anything to add there? Because I could just keep going.
No, I mean it's like I'm like you. I just want to make it crystal clear for myself and everybody else. And I think Jeran made it pretty clear for all of us where he's at.
Yeah, let's keep going.
You're missing the fact that there is no explanation and never will be. If the sun does that, then you keep saying like, well, and if you see that, well, then we just need to rework the model. There is no reworking a flat model that has a sun that goes around in 24 hours. If you see a 24-hour sun, because it's impossible.
Why not?
Imagine right now, if you could, if everybody listening, just imagine that you got taken to Antarctica, somewhere you know that's where you're at, because you're going to fly to Punta Arenas. You have a 4-hour flight from there somewhere. So it could be out in the ocean, sure. Could be on an island full of ice, sure. But most likely you're going to Antarctica. If you get down there, and from the time you left Punta Arenas, you're looking out the window at the sun the entire flight, you land in Antarctica, you're there, you look up at the sun, and that son of a bitch circles you for 3 freaking days. If that doesn't shock the living hell out of you and make you realize that the Earth cannot be what we thought, I don't know what to tell you. To call myself a flat earther, if that happened, would be embarrassing. I'm just saying.
No, Jeran, you're embarrassing. You're embarrassing yourself in front of everybody. You're the biggest embarrassment I've ever seen. Frankly, I have no idea how you even ascended to the position that you're in. Did you buy your subscribers? Did you just latch on to Bob Nodell and Globebusters? Did you know how to work the algorithms? So in the first 2 years before Flat Earth was not censored, you managed to kind of get to the top of the heap? You're a fucking joke, dude.
Saying that the globe model, meaning the round sphere, would better match reality than the flat model, because the flat model would be rendered impossible. There's a model that completely calls for a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and there's a model that says it's impossible. And if we go down and see it, well, then the model that says it's impossible is no longer the leader in the best evidence matching reality. The one that calls for it would be the leader.
The one observation that if you see the 24-hour sun, you're basically going to attribute that to the globe Earth model to be a better fit than the flat Earth model. No,
correct, because there is no answer for the flat Earth. The globe says 6 months after the sun does a circle in the north, it's going to do a circle the opposite direction in the south. So if we go down there and observe that, and that's exactly what happens, there is a model that calls for exactly that to happen, and there's another model that doesn't call for it to happen. In fact, it's impossible.
In fact, it's impossible.
Yeah, they would. Of course, they have an explanation for everything, just like we have an explanation for
We
everything.
don't have an
So I guess
explanation for the 24-hour sun. That's the problem. You're now starting to see
I see.
that we have a glaring hole in our model that doesn't in any way have a possibility of explaining it. Now, granted, the globe has answers for everything, and we may not agree with some of the answers, but they don't have to. Well, what are we going to say for the fact that the sun does something that we can't explain? Imagine whatever our excuse would be. It's going to be laughable. So I don't want to be in the same boat that I come back and say, oh, I'm a flat earther still, and one day we'll come up with a reason why the sun circles people in Antarctica. I think that's embarrassing. And I think anybody who would listen to me and be like, oh, you believe that? And how does the sun work? And I'm like, I don't know, because it does something that our model says is impossible. Then people will be like, well, we're not believing that. Why would anybody start to look into something that you've already declared to be not possible on your model? When we became flat earthers, what were we all about? Hey, the globe no longer follows science. They're against observations. They're against experiment. We don't like that. We're going to become flat earthers where we experiment and we believe what we see and we believe what we measure. But then we stopped that at some point when we hit a wall and we couldn't be able to explain certain things. We just said it's flat. It just is flat because we say so. And you better believe us. And if you don't, you're donkey globetard. Well, then we became just the globe earthers who were just doing that to us, saying the earth is a globe, dipshits. We're calling you flatards because you don't see it. And we'd say, well, what about this observation? What about this experiment? And they would say, we don't give a shit. We believe the earth's a globe because it is, and you're retarded. Now we are the ones saying that back. The earth is flat because we say it is, and you're retarded for not believing us or not believing it. So I just find it to be an embarrassing human experiment.
You're the embarrassing human experiment. Jeran, you're the one saying that an observation of the sky, which is optical, it can't be substantiated, it can't be tested, measured. You're the one that saying that in some way invalidates the verifiable ground that we walk on. The earth that is measured flat, the earth that is navigated flat, the earth that is aviated flat, the earth that is engineered flat. You're the embarrassment, dude.
And you can keep believing the flat earth if you want. I will be somebody who will probably point out that I find that embarrassing because I think that we have to be able to explain the most simple explanation, which is the sun. The sun is really not a question. It goes around the earth in 24 hours. So if it goes around somebody in Antarctica for 24 hours, how did it get around the earth? On the globe, there's an answer for that. When you say, how is the sun shining in Antarctica? We can see it, but how is it also shining on Australia? And they go, because it's a ball, and that's where the sun is on the backside of the ball right now. You can see it from Antarctica. It's also shining on Australia. You're like, oh, that makes sense. On a flat earth, there is no explanation. The problem is, if you're going to follow evidence, then you have to follow it to see which makes a better claim that matches reality. And if the flat earth says, we don't have an answer for what you just saw, and the globe says, our model explains it perfectly, I guess I'm expected to go, well, I'm going to stick with the side that has no explanation whatsoever. You don't know that you're right about those things. We have explanations, we have ideas, we have theories. And what will lead us to know that's probably closer to the truth or the other side is if we ever find something that's a falsifier. And this is a falsifier. What do we have?
He keeps saying it's a falsifier. No, Jeran, it's only falsifies your model. Your model that's built on two things. One, the AE map, and two, your idea of the celestial bodies over that AE map. That's it. So maybe it falsifies the AE map. Maybe it doesn't. Or maybe it falsifies your idea, your simplistic idea of what the heavens do over that AE map. Plain and simple.
We have Scott Level Realm says, Jeran, if the sun moves in any direction, that doesn't mean the land we walk on isn't level. Retarded. Retarded person in the chat.
So you're just going to call your listener retarded. Now, I've talked to that Scott Level Realm guy before, and I might not disagree with you regarding your assertion of his intelligence. But that being aside, you just called him retarded because he's making the argument that everybody, including your buddy Witsit, as I evidenced, is making to you. That your observation doesn't do anything to invalidate the ground that we walk on. Mr. Jeran.
They now have to say, well, if it's lights in the sky, don't mean anything about the ground. Okay. I've shown you week after week after week after week why it does. Phuket Word. Love Phuket Word. Nick does great work. I just heard him say the other day, he does believe in a 24-hour sun, and he does believe in the continent of Antarctica, but he's still a flat earther. Sorry, Nick. That's not a possibility.
How many times could you say it, Jeran? I'm going to show you how many times. Notch, do you know there was how much I had to even cut out of this rambling buffoon's content just to boil it down to what I'm presenting here tonight? He's insufferable. He goes on and on and on for hours talking about nothing. Guys, I don't know how anybody listens to him. If you're listening to me and you still listen to Jeran, what are you doing? You don't have better things to do with your time than sit there and circle jerk with Jeran? And now, I don't know if you noticed, Notch, but he's going to, I wouldn't say exclusively paywall content, but he's placing most of his content behind a paywall now. I don't know if you saw that or not. I just wanted to point that out.
Zetetic warrior, who I used to love,
Yeah, that's me. Oh, you used to love me? Oh, let's keep going.
has now gone the route of religious dogmatist and away from being zetetic at all.
Oh, I'm not satanic. Please continue, Jeran. Thanks for addressing me directly.
To saying, wow, it doesn't matter if the sun goes the opposite way. I still believe the Earth's flat. Well, then you're religious. So much for your name. You just pissed it away. You'll not find anybody saying the Earth is flat, even if there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. You won't find it.
Really? You'll not find anybody who says the Earth's flat if there's a 24-hour sun? No, Jeran, it appears that you're the only person that seems to hold that belief. I just played 45 minutes of your buddy Austin Whitsitt literally proving you wrong. And he's supposed to be, in your words, our best player. You're fucking crazy, dude. Chat, has Jeran just lost his mind? Is he like fumbling this whole thing? Or is it what I think? He's ready to do his globe flip. So he's slowly bringing his listeners along step by step. You know, like the boiled frog syndrome. He's bringing them out of the flat earth and into the globe slowly. Basically brainwashing his 100 members that he has. What a clown.
Do you understand? This is all new by this new wave of this new generation of pussies, I guess. People are saying, let's go down and see what happens in Antarctica. And people are saying, it doesn't matter. The Earth is flat. It doesn't matter what you see. Do you recognize that that is not at all zetetic? It's religious. It's dogmatic. It's gross. When they come in and say, Jeran, the stars in the sky don't prove the ground that you stand on, then they haven't graduated to where they need to be yet.
Oh, we haven't graduated to your level, I guess, Jeran. We haven't graduated to the level of Jeran, 160,000 subscribers to your level. You're complete dope. Jeran, if I need to like graduate to be on your level, please don't sign me up for that class. Graduate to be a moron.
Maybe I'm a little bit mean to that person. I should have said, whatever you think, bro. Whatever you think, which is how I really feel. Whatever you think. Might lead me to think that your intelligence isn't very high. It's not a matter of...
Right, so as you're going to talk about my intelligence, you're an object idiot.
Does it override the physics of water? Well, the physics of water that we can play with are always on a local level. And guess what? That water's flat. It lies flat. It doesn't curve. I get it. I don't think it curves going off in the distance either. But if I see an observation that trumps my non-curveness, then yes, I'm going to follow the evidence.
Again, Jeran, is that the third or fourth time just tonight that you said your observation of the optical sky and the apparent sun, that has to be apparent no matter which model you adhere to, overrides the physics of water?
You need to watch and pay attention, please, for the love of God. So you can stop asking this question, because it should be clear. Everyone should look at it and go, oh, good point. Yeah, that would falsify a flat earth. It's okay to say that.
Again, falsify a flat earth. I'm pointing this out to all you Jeran apologists. Like I said, I'm going to shove it down your throat. I'm going to keep doing it. And then we can get over it. And then we'll always have this to go back to. Because I never, ever want to hear anybody ever again tell me, oh, Jeran, you're taking him out of context. He doesn't really believe that it would falsify a flat earth and prove a globe. Are you not listening?
How would it be possible that we have a sun? Okay, this sun is going to circle the earth as we know it does. See how it brings heat and light to all the continents? We know it does that. Everybody's in agreement. So how could it be that it decides to go like this for not 1 day, not 2 days, but 3 or 4 months?
Look at this little image that he's using. Like, this is how his little pea-brain mind thinks. He brings up an image of the AE map with the sun, and he thinks he's making like a prolific point here. He thinks he's being profound. Jeran, you're disregarding so many things. perspective's one of them, and that's just one. This is how you present to your audience.
It's doing this. Pay attention. If you're one person who can't understand, does the lights in the sky prove the ground? Pay attention. It is impossible, since we say the sun does this, for it also to do this. Because at midnight for us, when the sun is here, how the hell is it over here? So do you understand? This is a definitive moment, and people aren't even smart enough to get it. They can't even grasp it.
Oh, it's a definitive moment, all right. You're defining yourself to be a cunt. And probably one of the dumbest fucks I've ever encountered.
If you're still saying that the light in the sky doesn't prove where we are, you need to listen again.
How many times is he going to tell us that the lights in the sky overrule the physical earth? That again is navigated flat, engineered flat, aviated flat, measured flat. How many times are you going to gaslight me and the rest of us regarding this? Oh, we'll see.
And again, I pointed out to you how just saying, well, does it change the physics of water, doesn't mean much to me. So I do think the sun presents itself to be that item. Why? Because I know what the sun does. You can realize that it's impossible. Note the word impossible. Okay? It's impossible that the earth be flat if we have a sun circling someone on the perimeter.
Impossible, everybody. Look, he even spelled it right in front of you. It's impossible for the earth to be flat. Look, if anybody after this tries to come up and defend Jeran, I'm gonna laugh in your face. I don't care who you are. Witsit, are you paying attention, Witsit? I know you're busy making kids. How many kids you got now, Witsit, with that wife of yours? I know you're a busy guy, taking care of the kids, making the kids, coming on here, doing all your, appearances on fucking Alex Jones and wherever else you've been on. Are you listening? Can you carve out a little bit of time so your buddy Z could talk some sense into you? So you're going to head down there with Jeran? Are you guys going to share a tent down there? Be careful. Jeran is known for showing everybody his ding-a-ling. I guarantee you, Witsit, if you and Jeran go to the urinal, he's going to make sure you see his dick just so you know your place. Because I know you get more donations than him. I know you get more listeners than him at this point. You're obviously smarter than he is. I mean, that's, without question. So he's going to have to show you that he has you topped in one region. And apparently he hits his large fucking man member. I guarantee you Austin Witsit at least once, probably twice, is going to see Jeran's dick during this trip. I guarantee somebody's going to see Jeran's dick during this trip. Did you see that broad? Yeah.
Yeah. Let me just chime in real quick. I have been told by some people who I trust that Witsit and other people, Dave Weiss and a few other people who are prominent within the flat earth community have been, told about the situation with Jeran, yet they have made no public statements. They have not said anything to anyone about it. So I have to surmise at this point that they are in the know of it. Not only that they purposefully are hiding the situation. Now we're exposing it for what it is. It is going to be further exposed, I'm sure, in the coming days, in weeks. But like I talked about it, you're talking about it. And the question is going to be for these people is why are they protecting Jeran? That's the question that I would have.
It makes two of us.
Edwin Hubble saw the universe expanding. Said, well, yeah, we could. I mean, it does match the world being at the center. But we must avoid that at all costs. We have to stay away from the absolute horror of a unique position. You guys are now saying that on behalf of flat earthers. Well, yeah, you might see the sun down there, but we have to stay away from the absolute horror of going back to the globe. Yeah, I know that. I know we have beliefs that we want to be true. But if they're not true, they're not true. It's just the way the world works. You don't get to hold on. Well, you can. It's not fair for me to say that. You can hold on to whatever belief you want. If you want to believe in the flat earth till the end of time, go ahead. You're on the wrong channel because I'm going to be looking for the truth. So you're just going to get mad at me all the time. You're just going to be like, well, Jeran, I thought you already know. We already know. Okay, great. Go watch somebody else.
So go watch somebody else if you're a flat earther. That's what he's telling you. But you idiots still go there and listen to this guy for hours on end. You sit there as he plays retarded reefer roulette with a bunch of abject morons like Sovereign Dave and that idiot fucking Austin from the Melodome. Austin, what kind of content are you putting out lately, dude? You just make fun of fucking like black people and shit now? You just make fun of like underprivileged people? That's your content? And clown on them? You're a fucking joke too. That's your problem because you hitched your fucking wagon to this moron, Jeran Campanella, and it got you fucking nowhere.
I just showed you that a 24-hour sun debunks, falsifies the flat earth.
The 24-hour sun falsifies the flat earth. How many times does he have to say it for you people to listen? I'm going to keep shoving it down your throat. I'm going to keep shoving it down your fucking throat, people. He doubled down on your show. I listened multiple times to what he said, and his words were very clear. He tried to equivocate a bit. He said if he sees it, I'm paraphrasing, but I'm going to try to do it close as possible. He said it gives the greater... This is Jeran playing me on his show. And by the way, everybody, you want to know why I'm going so hard on Jeran? Not only because it's the right thing to do, because it is, but because Jeran decided to single me out. Because I, like everybody, made a comment about the absurdity of this. I was very respectful when I did it. The next day I wake up and Jeran does a nearly 5-hour diatribe, rambling, moronic stream all about me, entitled something like what it means to be zetetic or something, because I answered like a 30-second answer from Nachiketa where I was very respectful to Jeran. He decided to make me like some kind of like, I don't know, flagpole for this. Because I have you shook, Jeran. Because you realize when you listen to me that I tower over you in multiple ways: intellect, sincerity, morality, entertainment. So what, Jeran? Are you going to challenge me to a dick measuring contest like you did with Flat Earth Jake? Whatever his name is, Flat Earth Asshole, Jake the Asshole. Yeah, that's right, everybody who doesn't know. Jake the Asshole was challenged to a dick measuring contest by Jeran multiple times. You know why? Because Jake had the unmitigated fucking gall to basically point out to Jeran that the SunCalc data doesn't match his simplistic model that he has of his circling sun over the AE map. When Flat Earth Asshole pointed out that when you're in very far south, you can see the sunrise from the southeast and the southwest when you're basically, quote unquote, below the Tropic of Capricorn. So how does that work on your fucking model? Jeran's answer was, I'm not going to tell anybody about that, and I'm going to disparage you to everybody, and I want to measure your dick. Fucking weird. Jeran, you're one of the weirdest guys I've ever come across. You make my skin crawl. You're fucking gross. From what I hear, your wife can't even stand you. Jeran, why did your wife fuck your best friend? Why did that happen? Why did that happen, Jeran? Another open secret amongst the community. Do you want to talk about that? With your big old penis? Clown. It's the greater evidence to the globe.
Yeah,
and I think Jeran is, well, I think he's faulty in his logic regarding this.
So I
think he's too.
I just showed you. There's nothing faulty about this logic. Anybody who's telling you there's something faulty about saying that something falsifies the flat earth.
Again, falsifies the flat earth. How many times? Please, somebody have a running count of how many times Jeran says that this idiot so-called experiment falsifies the flat earth. Somebody's got to be counting. Basically, just count the beeps. Every beep you hear is him doing that.
You cannot conceive of a way that the earth can be flat with a sun that goes around the person in the south. Why not? Because then how does it light the rest of the world? That's it. It doesn't matter what the sun is, because we know what the sun does. It goes around the earth in 24 hours. It provides light and heat. If it's a humpback whale, it's a humpback whale. It doesn't change the fact that we know what it does. It's done it every day of our entire lives. So if we know that and we go down Antarctica and see it go around the opposite way around our heads, guess what, folks? Your flat earth is falsified. It's okay. It's okay.
I can't believe this. This is your flat earth. This is the most prominent flat earther. Do you hear what this fucking... This is the guy that was quote unquote voted as the most prominent flat earther to go to Antarctica. You guys all got set up.
Well, we understand why. I mean, I mean, we understand why he was chosen to go to Antarctica now, right?
That's perfectly clear, Notch. Think of the one guy that was chosen is the one guy who's going to stand up here and hundreds of times claim that it's going to falsify the flat earth. And these people are still going to consider him a flat earther. Oh my God. This is insanity.
I believe there would be no logic in being a flat earther, but thinking that the sun goes around the south. But guess what? I just was proven wrong by Zetetic Warrior, by
Right, you were.
Few Cat Word, by Eric Dubé. They believe it's fine. Oh yeah, I could just go around and we just believe whatever we want. Doesn't matter what the sun does. Could jump up and down, could go around.
Right. What you forgot to mention Austin Whitsitt, who I proved before this, said the same thing that I'm saying and all these others are saying. Why do you keep forgetting to mention Austin, Jeran? Why do you just mention people who you don't like or people who have smaller channels than you? Is it because you could just lie to your audience because they're not going to check? They're busy watching your dumbass play reefer roulette with idiots. The reality is the sky could do a lot of things.
Oh, that's
The
good.
sky, what we see in the sky is optical. And what
Yes.
we know as flat earthers all this time is the physical world is very different from the optical world.
This is a Zetetic Warrior.
It is a Zetetic Warrior, fuckface. Now you know, and you better pay attention. Jeran, your worst day was when I decided to come on YouTube and hit that live button. That was the worst day of your life, fuckface. Because like my audience said, I already buried you. This is just playing with you, just so people know. That was your worst day, idiot. No wonder you're playing me on your channel. Because you tried to get in front of this. You tried to smear me. You tried to basically use your moronic following to gang stalk me. Lie about me. You fucked up, dude. So to put such great emphasis on the optics of the sky to the detriment of the physical world, I think is faulty.
It's faulty to point out that the sky disproves our model. It falsifies the flat earth.
Again, he says it. It falsifies the flat earth. This is unbelievable.
So we are just allowed to say we're flat earthers because we know nothing. And even though the sun, we know what it does, we just don't want to count on it for anything. Because God would have put the sun here to do exactly what the globe model calls for, but would want us to still know it's flat. Even though it does exactly what the globe calls for, he still wants us to know that that's wrong. It's a lie. It's flat. I mean, nobody's making sense anymore. And I think that me saying this, everyone in the flat earth community should be like, oh, good point. Yep. Let's move on.
Oh, yeah. Good point. Let's move on. Let's all be globies. That's what Jeran just said. Oh, let's just all be globies because Jeran said so. Jeran, you're the most arrogant son of a bitch I've ever encountered. You really are the definition of a narcissistic sociopath. I can't wait till your wife divorces your ass and fucking comes out with the real shit about you, dumb fuck. I can't wait for that day. You're pathetic and a clown.
They want to fight it. You're fighting what? Absolute and total reality. Demonstrable reality. Either the sun sets down there because it's got to get to the other side of the world, or it goes around the person in Antarctica and falsifies the flat earth. I hate to be the one to bear it to you. When I went looking for evidence to prove the globe, the very first thing I saw is, oh, there can't be north-south circumnavigation here, and there has to be a 24-hour sun in the south if the Earth's a globe. I went looking, and the evidence isn't there. So I became a flat earther. So people saying, oh, we didn't believe that before. No, if we knew at that time, if I knew that, let's say I went down there year one and saw the sun go around my head, how could I be a flat earther? Okay, that's why I say, even if it is a circling sun, then this is a psyop. Then this has been orchestrated by some shill. Let's go to December.
So he casually just tried to say, here's what a snake you are, Jeran. You casually just tried to say that if you go down there and see the circling sun, that you were psyoped by Dubé.
My gosh.
Notch, he goes on his channel and he says this stuff. I guess nobody holds him accountable. So it takes somebody like me because, Notch, I got to admit, to sit through the hours it took me to collect this supercut was absolutely excruciating. It's the closest I've ever felt to suicidal ever in my life. Like, I would sit there for hours and listen to him. And like I said, I listened to it on triple speed and it was still like obnoxious. And I would just be done. I would just feel gross about myself for even like going through the process. So no wonder. No wonder he had 200 and some people listening to him tonight with his 160,000 subscribers.
Now let's rewind. Uh-oh. Wait, what? We're walking south, and all of a sudden, the sun is in front of us. How would that be possible? Once you understand that, you see that if that's really what happens, then the Earth cannot be flat as anybody that has ever presented it.
No one has ever traversed the Earth from pole to pole to pole. So no one's gone to the North Pole, down to the South, and then back up to the North Pole to see whether we are actually on a globe Earth in that respect.
To me, I don't think you need to do all that if you're able to stand in Antarctica and watch the sun go around you. Because how could that be possible on a flat Earth?
How could that be possible on a flat Earth? Right. So he just said, no need for north-south circumnavigation, which would be a physical thing where you would physically do it, whether it's on a boat or in a plane. He said there's no need. You could just go down and look at the sun, the optical sun. So why do any physical experiments or any physical demonstration when you could just look at the sun in Antarctica? And that's okay with Jeran.
Right. We walked and saw the sun. We went underneath our heads or above our heads. We saw it go behind us to the north. We saw it set because we walked too far. And then we see it come around right to left. Well, that's all the evidence you need. How do you not realize that that's impossible if the Earth is flat? Just like in the north, the sun will go around you from left to right, irregardless of what direction you're facing. That's peculiar because it's opposite, which is what the globe calls for. The globe says 6 months later from the north, you get the opposite in the south. So if I go down and observe, oh shit, 6 months after the one in the north, the exact opposite happens in the south. How do you not come to a conclusion based on that? How do you say, oh, we're still flat because water lies flat?
Again, is this 5 or 6 times where he just said the optics override the physics of water? Oh my God. Oh God. And I hate doing shows like this because I usually like the shows to be about me and fucking performing for you guys and giving you guys information. So I'm just going to continue to clown on Jeran and just hammer this point in. Maybe I'll let it play more or less. But just picture Jeran like sending dick pics to all like the hot ladies of the FE community as you're listening to this. That's a real thing, guys. Austin, are you hearing what we're saying about Jeran? What Notch said, what I'm saying? We're not making this up to hate on Jeran. We're just not pulling punches with this fuck because he's not giving up, Notch. As we're seeing here, he doubles and triples and quadruples down. He makes fun of us, calls us names, idiots, morons, sellouts, calls us the fucking shills. We're done with you, Jeran. You're disgusting. You need to go.
Okay, like with me, as far as Jeran is concerned, I'm done with him, whatever. But like, I'm still like holding out with the idea that Austin can be reformed, or maybe he just doesn't know all the facts, or maybe he's like, I don't know, having Stockholm syndrome or something. I'm just like hoping that like the other shoe will fall, that he is not dealing with somebody who is very genuine, and I don't know what he is like. I have to think that something's got to be going on in Austin's head, because like he's a Christian, and like unsolicited dick pics that is sent to people. And then we have a lady that I know of who used to make flat earth content, no longer anymore, because she was sent dick pics from Jeran, and she got completely disgusted by it, and she no longer wants to create flat earth content. That is hurting the community as far as I'm concerned.
Well, yeah. So here's my take on the whole Witsit thing. Austin wasn't always like the flat earth guy. I remember when Austin was coming up, you and I talked about this not too long ago, Notch, where, Austin kind of started off in the flat earth Discord stuff. I saw him in there. And then he was kind of making himself known on Globe Busters. And I know Bob Nodell really promoted Austin and encouraged him. So Austin went around and he did his US tour where he went around talking about flat
Yep.
earth to like national parks in different cities. And many of us watched him do it, but his following was relatively small at that point. Okay. Like smaller than like my following is now, you know, he wasn't big. And Jeran was like kind of supporting Austin through that thing and promoting him on his channel and promoting him on Globebuster. So I guess what I'm trying to say is maybe Austin feels like a loyalty towards Jeran because he gave him his come up. But Austin, you have to realize Jeran benefited from you because as he's showing, he's a clown. He's a lightweight. He's really a nobody. He's an intellectual midget. And he saw you and he was riding your coattails, Austin. Jeran was riding your coattails. You owe him nothing. He was playing you, dude. And if you continue your affiliation with him, you're going to continue to be ostracized by anybody of significance in this community. This isn't just Nachiketa and Z going after Jeran. We're just the loudest voices right now pointing out what is completely obvious, which so many are failing to catch on to, that Jeran is done. He's a clown. He's not up to this challenge. And that's at the very least. At the most, he's a complete shill. It doesn't mean he was planted here from that's the other gaslight that everybody's, you know, being hit with. Nachiketa is like, oh, do you think Jeran 9 years ago came in as some globe shill and he's been a sleeper cell this whole time? I'm not saying that. Maybe some people are. What I'm saying is the most likely explanation is maybe that's what happened, but maybe more likely is he got dissatisfied because he realized he couldn't make a living from this. He sees other people getting attention that aren't him. His ego's super huge. He's a narcissist and a sociopath. And now he's deciding he could do better off with the globe. So he's going to sell everybody out down the river. He probably never really was, you know, accepting the flat earth anyway. It was more about him the whole time. Jeran realized he couldn't be the special boy. He realized it wasn't turning out the way he wanted. So now he's pulling this move. So no, Jeran doesn't have to be a shill from the beginning, but he certainly is shill now.
If I come back and say, now I believe that we live on a sphere, you don't have to give a motherfuck. Don't care. Doesn't matter. You are free to believe what you want. So if it sets in the south, the globe has become falsified. You understand? If it goes around your head, the flat earth is falsified.
Again, he said it again, falsified. Guys, he's not just saying it falsifies a model like you all want to tell me. How many times do you have to hear it? Apparently more, so let's do it.
It's actually a great observation. It seems to me that Duffy wants to kind of find out which one is true. And so he came up with a way, and it took flat earthers, because flat earthers were saying there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So he said, wait a second. He found the mutually exclusive observation. He found the observation that, wait a second, if we see this, that's evidence of a globe. And if we see this, it's evidence of a flat earth. And both sides agree with it. Now, since he's announced the experiment, everybody on our side has withered away like little leaves, like little frail leaves.
Both sides agree with it, Jared? Who were you to say that both sides would agree with that obvious, fallacious, false binary situation? Who the fuck do you think you are?
Jeran speaks for all flat earthers, right? I mean, obviously that's the reason why he was chosen, and that's what they are. They're representing the flat earthers, right? Jeran and Austin and their AE model and the circling sun. That is what everybody should understand as flat earthers. But not everybody agrees, of course, but nobody's going to mention that, right?
The little wind came away and they all ran away and rustled into the bushes. It doesn't look good. I'm the only one standing up saying, no, the sun will set. I'll go down there. I'll observe it. And if it doesn't, guess what? I've been wrong for 9 years. If that sun just circles me, then I immediately know, oops, it didn't go around that way to go bring light to Antarctica. It actually went the other way, and Antarctica's over there, which means, how could it be anything else? It means it's either a Pac-Man world or it's a sphere. You are saying that the earth is flat. You are a flat earther. Great. Here is an observation. The sun's going around my head in Antarctica. Please explain that. And your answer will be, I'm going to be a flat earther no matter what, bro. Cool for you. Where do I sign up for this team? I want to know if I should stop telling people the earth is flat. Period. because I've been sure of it. I've been able to explain.
Please do. Please stop, Jeran. Just please stop saying anything, dude. Like I said, just start that OnlyFans page. Use that big dingling of yours for, like, I don't know, something positive in your life. Maybe you won't feel so frustrated with this endeavor. Maybe that, because your big dick and your flat earth, they don't go together, because nobody here cares about your penis, Jeran, contrary to your belief. So just go ahead, get your OnlyFans page started, and get on with it, dude. Please spare us this charade, because it's tiresome and it's boring. And you're making me do a show where I have to slam this down my listeners' throats, but I'm going to keep doing it because it has to be done.
Explain everything. We've got answers for everything. Everything seems to make sense. Now there is a mutually exclusive observation that will tell me cut and dry. And I never even dreamt of it going like this, because that's insane. Because it can't do this. If it's over here, how is the sun lighting here? So if I see the sun here, how is this part getting light and heat? It's not. Therefore, the sun can't do this on a flat map. People are going around just saying, it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't bother. It's okay for me. And then I hear from other people, yeah, Jeran, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the lights in the sky do. Okay, you're all wrong because you're listening to liars. You're all wrong. So what is wrong with my statement then? If the earth is flat, then the sun sets in Antarctica in December for 80 degrees south. Then we go down there and we say, oh, the sun didn't set in Antarctica in December. Then the earth can't be flat. And if the earth is flat, then there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. I believe this earth is flat. And with that belief comes the caveat that you cannot have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Period. This is simple. It's the sun. You ever seen the sun before?
Yes.
Does it go around you for 3 days, or does it go off and get to the other side of the earth? How does it get to the other side of the earth is the question. Does it go that way or that way? One of them means it's a flat earth. The other one means it's a globe.
Oh,
it's just the way it is.
Just the way it is. It's a globe. Just the way it is, everybody. This is a flat earth. Yeah. Notch, this is a flat earther. This is the flat earther.
He's just open-minded, Z. You know, he's very open-minded, and right, we got to be understanding. We just don't understand. We're not capable of understanding. And maybe that's where the problem is. You know, we gotta humble ourselves, right?
You know what? Let's just keep listening. Maybe we'll understand by the end. I don't know.
When I saw some things that were mutually exclusive between the two models, for example, these.
All right, so Notch, this is him now on Bro Sanchez. Bro Sanchez eats him for fucking breakfast, dude.
The ground. I want to know what the ground is doing.
Exactly. And Jeran just sits there. I don't know how he sits there. Look at him with his dumb THC hat on. I don't know how he sits there with a straight face and says this shit. Jeran, you're shameless. And that's not a compliment. That's not some kind of superpower to be shameless. It just means you're a narcissist and you're sick in the head. You're one of the lowest people I've ever seen, dude. You know, Notch, this is the problem with somebody who has no conception of spirituality, consciousness at all. He's just always been no morality, exactly. He's just always been a globy, like, in his mindset, trying to take on, like, the flat earth. But he never left that globy mindset behind. You know, that's probably what he tried to reconcile the flat earth with his paradigm. You know, that's why he doesn't want to acknowledge things that are spiritual, supernatural. He doesn't want to acknowledge any of those things. He thinks he adheres to science, but he really has no idea what science is. He makes fun of people like me who are well-schooled in science. I have years of research under my belt in multiple fields, Jeran. You're a clown and a poser, as you call me a poser.
Yeah, let me just chime in real quick. You know, and I just want to say though, like, I've always tried to be respectful, even at the very beginning, even though with the whole beginning of like Will Duffy stuff coming out, and you know, his connections with Bob Enyard and such. And I had a couple-hour conversation. I've told people already, and even during that time, I was like, you know, holding out and thinking, okay, maybe things will work out. But you know, like, me saying, like in my Antarctica hole video, like live 3 months ago already now, that maybe Jeran has to sign some kind of contract. Now that they have admitted it, to the fact that Will has said that both Austin and Jeran was actually asking him to write out a contract. So they did write a contract. They signed a contract and such. And the fact that, like, like Jeran had quote unquote apologized to me and made a public apology and such, but I never, and I did get a private message from Jeran saying that he was sorry. I never replied, and what main reason is because I didn't feel that it was genuine, and I didn't think that public apology, even though I accepted it publicly, I don't feel, and I still do, that it's not genuine, and that's kind of the problem. I mean, it's good that people can concede and say that they're wrong, and none of us are perfect and such. But just my gut feeling is telling me that Jeran is not being very genuine towards me when he's being apologetic towards me, because I feel like he's the type to just flip flop, quite easily. That's just me, though.
Well, yeah, man. And just, to clarify, what was his apology for? Not for your stance. It was because he basically called you retarded. Was that the apology?
Yeah. He called me the retard of the flat Earth community. Because why? Because I said that in my Antarctica hole video that they're probably going to have to sign some kind of contract, which they did. So I was proven correct.
I went looking for it and found nothing but cut up 24-hour so-called time lapses. Some people were asking me at the very beginning, well, what would this mean? Why is it so important for you to go? And I said, well, because if you think about the flat Earth that I've been pushing for 9 years, and the AE map, which I believe to be the shape of the Earth, or at least somewhat of the layout of the Earth, when you think about that and you incorporate a 24-hour sun that circles south and in the opposite direction of the north, that becomes what I would say is a falsifier for flat Earth.
A falsifier for flat Earth. I don't know how many times. This has to be, we're in double digits now already just tonight, just regarding that comment. The apologists don't talk to me anymore. Get out of my fucking face with your apology with this guy. That goes for you too, Weiss. Notch, I was looking at some Weiss stuff that you had played on your show a couple weeks ago where he was apologizing for Jeran, saying, oh, it's just a big joke. And Jeran doesn't believe that shit that he was saying. And even if he does, it's good for flat Earth if they're going to do a hit piece on this. I'm like, Dave, are you kidding me, dude? And here's the other thing, Notch. Much like Austin, I give Dave a lot of slack. So Dave, when are you going to distance yourself from this fucking asshole? Dave, do you know that he's sending dick pics to everybody on top of all this bullshit that he's pulling to try to sink the flat Earth?
Dave Weiss knows. He's been confronted and told about it, and Dave Weiss basically completely ignored.
Okay. So Dave, what does that say about you, that you're going to back this fucking lowlife loser? Jeran, you're gone from the community, fuckface. You better become a Glober, dude. We're never going to let this go, Jeran, ever. Ever. You better go hope you see that sunset, dude. You better go hope you go down there and see the sunset and be the hero that you want to be. And guess what? If that happens, Notch and me and everybody else, we're going to be popping champagne ourselves. And we're not going to give a fuck about this little argument, because then it's all over. But like I said, all the money goes to shit the next day. All the governments topple. So let's all really think about it. Do you all really think they're going to let Jeran's dumbass go down there and disprove the globe and prove the flat Earth? Do you really think that's going to happen? Give me a fucking break.
So I think with just those three things, which I'm not sure anybody would argue with, that we can then surmise that there is a falsifier here. So they say, as the sun is going around doing this, well, we say it's doing that. Now all of a sudden,
here he is with his fucking diagram again.
Not just 1 day, not 2 days. They say this happens 3-4 months.
This is how he thinks, Notch. This is how his little hamster wheel mind works.
Here's the problem with that. So if right here at noon,
and he thinks he's intelligent. That's the funny part.
As Punta Arenas. So basically, we'll just put the sun there and say it's noon. Noon for us here in Union Glacier. So it means at midnight the sun's going to be here. Now at midnight the sun needs to be here.
Oh my
Plain and
god.
simple. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. The falsifier becomes the sun. If I went down there and see the sun to my south, like I have it here depicted,
Holy moly.
there's no other explanation for that. And it's time that I would, at that point, I would eat crow. I would say, you know what? Unless somebody, here's the way you can prove me wrong. If you think, Jeran, you're wrong, there's no way you can just jump to that conclusion. Then you simply need to show me a flat Earth map that allows for the sun to go behind the person in Antarctica. The problem is you'll never show that. There's too much evidence that there's a wider southern area of the Earth than we're told. However, I can't imagine seeing a sun to my south. So imagine we're just walking south, and every time we look south, we saw the sun going left to right over our head. Eventually, we got to the Tropic of Capricorn. We said, great, it's still going left to right behind our head now. And if we kept walking straight, we would not expect to see the sun anymore. What if we saw the sun going from the right to the left all of a sudden? That would be weird, right? The only thing that explains that in my mind is a globe model.
First of all, it's two things. I don't think it's an experiment. I think this is an observation.
Correct.
Also, I think that it doesn't prove the shape of the ground for neither model. What it does, it proves the nature of the heavens. To me, that's a celestial debate. And I don't think it would make a level function any different, or a periscope, or things that we know are based on a non-rotating flat Earth, like a missile, me shooting a missile from America way to another country and hitting my target. I think that a lot of the people in the flat Earth community are kind of frustrated because they're saying, wait a minute, this isn't even a flat Earth versus globe Earth argument. Who argues about what's happening in the sky to prove what the shape of what we is on the ground? I think that's a reasonable statement. I think that makes a lot of sense, that if I can prove that the ground I'm walking on is flat without a shadow of a doubt, then the burden of proof is on the globe Earth to prove that the ground is not flat, not what the sun does in Antarctica. Now, I will be honest, most flat earthers will tell you they don't even know what the sun do in Antarctica, but they can prove you that the Earth flat. That D Marble spirit level flight, that definitively proved it without a shadow of a doubt. The Betfa level experiment, the Puget laser test, the weather balloons. Flat earthers have done experiments that prove the shape of the ground we're walking on. Remember, Jeran said he's been teaching his model for the past 8 years, but every flat earther wasn't subscribing to that. Now, one thing I would say is that I subscribe to the model that Jeran teaches, but I also am an open-minded guy that say I can't really be sure about the nature of the heavens, and I'm going more into my speculation because the only thing I can be sure about is that this ground I'm walking on is flat. It's a horizon. It's horizontal. Now, I can be wrong about other things as far as the sky go, and I say that all the time so that I don't act like I know everything. What I do know and what I'm willing to bet my life on is that there's no curve, though. And that's what I think was the foundation of the flat Earth community to begin with. Let's just stick to no curve. Because listen, the burden of proof is on them to say that we on a curve. And if we're on a ball, why they got to fake the pictures and CGI the pictures? So the burden of proof ain't on flat earthers to prove we on a ball. And if it was, we wouldn't do it with the sun observation. We'll do it with the D Marble spirit level test or the Puget level sound test. If we're talking about the ground.
Okay, yeah, no, I mean, I agree with you.
So Bro Sanchez just laid it out. So in Jeran, you should have said, oh my God, you're right. See you later, bro. Thanks, Bro Sanchez. Glad I talked to you. Thank you. You set me straight. But no, you just keep going, Jeran.
Agree with you for some parts of that, but other parts, if you lived, let's just say if, and we're just putting an if out there, if we lived on a gigantic ball, well, let's say that we had a Home Depot, we placed a Home Depot on that ball, and we know that everywhere.
So now he's going to go into the Home Depot thing. Jeran, this home, I went through all his material. He said this Home Depot thing like 5 or 6 times. He keeps going with it.
And the Home Depot is flat. Just kind of picture a Home Depot. We know it's all level. If we put a level anywhere on that Home Depot floor, it's going to show level. So now let's picture that the entire world is nothing but a Home Depot, right? So it's a ball Earth, but it's a Home Depot. Well, everywhere on that Home Depot will be flat. Okay. So there is no place you would not be able to take a spirit level anywhere in the Home Depot, place it down and say, nope, look, now it's showing curve. Yet
Home
I just said that we are on a curved Earth. We're on a ball. It's just a gigantic Home Depot. So I think that sometimes we get a little bit ahead of ourselves in thinking that, yeah, okay, we have proven it flat. It is flat. But that's why, for instance, they don't use curvature math when they're doing bridges or when they're doing railroads. At no point would you ever even have any idea that the Earth is curved if it were. So measuring curve isn't quite as easy as we might think.
My God.
At a distance, how would you even go?
This is what makes me think that he's a fucking shill, dude, is this part. It makes me think that he's not just dumb. Because Notch, when I hear him talking about...
How would a plumb bob work on that giant Home Depot?
Well, again, I mean, look, he's just using the Glober argument of scale. That's all it is. He's just
Yeah.
using the most tired globy trope. Oh, it's scale. Don't you know the Earth is so big? So if you just measure like the distance of a Home Depot, it's going to come up flat or so minuscule that you wouldn't be able to detect it. You know, it's like the dumbest. Who's talking about a Home Depot? Jeran, when we can see Mount Canigou from 163 miles away, how's that a Home Depot? When we can see mountains in the Alps from 275 miles away from the ground, yeah, it's a mountain, but from the ground, how's that a Home Depot? When we from altitude, like these SR-71 planes, when they're like 80, 90,000 feet above sea level, can see the Rocky Mountains like 800 to 900 miles away. Why the fuck are you talking about a Home Depot, dumb fuck? Like, this is what makes me think that he's a shill, dude. Is because he's like making like a trope of a globy argument with this Home Depot stuff. Notch, you and I, no flat earther would talk like he's talking right now. Nobody would just do the Home Depot argument.
No.
Right? Especially the guy who's supposed to be the top flat earther with the most subs. This is what makes me know he's a fucking shill. Jeran, go fuck yourself. You're disgusting. You're a fucking piece of shit, dude. You're really a fucking piece of shit, Jeran. You're the lowest of the low. I can't even look at your fucking stupid face anymore. You're disgusting.
We even go about doing that. I think people have been trying for a long time, and we were really not getting any results. Sometimes they get flat results. Sometimes we get varied results. Sometimes with refraction, they're able to bring it back. I get what you're saying about it being a celestial event, but the problem becomes, let's say, for example, that I do go down there, I do see it. That's fine if you want to claim, oh, that's just a celestial item. But the problem with that becomes, as a flat earther, you no longer can explain what the sun does. Right now, you can. Right now, if I ask,
But my whole thing was flat earthers never had to explain what the sun does to win a debate. Every debate I won, and I'm undefeated, it was just about what the ground does, not what the sun does. That never been a requirement. Flat earthers have already debunked the globe in ways that it can't resurrect itself. We can only say that they can only say, look, well, you're wrong about what the sun does over the flat earth. And that can be true. There are many flat earthers wrong about what the sky is doing over the flat earth, but they ain't wrong about the flat earth, though. And they can be wrong about what the sky doing, but as a flat earther, you can't be wrong about what the earth is doing because you're a what?
Here's another thing I want to say to everybody. And Jeran, listen up on this one too, Jeran, you arrogant fuck. The flat earth isn't yours. It's not mine. It's not Nachiketta's. It's not Karen B's. It's not David's. It's not Dubé's. It's not Mark's. It's not Patricia's. It's not anybody's. The flat earth was brought up in the mid 1800s, almost 200 years ago, with people like Rowbotham and Carpenter and on and on. People in the 1800s were doing this. This is nothing new under the sun. This isn't ours. We're not taking credit for this. Jeran's taking credit for it. Jeran thinks he put all this hard work in over 9 years to build a model. That's the problem, Jeran and Austin and Dave and Mark and Dubé. You all built a model that's about to be taken down and ironically gonna fucking make us all look stupid. The flat earth, everything that needed to be said about the flat earth was done almost 200 years ago or 175 years ago, whatever it is now, when Rowbotham wrote that first book and then people followed up on it. That's it. Water doesn't curve. We can see too far. Fluid dynamics prove a level topographical plane. It was all said then. You idiots had to start talking about incoherent dielectric acceleration and fucking toroidal hyperboloids. And I got to hear fucking Austin Whitsitt drone on and on and on and on again about what he thinks gravity is as he just substitutes his gravity for old gravity when there's no demonstrable downward acceleration. Explain that, everybody. As you want to tell us what the sun does, and Jeran says, he definitively knows what the sun does. And you want to tell us all about the AE map. And I got to hear what's it drone on about satellites and how they have to incorporate inertia and the flower of life pattern of the fucking luminaries. Go fuck yourselves, morons. You didn't make this up. This isn't yours. Karen B, go fuck yourself, you fucking hoity-toity cunt.
Oh my goodness.
You hoity-toity fucking cunt. I tried to call in their show the other week. She fucking called me a douchebag. So Karen, if you can call me a douchebag, I'm going to call you a cunt. You didn't make this up because you jumped on the bandwagon 9 years ago and decided to grift off your fucking conferences. You're all clowns. You guys all want to vilify the
She
flat
edited
earth.
that part out of your call. I was trying to listen in on it, and then she just completely edited it out.
Oh, interesting. Karen, were you embarrassed because I tried to call into your show and you just fucking wouldn't let me talk? And you called me all kinds of names? You're a cunt, Karen. You're a moron. Oh, it's dielectrics. Everybody just knows gravity's dielectrics. Oh, that's it. Bob said so. Cammy and Bob said so. Flat Earth isn't yours. There's nothing new under the sun. You all wanted to vilify the Flat Earth Society. The Flat Earth Society's been around for decades. I have videos from the 70s and 80s of hundreds and thousands of flat earthers known in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Oh, the Flat Earth Society. Flat Earth Society is a psyop. You're the fucking psyops. You're all the fucking psyops. Are you all hearing me? Anybody out there? Can you hear what the fuck I'm talking about?
Yep.
We're looking at the psyops. You want to talk about the Flat Earth Society? A bunch of people who knew and we're trying to tell you guys, and you all think you're so fucking smart as Jeran's about to go sink the flat earth for everybody because he decided to build a model because Jeran knows what the sun does and knows what the map is. And if it's not what Jeran thinks it is, then the earth can't be flat, as he said over and over and over again tonight. You're the fucking psyops. Yeah. Oh, all this infighting making us look bad. This isn't infighting. These people aren't in anything. It's a joke. You all thought you were the special boys. You all thought you were going to come on here and make a living because you came across some flat earth information that's been around for fucking centuries now. You wanted to take the credit for it. You wanted to build your little models. And now, ironically, you want to take the whole fucking movement down with your bullshit. Go fuck yourselves, every single one of them. Yeah, that's right. There's no holds barred anymore. I'm glad I never tried to curry favor with any of you guys. I'm glad I had to build my subscriber base bit by bit, one by one to get here and watch you all implode. I'm glad I needed to fucking suck your dick. I'm glad when fucking Melodome Austin tried to turn against me, I just said, see you later, Austin. You're a clown anyway. Keep sucking Jeran's dick. Same thing with you, Solve Dave. When I started my channel, Solve Dave Notch came on every single show that I did. Go back and watch all my first shows. I used to do them on Sundays. Solve fucking showed up every single show trying to drone on as I consistently held over 100 fucking people. And he wanted to drone on and on and on. Then he decided to throw me under the bus. Good riddance, Solve. I knew you were a piece of shit then, and you're showing yourself now. You're all fucking clowns like you know something. I come on here consistently and say, I know that the earth is a level horizontal topographical plane because of demonstrable reality and practical demonstration. Physics. That's it.
Yep.
I'm not
Yep.
trying to tell you what the sky does, how it does it, and give you my own bullshit theory and my own fucking model. You're all clowns and I'm calling you out. You're all going down. I told you I was going to bring down the Flat Earth Mafia. I've already done it. You did it to yourselves. You're all a bunch of nobodies. You're all caught in a big fucking circle jerk right now. When I look at Mark Sargent and I look at fucking Jeran and I look at Karen and any of you fucking people, you're fucking circle jerking over a few thousand people. The only one that outgrifted you all was fucking Dave. And you know what's ironic, Notch? I like Dave better than all these fucking people. That's the weird part. I like Dave better. Dave, when you just gonna fucking come out and just fucking call Jeran out for what he is? A toxic member of this community, an obvious fucking shill. You're all clowns. You're the psyop. You want to call me a poser, Jeran? You're the biggest poser I've ever seen. the biggest poser I've ever seen. Your clown show's going down. The circus is over. You're disgusting. Let's continue.
Flat earther.
If it did happen, I would have to question everything, because then it is a mutually exclusive observation. You've got one model that describes it perfectly and another model that can't describe it in any way. And to me, that's pretty detrimental. If I get back from the observation and say, guys, I saw the sun behind my head to my south, and there's no flat Earth model that can depict that, so I think that we might be living on a globe.
And in my opinion, this sun observation don't change how that a periscope shouldn't work on a globe, Jeran.
This observation would simply tell you that a flat world would have a hell of a time ever explaining how the sun switched directions and went the other direction for somebody in the south and went around their head.
The burden of proof ain't on us to prove the shape of the earth, because we observe it flat and can prove it flat. The burden of proof is on them to prove that the ground balls up. We ain't even talking about what the sun do, but what the ground do. So that's what I'm saying. I don't think what's going on with this experiment is going to actually change the flat facts about what we observe on the ground. That's what I think the whole thing is.
And my disagreement there is just, if you look at those three things I said, so we know what the sun does. So once you know that, then if the sun is seen by somebody on Earth going the wrong direction, then we've got issues, because
no, we don't. I always say, listen, we're getting off the shape of the earth now. You want to argue with me about what I think the sun is doing over my model? I don't really have a model.
Because if I do see a sun go to the south, then I have to question the model, like you said, that I've been pushing for 9 years. Now, could it be another flat model? That's up to everybody else. I've looked at it, and I cannot conceive of a way that you could ever have somebody in the south have a sun go around them. Now, if that doesn't make you say, wow, something is really messed up here, because it doesn't match any flat earth model that there is. So it's like we have these varying ideas, which is fine. But at some point, we need to start narrowing things down, because I don't think you're never going to get the world to believe in a theory if it's just all over the place and everybody's got their own idea.
Well, here's what I'm saying. When you said that flat earthers just need to agree to a truth, that's what we all agree on, that the earth is flat.
So like in Eric Dubay's book, 200 Proofs, like 2 or 3 of the proofs is about the southern sun in Antarctica. So it isn't necessarily true that that's all that.
Well, you'll be debunking Eric Dubay, not the flat earth.
For me, and I guess this is the only difference, is that I do put a lot of emphasis on the sun, simply because I don't have any question of what it does. So once you know that, then I feel like you can make some determinations with the sun. For example, let's say there's a bunch of ants on the street, just little ants on the sidewalk, and they're trying to determine where the hell they live. And they just see the sun go over their head every day, one direction. It'd be very easy for them to come to the conclusion that, yeah, they live on a flat earth for sure. But if all of a sudden they knew that some ants go to some location and now the sun has switched directions and goes the other way, I do think even though those ants will never measure any curvature, they should start to wonder what could cause the sun to go the other way. So if all of a sudden they take you somewhere and you're standing there, and it's 6 months after that happened to the north, and now the sun's going around you right to left, that's weird. There's no answer on flat earth at all for that. So to me, I know people can say that they don't see it, and my whole point has been trying to tell people, well, just think about it. Because if you think about it, you can just turn it off and say, no, it's just a sky, it's just a sky phenomenon. It doesn't change the shape of the ground. But there is somebody out there saying, hey, the reason that happens is for this reason. They have an explanation.
But there's not. No, it doesn't match.
Again, how many times he's going to say that the sky observations change the shape of the ground?
You don't even have a claim for the 24-hour sun going the opposite direction.
You know why? I want to tell you why. Flat earthers don't need a claim for that.
People remember Behind the Curve. I got, tricked on that one and signed a document that said they could use it.
And they look like they about to trick you again, Jeran.
And it looked like they're about to trick you again, Jeran.
Yeah.
I got to say, Bro Sanchez over the years has just increased in esteem, in my opinion. It's like, it's just funny how the cream rises over time, and you start to kind of feel like who are the real ones and who aren't, and good for Bro Sanchez. He has a good following and he deserves all his success. And he's another one. He keeps it real. Yeah. He keeps it real. He'll come on, he'll say what he thinks. He doesn't really care about consensus. And, and he's been very, he's been associated somewhat with the Flat Earth Mafia, with, Karen B and Jeran, but he wasn't afraid instantly. Once he realized Jeran was bullshit, he called him out on it, like overnight. He wasn't like Austin or Dave, like, I got to stick by Jeran no, he called him out because that's what should happen. Guys, you think these people are your friends online? You think like You owe them something. You owe like a charlatan like Jeran loyalty, the lowest scum that the earth has ever produced. You owe him nothing. Anybody who's listening to my voice and still listens to Jeran, you have to really think about that. You know what? Because you've heard Jeran for years now. Again, you imprinted on Jeran because the algorithm gave him to you, or some other way. Because maybe he managed to, produce some. Jeran's big claim to fame was he knew how to give production values to flat Earth videos. That's it, Jeran. I don't believe you ever had an original thought of that cavernous fucking head of yours, dude. You just had good production value, and you learned how to maximize that amongst the flat Earth community that many are computer illiterate. That's your claim to fame. So you really have nothing, dude. You're a paper tiger. You're an empty shell.
You just have said a couple times that there's so many flat Earth models that are uncountable. So then my question to you would be, just find one that can explain a 24-hour sun in the south going the opposite direction.
But the purpose of okay, got you.
Just finish that.
My bad.
If I keep hearing that from people that keep saying, but Jeran, it doesn't it just debunks the one model, then okay, that
ain't what I'm saying.
Okay, but all you need to do to prove that is show me to be wrong by showing one model that can explain it. And if one model cannot, then hopefully people see my point that it becomes mutually exclusive.
It's very convenient for the globe Earth side, who cannot prove curvature, to change the argument about proving what the sun does when that's a nothing burger. We got them in the corner if we stick to flat Earth, and this is not sticking to flat Earth. I don't got to take any of my flat Earth models and prove how the sun work on it. Right? I got to take your globe model and prove that the sun ain't 93 million miles away. We debunked the way the sun work on their model. The flat earthers never told you how the sun work on their model, because we never got together worldwide and agreed on a model and all argued about what the sun do. What we all agreed on worldwide is what the ground do.
You'll never convince the world that they've been lied to about the globe if you can't explain things that the globe can. If all of a sudden we've got something that we can't explain, and I'm just supposed to tell people, oh, well, yeah, we saw that and it happens, but we don't have to explain that, then I really shouldn't be surprised when people say, oh, I'm going to continue believing in the model that can't explain that.
See, that's your problem, Jeran, is your arrogance. You feel like you need to explain things that are unevidenced and unsubstantiated. So the globe gives us a bunch of bullshit reasons for things that we observe in the sky. But you're so arrogant that you feel like, what, you need to match those things with more bullshit reasons? You go on and on and on about incoherent dielectric acceleration. You're a clown, dude. And again, you're arrogant. You don't like what, sitting at the Thanksgiving table and not being able to give answers when they say, oh, well, what is gravity? And you got to give them some bullshit answer that's unevidenced. Why is there a 24-hour sun? Because you don't know how to answer it? You're what, embarrassed? That's your problem, Jeran. You think you need to explain things that are unevidenced. On and on and on again, creating more theories, presupposition, conjecture. Nothing more. Fantasy, basically. As you and your cronies keep wanting to tell us what the satellites are doing in the sky. Yeah, I look up, I see things in the sky that they call satellites. I'm not obnoxious enough to try to tell you what they are and what they're doing. Yeah, they look like they're moving pretty fast. I see what they call Starlink. I see the supposed ISS when it transits the moon. I could see it. See, but what I do is debunk what they're saying. I don't try to give another bullshit answer. So when I could see the ISS go across the moon with a telephoto lens, and it's the same size as a commercial airliner, well, I'm smart enough to go, okay, well, how's that make sense? Why is the ISS the same size as a commercial that's supposed to be the same size as why does it look to be the same size as a jet airliner when they're roughly the same size, give or take? You get it? When it's supposed to be, I don't know, 250 miles away, when a jet airliner is supposed to be 6 or 7. So I could just point out how that doesn't make sense. But I'm not going to then try to tell you what the ISS is, or what the supposed Starlink satellites that I see zooming around in the sky every night. Like Austin Whitsitt wants to come on and talk about the inertial reference calculations in satellites. Again, that's arrogance and hubris. And that's your problem. And that's why you're all dumbfounded about how could there be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica and how stupid you're all going to look when you see it and it actually happens. Because you're unwilling to live with uncertainty. Because, Jeran, you have no conception of what God is, spirituality or a creator. And Austin, you espouse to be a Christian. You go on and on about Jah. Let's not even get into that. But you're not comfortable with just saying they're the heavens. Yeah, I don't know. There seems to be some technology. They're doing something in the sky. But you wouldn't just tell everybody what it is. Again, unsubstantiated. Fools.
If we saw this, then it would invalidate our model. To me, I don't have a problem saying that.
There's a lot of flat earthers that never subscribe to the sun over the AE map. Jake the asshole is one of them. So I wouldn't dare go out there and say it debunks our model, because that wouldn't be fair for him and others that's been saying that they've been saying, you know, but that don't change the fact that they're flat earthers. Jake is still a flat earther.
Nobody goes to Jake for flat earth information because he has nothing. His model doesn't even, he doesn't have a model. He does nothing. He just says it's flat, but says that it's not.
You don't need a model for flat earth. You just need to go outside and do an experiment.
Yeah.
That just summed it up right there. Oh, nobody goes to Jake. He doesn't even have a model. Bro Sanchez says, you don't need a model, dum-dum.
Do you remember in your conversation with Jeran that he was trying to make 90-degree lines on a globe, like what you're talking about, how, like, you know, 3 different positions, you know, on the same longitudinal line that the sun is rising at the 90-degree angles. And then he's trying to make like 90-degree angles on a globe. I mean, like, what the fuck? I mean, like, we don't know what the celestial is doing. We don't really fully comprehend what's going on. And then if the sun calc is correct, and then that is applicable somehow on the AE map, then like this, like that fucks up the whole like circling the sun thing. You know, that could not possibly work at all. So I'm like more leaning towards that, about like we don't know what the fuck is going on. And I think, and I imagine they're going to see the 24-hour sun like you down in Antarctica. I think they just kept it a secret for to everybody and made everybody think that, you know, nothing's happening down there. That's what I think. That's my position.
Well, you know, you coined the phrase a while ago, Duffy's gambit, like in chess. This is their gambit move. You let a bunch of flat earthers for 9 years go on and on and on about how there's no 24-hour sun in Antarctica in the summer. You hold that in your pocket. You pull this move as the perfect gambit, and you let idiots like this fucking Jeran walk right into it. It's like this. It's like bowling pins. You just set them up and knock them down. You know, and the thing is, it's okay to conjecture about the heavens. It's okay to try to put the pieces together and talk about it. But when you do what Jeran's doing and you basically adhere the whole process to your model, and then you use that to debunk the very belief that you've been promoting for 9 years, that's the problem. You know, and he's walking right into it.
Yeah, I think that those people would never be looked at with any kind of seriousness at all. So I don't want to be that person. I don't want to be looked at as, hey, this guy has impossible beliefs that he can't explain.
Can you explain the flat earth, Jeran?
Absolutely.
And you've been able to, for example, you got a video on my channel where you went to the lake with your buddy, y'all had a mirror, and y'all did an experiment over that lake that proves flat earth. That's our model, the scientific method. The scientific method.
That's not an exclusive observation, because the globe says no. That look at the refraction numbers and this and that.
But that's no, right? No, but see, think about this, Jerry.
He's arguing refraction.
Yeah.
Your experiment debunks that explanation. You can't even refract the image over a curve and have it look perfectly without I can show you refraction versus the Chicago skyline. That was easily debunked.
It's Ronnie, event skeptic.
Oh, you fucking loser. What's up?
So, well, I mean, first off, I'd like to ask, why do you call me retarded for an observation that I showed you 8 years ago? First off, did I not show you how the sun circles off the map 8 years ago?
You said that it sets south of west and rises south of east.
Exactly. Guys, for people who don't know what Ronnie, and I'm going to tell you right now, and what Jake the Asshole has been trying to tell people for a while, in the southern solstice, okay, in December 21st or whatever it is, if you are south of the Tropic of Capricorn, you will see the sun rise to the southeast and set to the southwest. You have to understand what the implication is for the model that Jeran has been espousing for all these years, okay? Because they say the sun goes out no further than the Tropic of Capricorn. So if you're south of that, how do you see the sun rise southeast and southwest? This is what Ronnie's pointing out to Jeran. Ronnie pointed this out to Jeran years ago. And guess what Jeran did? Called him retarded. Just like he called Nachiketa retarded. Just like he called Jake the asshole retarded and tried to get him and push him out of the flat earth community. Jeran knew that there's been observation that contraindicate his simplistic model for years. He kept it from the community. And now it's coming back to bite him in the ass.
Okay, that's check. Okay, I'm glad you admitted that. Also, I mean, I first told you 8 years ago that the map you were pushing didn't work.
That has nothing to do with what I asked you.
And you kicked me out of the community and blackballed me and made fun of me and made videos about me. And I was just trying to share the truth with you. The evidence leads to the fact.
Right. So when Ronnie gave you evidence that contraindicated your simplistic model, you kicked him out of the community, just like you did to Jake the asshole, and very likely anybody else who brought this up to you. You just conveniently ignored it. You did the same thing to me when I debated you. You tried to tell me I was an idiot. And now it's all in front of everybody's face to see.
To the fact that Jeran is a gatekeeper for actually people that are looking to investigate this reality. The conclusion that one has to get to when you see that if someone's been shown evidence and they deny it and they continue to push the misinformation.
Did I deny that the sun sets south of west and south and rises south of east? Did I deny it, or did I say that we have an explanation for it? The same one that's used by what? By sun calc, by moon calc? Because
yes.
It's a globe model.
They're not globe models. They're observations made.
Nachiri, every time somebody brings up sun calc, he says it's a globe model. Jeran, sun calc is observations made from the ground of the heavens.
No, I mean, just like debunk it then, Jeran. I mean, does the sun rise at those angles and those locations or not? If not, then okay, you got something to say, but I don't think he can debunk it.
No, he just has to keep over and over chanting that it's a globe argument. He did the same thing with me. No, Jeran, it's just globies use the argument against your dumbass because you can't let go of your begging the question reified model. Plain and simple. That's why globies use it against you, because it destroys your fucking sophomoric simplistic argument. That's all, dude. It's not a globy argument. It's just facts. For anybody out there, sun calc is where you can go, where they give you, if you give a location, if you give a longitude and latitude location on Earth, they will tell you at a particular time on a particular day where you can see the sun. Okay, that's it. On an azimuthal grid, you understand? It'll tell you exactly where it is. The only problem is this completely destroys Jeran's argument, so he ignores it.
It's made in reality. Angles to the sunrise and sunset. That's it. That's all I've been doing for 9 years.
If Jeran observes a 24-hour sun going in the opposite direction, just like the globalist said it would do, does that debunk flat earthers and the ground we walk on, the shape of it? Because Jeran's saying, hey, that kind of does prove the globe model.
You've taken the model from SunCalc, which is clearly a globe model. You've adopted it and said that you believe it's a flat earth, but it's that model. And then you go around saying it accounts for everything.
So it's measured off of a flat earth, and it's your personal circle of sight that all of those different models are actually using. They're just observations with a compass and a sextant.
So let me just tell me this. On a globe, would the same thing be true?
No, you can't triangulate anything on a globe. And so on.
Why not? He says it's the same argument I gave him, which will come up later. There he goes again. Not Jeran can't get it through his mind that whether or not you want to talk about a flat earth or a globe, the sun is not triangulable. He doesn't understand that, Notch. I don't think a lot of flat earthers understand it because the gatekeepers have kept that from us. Listen, I'm going to put it in very simple terms for anybody listening, and then Notch, I'm going to punt it to you. If you take people from multiple locations around the world at a particular time on a particular day, certain days specifically, you cannot triangulate the way that we see the sun. And I get into it more, and Ronnie gets into it more. But I think many people miss that point. Here's the point. The point is that the sun is apparent. Whether it's a globe or a flat earth, regardless, the sun that we see is apparent. There's not a linear relationship between the way the sun is viewed from multiple locations on the earth. Plain and simple. Go ahead, Notch.
No, all I want to say is that it is a kind of a mystery of about like how this reality is working. I mean, I don't fully comprehend it, but if again the sun calculation or calc is correct, and then we apply that to the AE model, then the celestial is doing all kinds of crazy things that is inexplicable. Now, that being said, like the whole idea of triangulation can only happen if there's like a physical sun that everybody can see the same sun as Jeran and Dave Weiss and most of the flat earthers believe in this AE model with the sun and the moon like circling around. But then if that is not triangulable, then something else must be happening, right?
Right. And that something else could be anything. It could be perspective. It could be something we don't know about. It could be so many things. But Jeran does not want to acknowledge this point. So now you've explained this to Jeran. I've explained it to him. Ronnie here is explaining it to him. We know that Jake the Asshole's explained it to him. But yet he still won't acknowledge it.
On the equinox, something that I've been talking about, right, for a long
Listen up, everybody, what Ronnie's going to tell you. It's the same thing on the equinox. Continue, Ronnie, please.
time. You go off on tangents on me, dealing with lines and curves and surfaces. I'm trying to explain to you that the angles of the sunrise and sunset on the equinoxes is not workable on either the AE map or the globe. The angles or the tangent line to the sunrise and sets do not work on the equinox. The 90-270 doesn't work on a curved sphere in geometry.
Okay, why not?
Because when you measure the angles, the tangent to the sun, they're off. They don't actually go 90-270, because if the earth was curved, your curve would actually shoot the angle off into another tangent line, not intersecting the actual sun for everybody. Remember, everybody on earth sees the sunrise 90 degrees and set 270, and they can measure the shadows. Now, depending on your distance away from the equator, you'll have a different angle, top and south, either way. First, we can...
Does everybody understand what Ronnie just said there? It's one of the most profound things right now in flat Earth. I'm going to go into, I bring this up later in this presentation. I want to highlight this. Whether or not it's a globe or a flat Earth, the sun is apparent. You can't triangulate it. It's admitted, even by popular science. They call it a mean sun. And that's how civil time is calculated. Jeran doesn't get this. Jeran, I don't know how you went 9 years without understanding this. And especially now, see, when I debated Jeran the day following what we're seeing here, I didn't even know at the time that I debated Jeran that Ronnie had brought this up with him the very previous day. And Jeran still tried to argue with me about this. So, Jeran, either you're thick-headed or you're a complete shill or both. But either way, you're disqualified for this arena, dude. You are the worst person that should be going on this Antarctica trip. They picked the absolute worst person to go on this trip. That's the irony and the sadness.
We can show you the Andrew Marsh site that Jeran's talking about is, what are you calling it, a globe projection?
Well, let me just know this. So the Andrew Marsh site that you use, what about that doesn't work on the globe? Because you're saying it's not a globe. I'm saying that SunCalc uses globe math. You're saying, no, it doesn't. So then there must be something that you can show on the Andrew Marsh map that is counter to the globe. Because if everything matches identical to the globe, then it's a globe model.
Y'all are aware that there's a lot of flat earthers that do teach everyone sees their own sun, though. We all.
Well, but I'm saying it's not like that. I'm saying we all see our own sun clearly, but do we ever see two suns? No. Like if
we never see that at like no.
Right. So
at the same time.
If If you and I are hanging out at the beach and we're looking at the sun, we see the same sun. If we walk 100 yards away from each other, we can say we're each seeing our own sun, but it is the same sun, right? There's not two of them. It's just, it's maybe portrayed to us each in a separate place. We may not be able to triangulate it correctly because to you, I think that Dave Weiss does the best example of this. He puts up a sheet in his living room, puts a light behind it, and you'll notice that no matter where you stand in that room, each person would claim that the sun is in a different spot because the sheet, where it's hitting the sheet, lights up at a different spot for each observer.
I mean, honestly, why would we want to? Why would we want to talk about?
Let me say one thing. And let me say one thing, and y'all got the floor back. Like if I'm going north and the sun is above me, it'll seem like the sun following me. You can be going south when the sun above you, it'll follow you, and that's east and west. The sun always gonna follow you. But y'all go ahead.
Right, yeah. But it's the same. It's the same sun. Like nobody. Let's say that you're in a friend or together, and you're about to travel south, and he's about to travel north. When you both travel and say the sun's following you, it's still the same sun. My model is basically what the flat Earth model has been with the AE map and the sun that goes around it. And yeah, the problem was about, I don't know when Ronnie would say that was, maybe 6 years ago, 7 years ago, when Jake the Asshole was somebody who pointed it out, and Ronnie and Jake and Jason, they both said, hey, the Earth can't be an AE map because the sun rises south of east and sets south of west in the south. And so that to me, I said, well, I could see that because I've taken I don't have one here on my desk. If you take a half dome paperweight and you just hold it up to a light on your ceiling, you'll notice just by moving the dome a little bit left or right, it completely displaces that light. It'll look like the light's way on the left side of your room or way on the right side of your room. So I said, just because we see the sun doing a certain direction doesn't mean that it's going there, right? Now, nobody even brought up then, oh, Jeran, that means that there's a 24-hour.
Really, Jeran? So you know that, but for some reason, you're going to special plead that the 24-hour Antarctic sun somehow invalidates what you just said. And you wonder why I call you a shill?
24-hour sun, because nobody believed in the 24-hour sun back then. Now today, a bunch of people do because they think now that there's going to be one. So everybody's changing their tune and being like, oh no, there is one now. And it's not a problem for me. But for me, it's always been a problem because that's why I became a flat earther. Is I went looking for evidence of the globe and there is none. And then one of the evidences would have been if there was a 24-hour camera showing the sun do the opposite direction in the south, but there wasn't. To me, it's a pretty definitive proof of us being on a globe if there was a 24-hour sun going the opposite direction in the south.
Why wouldn't your definitive proof of the globe simply be curvature? Just that show me water holding the shape of the ball. Why is just to me it should be just curvature.
I guess that is one, but I've never seen anybody convinced by that.
I never questioned the globe. The moment I questioned it, I actually looked for the curvature and I didn't find it. And I only found the flat earth. And I realized how levels work, how missiles work, how periscopes work, how the horizon rises to eye level no matter how high we go. That's what I found when I went looking for the globe. It was just the fact that, water can't hold the shape of a ball suspended. And if you take water and put it on a ball and spin it at 1,000 miles per hour, it won't stick to it. Then I would say to the globalists, y'all are ones that's part of the belief system and the religious cult because you believe a bunch of people that said they left the earth and look back at it and here go the picture believing this ball. And that's a CGI image. That requires my belief because it can't be proven. It can only be believed or not believed. So this is what separates us flatties from the globalists. And
flat earthers do the same to flat earth now that people who have adopted that as their belief. I'm just saying
it ain't really a belief though.
Cast out of the group. They don't want to be cast out. They don't want to be considered somebody who went
back. But Jeran, the only thing about flat earth is that the only way you can get casted out the flat earth group is to deny the truth. But the only way you can get casted out the globe earth group is to deny your belief. And if that's the case, I'd rather get thrown out of the globe earth group because I rather value my truth over the belief, which is why I became a flat earther, because I said science shouldn't be based on belief. It should be based on truth and facts.
People who became flat earthers saw the tactics being used by the globers, hated them for a reason, and then now they've just kind of cozied into this, we'll do the same thing.
Quick question,
we make fun of the globe earth for saying that there's dark matter and dark energy. The reason for that is because they looked up at observations and said, oh shit, gravity isn't doing what it's supposed to be doing. So they made something up. They said, oh, there must be dark energy and dark matter, something we've never observed, but that's what's up there. Well, that sounds to me like now what the flat earth would do. If I did see a sun go by my head, they would say, it doesn't matter what you saw.
Well, can I speak to that?
It's called sunmorphy. And on sun morphy is during the southern summer that the sun morphs and it's in two places at once. That's what, and flat earthers would be okay with that because they'd say, Jeran, the fact is that the earth is flat. Therefore, there must be an answer for what you saw. So we'll just call it sunmorphy.
I'm going to correct you. I don't think that's what flat earthers are doing. I think what flat earthers are doing is saying, if the earth isn't flat, we proved it by debunking curvature. And if you want to say we're wrong, then show us the curvature. Don't show us what the sun doing in Antarctica, because most flat earthers don't even know what that's doing. What they know is what the ground is doing. That's what I was saying, Jerry. I don't think flat earthers mad at you And I don't think they doing what you accused them of doing. I think they saying, Jeran, we willing to change our mind and go back to being globalists, but show us what we need to see to do that. And we ain't asking to show us a 24-hour sun. We saying show us water holding the shape of a ball and the ball earth. The ground that I'm walking on, prove to me that it's curved. Because when you show me that sun in Antarctica, I don't care whether y'all see it or don't. It ain't gonna really make me change my mind either way. And that's because it don't really argue with what I'm walking on. What made me become a flat earther is when I believed that that boat was going over the curve when it disappeared. And somebody said, well, look, if you can zoom in back on it, how is it hidden by a ball of water? And I said, oh, damn. Wow. You're right. And they brought up periscopes and missiles and all that. And I said, you know what? If we're on a globe Earth, that mug gotta be so huge you can't even imagine it. What proved the earth was flat to me had nothing to do with what the sun was doing. What it had to do with was what I thought the ground was doing. And I found out I was wrong, that the ground don't ball up.
In this sun calc here, we can go to where Jeran's going to go roughly, and you can see everybody that it absolutely, the sun doesn't set. Does that mean you're on a sphere? Absolutely not. No, there's no way. If we were on a sphere, the 90-270, the sun couldn't rise here in the east and set here in the west, everywhere on Earth on the equinox twice a year. It just wouldn't happen. It's impossible. June 21st, right? Or it changes. Some days it's on another day and closer here and there, but everywhere we go, the sun rises due east and sets due west everywhere.
Do you understand what he's saying on the equinox? Wherever you are on the earth, the sun rises at 90 and sets at 270. It's plain and simple. It's not a globe argument. It is what it is. We're all okay with this, Jeran, because we all realized this years ago. You're the one who kept living in your fantasy land as you give us your simplistic image of an AE map as you take your little ball, huge ball sun and make little circles around. That's just how your little mind works, dude. You know what it is, Notch? I realize now, we've all just been playing on like a much like more advanced playing field than Jeran has this whole time. He's just faked his way through it for like 9 years, riding off like Bob's coattails and Dave and like the Witsits and all these people who came along. Jeran, you had good production value on your videos. That's it. That doesn't make you an intellect. You are sorely, sorely unprepared for this, Jeran. That's probably why you go around and ad hom everybody. It's probably why you do it. That's why I'm doing it to you tonight. Because you've been basically ad homing me for months on end to the point where I had to come on and do this. And the evidence is going to just keep coming. We're not done yet.
No, the only thing we can actually verify and measure is our personal circle of sight.
No, we have other people in the world we can talk to.
Yeah, but they're only measuring their personal circle of sight.
Put the guy in Antarctica.
Antarctica, yeah.
Go down
to
there.
Show what you're going to see. What we expect you to see, the sun circle around you. Absolutely.
We expect that, right? So keep going. We're further south than that. Keep going. Okay, so like there. So when the sun now broke the sun around till it's dead south, wherever that would be.
And you do know that there's lots of footage of the sun in that position online, right?
I would say lots, but most stuff came out after flat Earth came out. So right there when it's south.
Mm-hmm.
It's also above the head of people in Australia.
So each person has a personal circle of sight and it wraps around them. Depending on your altitude is how large the field of view is. It's a circle around you. And wherever you are, it's equidistant to you. And
then when it goes to the other side, how would it be seen in Australia? It's now behind you. It's not in front of you anymore where Australia is. It's behind
But that's what the model shows. We've been showing you that the boundary really is connected.
That's a globe model. It's a globe model.
Do we think that the sun...
And guys, anybody listening, don't try to straw man me and say, oh, Z follows the Awake Souls model. I've never really examined their model. I'm just showing you the salient points that this Ronnie is making to Jeran. I'm not claiming that I subscribe to their model. I haven't investigated it enough, honestly. What does that even matter anyway? Let's evaluate the points. Ronnie is showing Jeran the SunCalc data that debunks his model. The model that Jeran is using to sink the flat Earth. This is important. Why is it important, Z? Because if we can show that Jeran's model is bullshit, we show that Jeran's bullshit. If you don't see this, it's not my fault.
The sun we see in the sky is the true sun or like a reflection of some other real light source. That's important.
the people who have been doing work on the sun will show that with a hydrogen alpha telescope that it seems to be physical. With the sunspots, it seems to be a physical thing.
Well, the thing is, if it's pure light, then what is physical when we dealing with pure light? My only thing is this right here, right? If let's take this old trick, what we do with the ants with the magnifying glass. Let's say the sun outside, we take a magnifying glass, we make a small sun when we let the light of that big sun outside shine through the magnifying glass, and we can burn up an ant. Now that ant may say to me, Sanchez, that fire that's burning me is very real. What you mean it's a fake sun? But the ant don't realize I'm burning it with a fake sun. Yes, if I was the ant, no one can tell me that this heat that I'm feeling from that ball is fake, and they wouldn't be able to prove that it ain't real. I interviewed Eric Dollar, and he's one of the...
Damn, that was such a great point, bro. Jeran, bro Sanchez fucked you up worse than I fucked you up, dude. I'm so glad I went through and watched this whole Bro Sanchez thing. Dude, he fucked your day up worse than I did. And I didn't even think that was possible.
The experts on the sun in our time. And I would tell you like this. He don't seem to think that the sun is its own source of energy. He think that it's a converter of some other energy coming. And that's what he's more spot on with what the ancients thought. They thought that the sun was actually a portal, allowing the light from some other source to bleed into our world like a hose pipe versus being its own source of light itself. So these are things that we can't just shoot down. I think if we don't know much about the sun or moon, then we got to humble ourselves and be in awe and say, wow, that's a good statement to say about it. Let's explore it and let's do the research. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I say one thing. So would you say though that if we did see a sun behind us, would you say that the globe model, and this is all I'm asking one simple question, does the globe model call for that exact observation?
I can agree with you on that for sure. You're right then. Yeah.
So my problem becomes then if I do see that, then to not believe that what we see is got an answer that is the globe, well, then I have to assume that God tried to trick us. So God made the world in a way that can be explained by a globe, but I should know better because the ground is measured flat. So then God made it so I have to choose between what is observable and what is measurable. It just seems funky to me.
If the sun does what they say it should do on the globe, that's neither here nor there because the ground ain't doing what they said it should do on the globe. You hear what I'm saying? Listen to me, Jeran. The ground. Look, Jeran.
Got you.
Yes. The ground ain't doing what they said it should do.
Right. So that's what I've been looking for, is that evidence that the ground is different than I measure it. Right. Now, what they say, think about a mile distance. A mile distance is pretty far. Look out your window right now and imagine how far a mile is. It's pretty far. Okay. It's not close. It's far. You couldn't throw a rock that far. You can't hit a golf ball that far. You can't do anything that far. You can bike there in about a couple minutes. But that distance only has 8 inches of curve, okay, on the globe Earth. Okay. Now, we are always looking for this curvature. But then again, if I think about a Home Depot, I think about a Home Depot being the whole Earth. Okay, but let's say it's as big as they say the Earth is, which is 24,901 miles around. Then that entire Home Depot doesn't change. It's still a flat Home Depot. No matter where you're at in the Home Depot, you put down a level, shows flat. If you're going to build a bridge in that Home Depot, you build it flat. You're going to build railroad tracks, you lay them flat. You build a house, a mall, an apartment complex, everything is handled as if it's flat. However, it's a ball.
So you're making that argument that the globalists make the Earth is just bigger than we said. Well, here's my thing. If we're going to...
Well, I'm giving you the same argument that they give. I'm giving you the argument that they have in refutation to us saying the ground is flat. But are all scientists and teachers lying when they give us an answer?
Oh my God, you sound like a globe. Now
that's the point where Bro Sanchez was like, "Oh, you sound like a globe." It's the same thing that I had to realize about Jeran. That's why it's such a mind fuck with Jeran. We're watching the guy with the biggest flat Earth channel just be a glober. And you guys want to keep this guy in the community? You would still go to his channel and support this fucking asshole? Your number one flat earther is a glober. And that's why I was pointing some of you guys out in the beginning who continue to go to his channel. Because you're, for whatever reason, connected to Jeran. Let me give you guys a hint. Jeran doesn't give two shits about you. He doesn't care about you at all. So why should you care about him at this point? He's ready to sell all of you up the river. What do you all think is going to happen when Jeran goes and sees that sun in Antarctica? Sees the 24-hour sun. What do you think is going to happen? You think he's going to come back and still have his Flat Earth channel? He's already prepping himself to leave the community. You're just all getting played. You're going to support that as he plays you and everybody else out? Makes you all look like a clown to the world? Do you think the mainstream media is just going to let this go? You think they're going to trot Jeran's dumbass down there with his buddy Austin? prove the globe for the second time. Jeran, you're going to be the guy who proved the globe to the world for the second time. As if that behind the curve debacle wasn't enough. That's the funny part, Notch, if you're still there. This already happened once. And people still decided to give Jeran the benefit of the doubt. And he's going to do it again. What does this guy have over everybody? Like, what does he have over everybody except numbers? See, that's how pathetic people are. And that's how much they clout chase. Is because they see him with 160,000 subscribers and he gets a couple thousand views per live. And that's enough for everybody just to bow down with him and go for his bullshit. You guys should be ashamed of yourself, everyone.
No, I mean, it's good because like it just kind of like I like the idea of people kind of exposing themselves, you know, like I want to be surrounded by strong-minded, moral people and people who show weakness by, you know, kissing ass and like licking boots because somebody's got a big channel and somebody seems to be some kind of a prominent member in the community. I say let them, you know, I say go ahead, you know, that I like when people show me who they are.
Here's what you do with the sun thing. If Jeran say, this is what I think the sun does over my flat earth model, and they find and this dude prove you wrong, then you ought to say, you know what? I was wrong about what the sun do over my flat earth model. As the teacher Jeranism, all flat earthers teach different things about what the sun do. And now the globe earthers just proved to me that I was wrong about what the sun do, just like a lot of flat earthers was trying to tell you, Jeran. And that's all it is. It don't mean that the earth is a globe. It meant that Jeran was wrong about what he thought the sun do over a flat earth. Right. So to answer you, if you really want the answer, let me land here too. You said that your observation. You said that should you keep saying the earth is flat after you observe the sun thing? Sure, you should. The only way you should stop saying the earth is flat until somebody show you it ain't with some curvature. Simple. And but what you should stop saying is listen. I'm about to land. What you should stop saying is that the sun does what you think it does over an AE map. That's what you should stop saying, because that's what they about to prove wrong, but they ain't about to prove that the ground I'm walking on is a ball. So I can keep saying it's flat even after this experiment, and ain't nothing wrong with that. That's all I'm saying.
No, you can say it's flat till the end of time, and nobody, and it's, I don't have a problem.
Until they show me a curve, then I'll stop though, Jeran. If they show me a curve, I'll stop saying it's flat. Go ahead.
Right. So to me, if I do see the sun behind me, to me, that is evidence that the earth must be curved. And that's just my opinion about my model. Because
he said it again. It's got to be 10 times. If he sees the sun behind him, then the earth must be curved. Oh, Jeran, you're a fucking clown. This is excruciating to go through this. It's actually kind of funny. The excruciating part, Notch, was me having to put this together. You can't imagine what this did to me to put this together, to listen to this moron for hours and hours. But I had to do it, man, because we have to have this for a year from now, for 2. If Jeran tries to double back, he's already trying to back out of these claims, trying to hedge his bets. No, Jeran, you're done, dude. And we have this. And you know what? And I'll say it again. If you go down there with Austin and you watch that sunset, go ahead, Jeran, pop your champagne. I'm going to pop my champagne because it doesn't make me wrong. You understand, Jeran? Doesn't make me wrong.
Yeah, but he's not going to share any pie with you though, Z, because he's going to take all the credit for you know, being not a pussy. And not being afraid to go down to Antarctica, et cetera, et cetera. But, you know, I would place some bets on like what is the likely chance that he will see the 24-hour sun? Pretty high, I would say.
Right. Well, we'll let him have that pie. He can have, Jeran, you could have the pie if you see it. You can have it.
Because there is no answer for it. Now, if people want to keep believing that there's other versions of the flat earth, that's fine. Here's what you will eventually realize, and you'll think back and you'll remember that it was me who said this, but you'll never thank me. I'm telling you right now, there is no other version of the flat earth that can make this happen. That's all.
You said that there's no flat earth model that can do that. You've been saying that, and I want to say you're wrong about that. There are several flat earth models that can explain the nature of the heavens that's still working today by your own admission that the people who thought the earth was flat knew more about the stars than us. So I think our ignorance, we shouldn't be so egotistical, Jeran. You don't know everything. You don't know what the sun does over the flat earth, and a globalist don't know what the fuck the sun should be doing over a globe earth because they think it's 93 million miles away, and we know that's a lie.
The Egyptians didn't know that Antarctica existed. They didn't know that there was a sun.
Did. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. What I'm saying is what I can agree with the ancestors on is that the earth is flat. When the ancestors go to talking about the stars and the nature of the heavens, that kind of, it gets advanced to me. The simple thing what the ancestors stood on that makes sense to me is that the ground don't ball up to a ball. So I don't let my ignorance change the fact that I know. See, I ain't ignorant to the fact that the ground ain't a ball, but I'm ignorant to a lot of things about how the sky works, and I'm not gonna let my ignorance on one thing change a known fact that I can stand on another thing.
So listen, I want to say in the chat, there's great stuff going on in the chat. Much love everybody who's here, but I want to, the people in the chat that are saying, we've been there and there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Guys, you got to get over it. You guys got to get over that. There's a lot of people in Antarctica all the time, and there's still even a number of people, quote unquote, below the 80th south parallel where you would see it. They're not going to bring Jeran and Austin down there to watch a sunset and prove the flat earth. You guys have to get over that. You're just coping at this point. This is a huge setup. Will Duffy knows exactly what's going to happen with that sun. Don't you get it? It's all over his face. It's called Duper's Delight for a reason. They all know what's going to happen with that sun. Just because Jeran's a fucking moron and he's walking right into it, you don't have to be one. You can let it go, guys. Just don't follow Jeran and his dumb, illogical mindset. You don't have to be afraid of the 24-hour sun. Stop clinging on to this mantra that's been fed to you by these gatekeepers for years that there's no 24-hour sun. Oh, Z, how do you know? How do you know? I don't fucking know. I'm just putting the pieces together. I just know they wouldn't send Jeran down there to disprove the globe. I know that there's Union Station at the 79th South Parallel, and they're there every single year for the Antarctic summer. And there's a bunch of people there. And I know that Will Duffy's been in contact with them to his own admission. And they laughed. They laughed by his own admission, which I presented earlier in case you missed it, when he said, I'm bringing a bunch of flat earthers down there because they don't believe there's a 24-hour sun. You guys don't stop. You don't have to cling to things. It's okay. If you're a flat earther, you should be a flat earther because physics show a level horizontal topographical plane. Practical demonstrations shows it. Okay, you got caught up with people like Jeran and David Whitsitt who tried to tell you what's going on in the sky and what it does and give you their little model, their little theories, postulations. Okay, maybe you got caught up with it. It's time to let that go. Or go back to the globe like Jeran. You're not stupid because you're a flat earther. If there's a 24-hour Antarctic sun, which there very likely is, you're not stupid if you're a flat earther. Don't let people gaslight you otherwise. You're smart enough to know, just like Bro Sanchez is saying, ballistic missiles, the railgun, sonar, radar, electromagnetic propagation, long-distance observation, fluid dynamics. These all prove the level topographical horizontal plane that we call Earth. Those are the things that do it. Nothing about the sky. The sky cannot be measured. The sky cannot be tested. It's unsubstantiated. It could only be conjectured, no matter what Jeran says.
So the point is, I want to go down there and observe it and not get shit for saying that if I do see something that I'll change my mind. You shouldn't have such a problem with people changing their opinion based on evidence that they found.
Bro, what you're doing right now seems real funny, Jared. I'm gonna tell you why. It's very simple what's going on. You can prove that the earth is flat. You said that the sun does something over the flat earth. You said that. Absolutely. And what you saying don't debunk what the flat earth community saying about the earth being flat. If you want to debunk that, you got to show us curvature, not what the sun doing. That don't show us nothing about the ground we're walking on. It's bigger than you, Jeran. You got to get over yourself. This is childish now. Listen what I'm telling you. This is what I'm trying to say to you. Why you interrupting me? I'm finna finish land my plane. This is what I'm saying. I'm allowed to make my own mind up and say whatever I want about the stars and the moon. But I'm not able to say, if somebody say, Sanchez, you wrong about the stars, and they say that proved the earth ain't flat, I'm gonna say, no, that proves Sanchez was wrong about the stars. Everybody on flat earth don't teach that. It's some flat earthers that can show you how the stars work better than me, so they wrong. So what I'm saying is, no one's debunking the shape of the earth saying anything about the stars. I would say, now let's get back to the curvature or not, because that's the only argument that's going to prove what we walking on. All the star talking, all that, that's neither here nor there. And Jeran got the right to say it's here nor there. But guess what, Jeran, I'm going to have to agree to disagree with you on that one. And then I'm going to have to also say you're a shill, and I'm going to have to join the groups of people that's going against you. Only thing that could change.
Boom. Respect to Bro Sanchez. And I know he didn't come to that statement easily, because I know he was rocking with Jeran for a long time. But he sat there and listened to his nonsense over and over again. And he had to say it. You're shill, Jeran. Just like I'm saying, you're a fucking shill.
It changed my mind from being a flat earther. Show me the curve. Because when I was a globe earther, I believe I was walking on a curve. I became a flat earther because I couldn't find one. So if someone else found the thing that I was looking for, then I'll become a global. But no one found what I'm looking for. They finding what Jeran looking for, what Pastor Duffy looking for, and that's fucking selfish. Ain't nobody looking for that in flat earth. We all looking for the curve. Will you give us what we looking for, or is it just all about y'all? That's my beef, dog. It makes it selfish and childish. All of us flat earthers, what made us say the earth is flat, we couldn't find a curve. Not that we couldn't observe a fucking some sun phenomena in Antarctica. That's why the flat earthers are saying we don't care about that. And you can't make them care. You and that pastor can't make them care, because you know what we cared about from the beginning. And that was, where's the curve? So until somebody give us what we asked for, I'm a flat earther. And I don't care what else you say. You can speak all you want, but I don't care. I asked for the curve. If I don't get it, the earth flat. I don't care what else you give me. Give me what I asked for to prove it's flat, or keep the rest of that shit in your pocket.
Oh my God. The best part about this is when I debated Jeran and I made all these exact points, I hadn't seen this yet because this was the day before. I didn't watch this yet. So it just goes to show how people of sound mind and people who can think logically will resonate together on this topic. You know, for the guy in the chat was like, oh, this is infighting. So is Bro Sanchez infighting now? No. He's sticking up for the truth. He's calling Jeran out for what he is. He's making a point because he knows, like I do, that the mainstream media is going to make a big deal about this. They're going to trot Jeran in front of the fucking world and say, look at the flat earther who proved the globe for the second time. Props to you, bro Sanchez. Much love.
According to all these people that used to believe that there was no sun, Eric Dubay, you name it, all these guys, they've all changed their minds now. Okay, so that's not a good sign for us. It's just not a good look, first of all, is to say, oh, this whole time we've been saying there is no 24-hour sun. Now somebody says they want to go observe it, and everyone's saying, oh, there is a 24-hour sun. So that's.
But we haven't been saying that. Just a few people been saying that. I'm not the spokesperson for the community, and Eric Dubay isn't either. You're not either.
I'm saying that I'm looking for what claim better matches the evidence. When there's evidence of a sun that's behind me in the south, if that's the evidence that's shown to me, then you know what? That cannot be explained on any flat map. Now, who in the right mind would say that sun calc isn't a globe model? Who in the right mind is going to say that? Nobody.
Again, with the sun calc as a globe model in the right mind. See how Jeran gaslights everybody? Who in the right mind would say sun calc is not a globe model? Jeran, that's the dumbest fucking thing you said all night. In a night you've said some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Sun calc is angle observations to the sun from the ground. No model included, dum-dum. There's no model with that. It's angle, it's elevation angles to the sun combined with longitude and latitude, dude, in an azimuthal grid. That's all it is. There's no model involved. Jeran, you're completely unqualified for this. You're way over your head. What's it? Flat Earth Banjo called Jeran the ray gun of Flat Earth. If you guys watched the Summer Olympics, Ray Gun was the breakdancer from Australia that was just basically pantomiming a breakdance. You're pantomiming a flat earther, Jeran. You've been doing it for 9 years, and now you're just being exposed. You're way over your head. You're the definition of Dunning-Kruger. You're Dunning-Kruger exemplified in front of all of us. You're a complete and total fucking moron.
It's measured from the ground observer.
Okay. So why wouldn't that work on the globe? I'm just saying, to me personally, if I see that, it means to me personally that I don't think the Earth is flat. That's to me personally. Now you might have a problem. Oh, can't believe it. How dare you change? Well, to me, I have no explanation at all for a sun changing direction. And you're like, oh, you don't know what the sun does above the flat Earth. No, I do know what the sun does. I know what the sun does. I can prove it to you. We know what it does in 24 hours. Does it not just go around the Earth? Does it not go around the Earth in 24 hours?
But listen, you don't know.
I want you to say no.
I'm trying to answer you. No, I'm not going to answer that yes or no. Let me answer in my words, Jeran. Don't do that. It'll be quick. You asked the question. Let me answer your question. Let me say this. It takes the sun 24 hours to make a day. That don't tell us what it's doing or not doing in Antarctica. And hold up, wait a minute before you cut me off. You didn't want me cutting you off. Now check this out, right? I'm saying that we can't be sure that the sun does the same thing everywhere all over the earth, and that we even see the same sun all over the earth. I'm saying we just don't know that much about the sun. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. As a flat earther, I never proclaimed to be an advanced expert on what the sun and moon doing. And even though Jeran been teaching what the sun doing, I never fully subscribed to that. I just kept telling people the earth is flat. That's what I can prove. And I don't know what else. Everything else I can't prove. I would never abandon something I can prove based on something I can't prove. So if I go to Antarctica and somebody say, yo, the sun is doing this or doing that, I'm going to say, you know what? There's a lot about the earth we still need to find out. But the first thing we do know is that it's flat. And the only way you can debunk that is to show a curve, not the sun doing anything different. Listen and see what Jeran is doing. He's discrediting the flat earthers right off the back, but not the globalists. Like we all got it figured out when each side is saying we're doing an experiment to figure it out. That's why people say you look shilly, bro, because you already making up your mind.
This is something that would tell us one way or the other if there's a reason why we're not measuring curvature, and that reason is that it's flat, or if there's a reason we're not measuring curvature and it's because it's too big for us to measure. We don't know that answer. This would tell us. That's all it comes down to.
If you want to prove the shape of the earth, either show curvature or not, because that's what made me a flatty.
So some people can actually look at things and infer things from it, right? Not everybody has to say, show me curve. It needs to be measured curve right now. This ground right here, curve, because the ground that you're standing on is flat and it always will be flat, period. That's it. So to say, show me curve, measure curve right here, they can't. It's impossible.
So we win. So the earth flat.
Right. But if the earth is a giant globe, the ground would still be flat that you're standing on. I don't know how you don't understand this.
And what I'm saying is they didn't say it's a giant globe. They said it's 24,000 miles across. That ain't giant.
It's giant enough that the ground that you're standing on would be flat. That's what I'm saying.
What I'm saying, if it's giant enough that the ground I'm standing on will be flat, then they can't make the argument that the ship went over the curve.
What I'm saying is, if we are asking, like this little picture that you're showing circling around here, if we said, well, what is some evidence of that being true? There doesn't look like there's any. We don't see the earth curve like that. We don't. Well, if somebody says, well, if the earth did curve like this, then that would be weird because somebody on the bottom of that ball would see the sun go the opposite way and it would just circle their heads for 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks, 7 weeks, 8 weeks. And we'd be like, what? That's crazy talk. We know everybody right now, think of where you're at in your world and think of what the sun does every day. Rises in the east, sets in the west. Plain and simple. We know what it does. Now imagine somebody flying you somewhere, you land there, you get out and the sun is just circling your head and it's staying daytime. If that doesn't make you go, this is fucking weird. This is not what the sun is supposed to do. This is not what the sun is known to do. So then you have to start looking at it and say, what does that mean? If the sun is, now if they say, now go, we'll fly you somewhere else. They fly you somewhere else in the world. And now the sun's doing the same thing, but the opposite direction. And again, you're like, I don't know why that would even work. If you can't infer from that, now Brother Sanchez wants to say the ground is flat, period, and show me curve. I'm saying, yeah, show me curve. If they show me that there's a north and a south and each one has the sun going the opposite direction, to me, that is showing curve.
Again, Notch, he said it again. He said it again that the sun observation shows curvature. I'm so glad I went.
Weird.
Dude,
it's like
I'm so glad I went and did this supercut, man. As excruciating as it was to pull this, people, I'm so glad I did this. This has to be shown. This had to go down for the record, man. This is how many times, people, you keep that he said not only does it disprove flat Earth, but specifically that it shows curvature of water.
It's so weird. I don't know. It's I don't know. It's so ridiculous at this point. I mean, like, what else to say about it? It makes no fucking sense. I mean, everything is measured flat except it's a giant globe. Like, what the fuck?
Now, listen, I don't think the flat earthers are calling you a shill for what you're doing. I think they're calling you a shill is because you're breaking a rule that every flat earther know we were standing by from the beginning, which is we only dealing with the ground and curvature to prove what the shape of the earth is. They told me, Sanchez, the earth is a globe. Have you ever been to the ocean and saw a ship disappear? And I said, you know what? So I said, okay, if the earth is a globe and the ship just went over that curve, I'm going to go to the ocean and I'm going to get my binoculars and I shouldn't be able to see the ship. Now I saw the ship and I went back to the globalist and said, hey, Mr. Globalist, you said the ship went over curve, but it didn't. And I also want to know how missiles work and periscopes work and line of sight work on your globe. They won't tell me that, but they want to tell me, they want to ask me how the sun work on my model when I don't know how the curve work on their model.
Yeah, I'm honest with the fact that when I did do that and go out to the ocean and I saw that, what I disproved is their story about how the ancients knew the earth was curved. Because that's what it really disproves. It disproves their whole idea of, oh, well, they watched boats go out and then they disappeared. So
and it proves the argument that the ship went over curve, because I never heard that from an ancient. I heard that from a modern globie.
Okay, but if you keep watching the boat go out, does the boat eventually disappear?
What do you say that again?
If you
Oh my God, Notch, did you just hear what he fucking said, Notch? If you keep watching, he's just giving Glober arguments. He said it still disappears. He just he just argued with bro. Whoa, but it disappears still, right? Like, oh well, it came back with the binoculars, but then it still disappeared. It's the same argument. Then you go, okay, well then let's get out a telescope. Well, then it still disappears. Well, here's my P1000. Well, it still eventually disappeared. That's the argument he's given him. This is why I'm telling everybody, Notch, that when he does his globe flip, he's going to be the most popular, most world-renowned glober there is. And Jeran's going to basically be a rich man. And you idiots don't fucking see it. And you're flat earthers and you're still supporting this asshole.
If you keep watching,
I
so
can't
we
wait.
watch a boat, it goes over, we look at it, goes over the curve, we pull out our binoculars, all of a sudden we see the boat again, right? So I'm saying if you kept watching that boat, eventually the boat does disappear, right?
And then you get some stronger binoculars that can zoom in more and you can pick it right back up. And you just keep getting stronger binoculars and then you will keep picking it back up. Now, unfortunately, Jeran, we don't have, now listen, I'm trying to answer you. You asked the question.
Notch, I can't believe what I'm hearing from Jeran. Even me, who knows what a fucking dumb shill, I can't believe my ears right now, dude.
Fortunately, we don't have binoculars so strong that'll let you see to the other continent that boat's selling to. So eventually your technology will break down, but that don't mean the earth or globe. It just means we don't got the technology to see all the way across a flat plane. I'm also going to say, I think one thing why they calling you a shield is because all flat earthers know that we can't look at what's going on in the sky and all that to dictate what the shape of the ground we walk on in. It's just common sense. But yeah, go ahead. You got it.
But I wouldn't say every flat earther feels that way. There's a lot of flat earthers that recognize that sometimes you can infer things. You can say, if I see this, then it leads to this.
It don't make the ground just ball up into a ball because you saw something.
No, it doesn't make
it. Don't make a periscope or a dude shooting a missile from one country to another. All of a sudden got to go over an arch because they don't. It's a straight line. It just don't change the physics on a flat earth, on how we use technology. And it should, though. It should. But since it don't, I'm going to keep saying it's flat. You know, because that's what my binoculars, periscopes, and missiles saying. I think this is a good cop out for the globalists to not have to produce curvature. They get to change the argument about something else now. And I'm not saying
if they change the argument to something absurd, like the sun going around you in Antarctica, then I feel like, okay, let them change it to that. I don't think that happens. Now, if we go down there and see it does happen, then we have things to question. We have things to work on. And so if somebody says, well, this happens on the globe and it doesn't happen on flat earth, and I look at it and I say, you know what? You're right. On a globe, this would happen. And on a flat earth, this would not happen. Then I've got for the first time something that is mutually exclusive, meaning we're going to go down there and observe one or the other. And it's going to be pretty conclusive, at least to me.
I ain't gonna lie, man. I was disappointed with Jerry, and I still am. I ain't gonna fall out with him about it. but I'm definitely not gonna act like I agree just because I'm cool with him.
How can a flat earther believe in a 24-hour circling Antarctic?
All right, so now we're on to Jeran bringing me on. So this is me and Jeran. So this is the next day after the Bro Sanchez thing we just watched. So this is my debate with Jeran on his channel. I want to point something out from the get about this guy and the way he works. Look what it's titled. Zetetic Warrior joins me. Quote, how can a flat earther believe a 24-hour circling sun in Antarctica? You see the gaslight right from the beginning? So he already from the jump is trying to make me look fucking stupid, by being incredulous. Oh, like I'm not the flat earther. How can a flat earther believe in a 24-hour sun? Like this is the spin he's trying to play to his moronic audience. I just wanted to point that out. You can all read it.
Antarctic sun. And just to kind of lay out how this went down, I saw Z had a appearance on Nachiketa's show, whatever that was, last week or something. And I took a little bit of an exception just because I don't understand it at all, of one of the things he said. And so I did a show where I didn't necessarily do it on Z, I didn't think, but I could see how somebody might look at it and say, hey, that whole show was just about him.
No, the whole show was about me, Jeran. I said a brief throwaway statement on Notch's channel when he was interviewing me about my life. You got a hold of it. And then the next day did like a 5-hour rambling, nonsensical stream all about me with my name in it. Zetetic. You're just a fucking liar, Jeran. You're a snake. You're the worst kind of person there is. Look, anybody I see at Jeran's channel, you lose all respect from me.
Well, really, I was just kind of building off that idea and kind of trying to run with it. But he called me and basically said, hey, let me on your show rather than just talk about me when I'm not there. And I said, all right, I guess we'll do that. So we are here. Let me bring him on. So the quote that you had said on Nachiketa, you guys were discussing the 24-hour, or you were discussing the final experiment. And you had said something to the effect of, I do believe we'll see a 24-hour sun down there, and that's not a problem for me. So is that accurate?
No. So what my quote was is, if I had to bet,
okay,
there will be a 24-hour sun, and that's not a problem for me.
Gotcha.
So there was no believe, really. It was, if I had to bet, I'd say there's a sun, because the statement I made was in regards to a previous appearance you had on Nachiketa's, maybe 8 days ago.
Okay.
And I was attempting to refute a claim that you made regarding the 24-hour sun. So it seems as though the topic is going to be the 24-hour sun and our either beliefs or our opinions on that topic.
Yeah, and what it does or doesn't do to our other main belief, yes.
Correct.
Right.
So I think we have it framed pretty
good.
Pretty good, because the claim that I heard you say was that a 24-hour circling sun in Antarctica basically refutes the flat Earth. And if I can quote, the Earth cannot be flat if there's a 24-hour sun. Is that correct?
Well, I think we could. Yeah, I mean, that is correct. Sure. Could you?
Yeah, that is correct. See, the reason I wanted to get on here face to face with Jeran is for that right there. I wanted him to my face and to everybody to confirm his statement. So everybody knows, Jeran, you can't back out of this now. When you go down there and see that sun, you are no longer a flat earther. You can't double back from this, dude, unless you do a huge mea culpa. Which means you need to go to every single person that you besmirched and slandered and apologize individually, both publicly and privately. Everybody. It goes for me, Bro Sanchez, Nathan Oakley, Nachiketa, Level Earth Observer, and so many more people that you brought up. Every single one of them.
What is a map other than a projection based on a gridded layout of longitude and latitude? So is a map reality?
Well,
maybe we can start there.
No, I don't think so. But again, if there's something on some port of, with the map's pretending to be reality, right? If the map is claiming to be the way the world's set up. It doesn't have to be that. It's just, I'm saying, if that's the claim, which sure, we can say, oh, flat earthers don't make that claim. Then they're making no claim to how the world really works at a base level, which is where you would start with the place you live, with how's everything set up, how's the continent set up. I don't believe if you can't get past there, then I feel like the flat earth would never go anywhere. If we basically just said the Earth's flat and somebody said, how does everything work? And you said, we don't have any idea how anything works. We just know it's flat. and that's
Is it, Jeran, is it okay not to know how things work?
Sure.
How about we go like this? What are we claiming? I'll give you my claim.
Okay.
The Earth is flat. It's
Okay.
the only claim I make today, and it's the only claim I ever make. The Earth is flat. You seem to make a different claim that goes beyond that. You seem to claim that
I think that flat
a circling 24-hour sun in Antarctica debunks or falsifies the flat Earth.
Correct.
That was your claim. So at least we have our claims down, and maybe we can go from there. Because
Sure, let me
I
start
find
with the
no
original
reason to
claim.
ascribe. I find no reason to ascribe to a map or a model, especially if it can't be evidenced empirically.
What do you
But
mean?
I tend not to conjecture things that I can't substantiate.
Right. So the only thing that
when
you
I
can
make my-
substantiate is the
When I make my
24
claim that the Earth is flat, I can substantiate that.
How? No, I can't
Through
do that.
empirical evidence.
How? What's name one?
Name one
Name a
way
way
to
that we do it.
substantiate the Earth
Sure.
is flat.
Because if you're
How
going
about physics,
if you're going to play this game where
applied physics, applied physics,
What
applied physics,
applied
and
physics?
practical demonstration.
Which one? We can do the
So
same
when
with the sun.
when I make the positive claim that the Earth is flat, it's because I could substantiate it based off of applied physics, practical demonstration.
Okay, then I'll say the same thing about the
Okay,
sun
and
going
things
around
that I
24
can
hours.
measure and test.
Okay, I'll do the
Say that
same
again.
thing. I said I'll do the same thing with the sun going around the Earth. Applied physics and
Really?
observations. It's the same thing. I don't know
How
why
are
you're
you
arguing
going
this.
to test the optical sun that you can't measure? You can't
We
know
don't
the
need to measure it.
distance and you can't know the size. So how would you test that?
You wouldn't need to know that.
The question here is who made the statement? Okay.
I made the
Once
statement.
one makes a statement, is it then not their burden to prove that statement?
Clear.
Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So you need me to
So
prove the statement.
your statement was the 24-hour circling sun in Antarctica
Right.
refutes the flat Earth. And to be more specific, you said a flat Earth cannot exist with a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Right. it'd be
Okay,
false.
so you agree to that. So why don't we start with your positive statement
Okay.
so I can refute that and you could defend it? That's
Right.
probably a good place to start.
So once you know that, then that's where my statement becomes a point that if you have the sun circling somebody's head in Antarctica, then it can't be doing what we know it has to do, which is get light and heat to all those comments.
Great. So you just laid out how you got to your fallacious conclusion
Mhm.
that a 24-hour circling sun refutes the flat Earth.
Mhm.
You just don't see all the problems in your reasoning along the way.
Can't be
Jeran,
evidence.
you're making a claim that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica debunks the flat Earth.
Correct.
I disagree.
Yeah, I know
So
you
let's
do.
talk about that.
Well, there's nothing to talk about because what's going to happen is if that's what goes down, then
So what's going to happen? So you're looking for any way to exit this conversation.
no, I don't see a
before
point.
what?
I don't see a point in the conversation.
It's December 21st and you're in the South.
Right.
And
So if you're trying to get to like the sun setting south of west, rising south of east, that kind of stuff,
that's correct.
and then saying that it's not the same sun, it's an apparent sun. Okay, I'll give you that.
No, I'm not saying, I'm asking you.
Okay, so yes, it's
in
apparent.
your model, say it again.
I said it's apparent. I already said that.
Okay, so you're conceding that in your model, the sun is apparent.
Sure.
Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. So you've just conceded that in your model, we're not looking at the genuine sun, we're looking at the apparent sun.
Correct. Yeah, but that's always
All right,
the
so
case.
now let's go to Antarctica. That you've just conceded that
Okay.
in your model, the
Okay.
sun that anybody sees at any given time
Right.
is not the actual genuine sun, it's the apparent sun.
But it brings
Okay,
heat and
now
light,
let's
right?
let's go to Antarctica and talk, and you could then just continue to explain to me how the apparent optical sun
Mhm.
circling around somebody debunks the verifiably flat Earth that we live on.
Okay, because there is no mechanism to take the heat and light to the other places on the Earth. If the
Oh,
sun,
really? Let me ask you something, Jeran. When yesterday where I
so when you
lived,
say it's apparent, what are the sun
you
spots?
just said it was apparent.
Okay.
You
I'm
just said it was apparent.
and
I
I'm
didn't say
asking you. I'm
you
asking
just
you.
said it was apparent.
And I'm asking you, when
That's
you're
what
talking
you
about
said.
apparent, well, everybody can zoom in on the sun and see the sunspots. So is it apparent sunspots that they're seeing? Or is that real sunspots?
I don't know, Jeran. You're the one who just said it's apparent because you used logic and realized it has to be.
No, I didn't. I was just doing it to make you happy. It's like, fine, you want to call it apparent?
No,
That's
you
fine.
did it to make me happy in front
Sure.
of all these people in a debate. You
This is a
just
debate? When is it a
conceded-
debate?
You just conceded the apparent sun, and then now because you do have a degree in
Dude,
intelligence,
you are out of your
realize
mind.
I'm about
You're
to
so
top-
fucking stupid.
You realize I'm about to topple your entire argument.
what argument?
And you're fucking getting cold feet.
No,
That's
I'm
all
not
it
getting
is.
cold feet.
Jeran, you calling me stupid? It's one of the funnier things I've heard in a while. I'll just leave it there.
Everybody watching will understand
No,
that.
they'll
So
not understand. They'll
can we
understand you're an
proceed?
idiot. You're just an idiot. That's it.
Oh, I'm an idiot.
Yeah, you're
I'm an
protecting your.
Right, I'm an idiot. And see, you guys wanted to know why I went so hard on Jeran tonight. Now you're seeing it. This is how this started between Jeran and myself. We were trying to have a conversation about a topic, and he called me stupid and an idiot and worse, more and more. See, that's you people, because people like Jeran are going to gaslight you. They're going to play the victim. Oh, everybody's afraid of me going to Antarctica. No one's afraid of you going to Antarctica. No one's afraid of what's going to happen down there. You're a psychopath and you're gaslighting everybody. You're playing the victim when you are indeed the perpetrator. You're the lowest of the low.
protecting yourself. You've made a stupid statement.
I'm protecting myself.
Absolutely.
Jaron, anybody could watch this, Jaron. So
No
now
shit.
you just resulted to calling me an idiot.
Yes,
Wonderful.
I did. Yep.
Okay, so do I need to point out the logical fallacy there, or just let everybody else do that?
Yeah, let everybody else do that. That's fine. You're an idiot because you can't just
Are you
come
ready
in.
to get out of your feelers and continue the convo?
No,
Jaron?
there's no feelers here. You can't come in and say that there's not
So
the
you're
sun.
calling me an idiot because you're not having feelings?
Correct. Because you're not having 24-hour suns. You're going to claim that doesn't happen. So what's the point? So if you're right, if there's no 24-hour sun, if we can't prove anything, if we can't prove what the sun's doing or anything, then you're right. There's no proof of flat Earth will never be proven wrong.
Can we address your claim again, how the 24-hour Antarctic sun?
No, because only somebody who's smart enough to know that the sun goes around the Earth in 24 hours would be able to understand the point. You can understand.
Oh,
the point.
really?
Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah.
So I'm smart enough to get you to admit that on your presupposed map that and model that you ascribe to, that
I don't care about any of this shit.
Now you realize your argument is shit.
It's not shit. I realize I'm dealing with a bunch of retards. That's what I realize. So,
oh, really?
Oh, really?
Okay.
How many times have I said it?
So how many times are you just going to insult me, Jaron, in front of everybody?
Till you leave? I don't know.
So you called me stupid, idiot, and retard. People want to come in here and be like, "Oh, Z, you're being divisive."
See, the way I was looking at the situation during the what was happening is that he is getting his ass whooped by you, and then he's trying to annoy you so that you rage quit, so he can say that, "Oh, Z just rage quit," and then so he's like, that's what he said, until you leave. That's what he said. Like, I'm gonna annoy you and fucking call you names until you leave, but you didn't, so he has to deal with you, deal with the fact that he's getting his ass whooped.
Right. Or his other option would be to kick me off, which he eventually does. But either way, he's like, because he's kind of in a no-win situation. So the tactic is to gaslight me to try to get under my skin, so I bail. But when I didn't do that, he just keeps digging himself more and more.
There's no point in having this conversation. You're completely useless. You can be like Leo.
Oh, I'm useless.
You are useless.
I'm useless to you because of your ego. That's all.
That's fine.
I'm refuting your claim that the 24-hour
if you can't agree with me,
debunks the flat Earth.
Sure, if you can't
I don't have to agree with you on anything.
Okay, so then if you disagree,
I'm refuting your claim.
Cool.
That's it.
Okay, great. So because Z is able to say that we can't prove anything about the sun, so the sun can be apparent, it can go in any direction it wants, anywhere in the world. Great, fantastic. You proved that.
That's called a straw man. Jaron.
No, it's not a straw man. That's what you claimed.
Yes, it is. It's called a straw man.
Did you not say? You said it's apparent, and if it's a.
You see how he tries to misrepresent my point? So I'm claiming the apparent sun. Or I'm showing him, the reality of the apparent sun. And then it becomes, well, you just think it could do anything. Jeran, you're the biggest gaslighter there. Jeran, do you do this in your personal life? God, when that wifey you leaves you eventually, when that wife you have finally fucking leaves you, I hope she comes out and does a complete expose on your ass, dude. Or any of these numerous bitches that you continue to send your dick pics to. I hope they fucking come out and blow your ass out of the water, because there's no way you just keep this behavior isolated to online. This has to be a persistent behavior of yours, Mr. Jeran.
If it's apparent, then it can go anywhere.
You said it's apparent.
Okay,
you said
if I say it's apparent,
because you realize it has to be on your model. It has to be.
So
apparent.
if I say it's apparent, then by it being apparent, it's allowed to do whatever it wants.
No, I didn't say that. You said that. So continue.
What do you mean? How did I say that?
Obfuscate the point, and you keep taking it away from the topic.
The sun is the most. The sun is the most. I don't care what you're here for. The sun is the most dependable thing that there is. You can keep talking. The sun is the most dependable thing that there is in the world. We know exactly what it's fucking doing. If you want to be a retard,
Jeran, you can chant it over and over and over again.
These guys have all set up their own little world to where they'll never be debunked. They don't think they'll ever be debunked. So I don't want to be a part of that. I do not want to go around telling people, well, the earth is flat and I can't prove anything else and we can't say anything else about anything. Just the earth is flat. That's all we know. I think it's a ridiculous position, and I think that people have only taken this position in the last month. And
you see how he has to straw man the position? Oh, like basically painting it as like there's nothing that can debunk the flat earth for me. Do I need to replay all the Bro Sanchez stuff that he was saying before about the curvature, Jeran? About physics and practical demonstration? Does your audience really buy this from you, Jeran? Is this the shit that you fucking portray to them each and every stream that you do? And they sit there and watch you for years and years? No wonder I stopped watching you years ago. No wonder. I never really liked you, Jeran. You would just come up. I'd see you on like some things with like Weiss and stuff, because I always liked Dave. So I'd see with some Dave stuff, and then I'd see you like, kind of like, I don't know, latching on to him. Because I always kind of like had the sense that you were like kind of a piece of shit nobody. Now I know it.
And it looks retarded.
Okay, so you're just being incredulous and you're straw manning me. Okay.
Okay.
So just to reframe it, you made a positive claim that the 24-hour Antarctic sun cannot exist on a flat Earth and therefore debunks the flat Earth. You admitted that in the beginning.
Correct. If the Earth is a flat Earth with a sun that circles east to west, then there cannot be a sun circling west to east or the opposite direction for somebody on the outskirts. And then we observed, oh, there is a sun circling out there. So therefore not Q or not P, which is what I said at the beginning, that the Earth is flat. Reword it as a modus tollens. So if the Earth is flat with a circling sun that goes around in 24 hours, then there can be no 24-hour sun going the opposite direction in the south. There is a 24-hour.
Again, fallacious.
You are out of your mind. I have just...
Dude, I'm talking about an affirming the consequent fallacy that you don't seem to want to address. And I'm showing you that your statement that a 24-hour Antarctic sun refutes a flat Earth is a obvious affirming the consequent fallacy. You just don't want to hear it.
I said, if the Earth is flat with a circling sun, that's if P, then Q, then there is no 24-hour sun that goes in the south. Okay, then we say not Q, there is a 24-hour sun that goes in the south, then not P, then the Earth cannot be flat.
Jeran, you're simply not aware of the presuppositions that you're making. That's it. You're assuming a linear relationship with the sun.
No.
Look how pissed he is. Because he doesn't know how to handle what I'm doing to him right now. Jeran, you're in a no-win situation that you backed yourself into. This is everything that you did. It just took me to come on and expose it to everybody, to really nail down the particulars of it. Because I'm that kind of guy, Jeran. That's a little something I know how to do. You overplayed your hand with me, Jeran. And now we're here. You're the laughing.
It was bound to happen with somebody, and then it just happened to be you. It happened to be me, but like other people were like gaslit and derailed and tossed under the bus, and then and it worked before for Jeran, so he just continued on being kind of like a bully. But you know what? People like us, we're not gonna back up. We're not gonna fold. We're not gonna yield to his tactics. Fuck that shit.
No, it is not linear. You admitted yourself under your model that the sun is apparent. You admitted that. Once you admit that the sun is apparent, you've just debunked what you just said. Jeran, is it possible that you're emotionally connected to the model that you've been pushing for 9 years?
Absolutely. What do you mean?
Listen to this. He says, absolutely.
Judgment in this?
What do you mean? That's my model. That's what I've been teaching. So why wouldn't that be the only thing on my judgment? What are you talking about? That's a
true thing. You should look for true things, not things that you believed in and ascribed to.
That's the thing that I thought was true.
Because in the face of new evidence, you're rejecting it.
What's the new evidence?
The new evidence is your admitted apparent sun under your ascribed to model.
So whether it's apparent or not, I know what it does.
Whether it's apparent or not, you know. So something that you can't see genuinely, something that can't be measured, you know what it does.
We do see it genuinely.
How do you know what it does? How do you see a genuine apparent sun? Do you know what the opposite of apparent is? It's genuine. So how do you see the genuine apparent sun?
The opposite of genuine would be fake.
No, the opposite of apparent is genuine.
The opposite of apparent would be prominent.
So we're going to argue with the dictionary now.
I don't know. You're just making shit up. You're just saying things that aren't true.
So I'm making up the dictionary.
You are. You just said the opposite.
Definition of word. When I say the opposite of apparent is genuine, and you tell me I'm making that up when that's literally what the dictionary says.
Jeran, you're Dunning-Kruger, dude. You are Dunning-Kruger. You're just being exposed after all these years for the intellectual midget that you are. Plain and simple. It's just all coming to light here. Bro Sanchez did it to you. Nachiketa did it to you. I did it to you. Fucking Jake the Asshole did it to you years ago. And even those guys from Awake Souls did it to you.
Maybe there's an inverse relationship with the size of one's dick and the size of one's brain. I don't know.
Apparently, it's got to be frustrating for him, Notch, because here he is making no money on Flat Earth after he's been doing it for almost a decade, when he realizes that he has fucking John Holmes / Chris Stokes proportions, rolling around in his fucking tighty whities, that he's just wasting. It's got to be tough for you, Jeran. It's okay. We'll all be okay, Jeran, if you make your switch to pornography. We're fine with it, dude. You'll be better off. Put that thing to good use. Stop slinging it around and sending those dick pics to all those flat earth ladies. Nobody cares, dude. There's plenty of guys with big dicks around, Jeran. Go do that in that whole thing. We're all proud of you, buddy. This is not your thing, dude. It's not.
Dictionary says it is.
Oh, it doesn't say that? Okay. Good. So
as you're telling me, we're seeing the genuine apparent son that you admitted to.
Dude, anybody can take the position.
Pre-described begging
anybody can take the position you're taking. Anybody can take this position. It's what Leo's done. It's what you're obviously going to do. It's what.
No, it's logic, and you just don't understand.
Sure. Oh, it's real logical.
Listen to me.
It's real logical.
Listen to Leo. Why don't you listen to your boy Whitsitt, or how about that guy Shane St. Paul? Yes. Maybe they should fucking call you and talk to you, Jeran.
Maybe they should.
Maybe you'll.
Right. Let me remind everybody. Whitsitt agrees exactly with what I do, which I presented before. The argument that I'm presenting to Jeran and that Bro Sanchez and Nanchikhet and all these people have been presenting to Jeran is the exact stance that Whitsitt admittedly took that I evidenced previous in the stream. If you weren't here, you can go back and look it up. But Jeran doesn't say anything about Whitsitt. That's his buddy. That's his bro. That's how incongruent he is with his thought. Yeah, Jeran, you're in an island here. It's just you arrogant prick.
Maybe you'll listen to this argument from them.
No, they'll
when
all say
they
the same
realize
thing.
how logical I'm being and how illogical you're being.
There's nothing logical.
So I am a flat earther because the Earth is measured flat, it's navigated flat, okay? It's treated flat in all large-scale geoengineering projects. Okay. I can use practical. You're just going to chant over me? I can use practical demonstration. You're still doing it, as I'm saying you are doing it.
Oh, yeah.
I can use a practical demonstration and applied physical science and the scientific method to substantiate my claim. If you're basing your claim on the optics of, the sky, well, of course you're going to come to the fallacious conclusion that a 24-hour Antarctic sun is going to debunk the flat Earth. Yeah, you just don't see it, and I showed everybody today your false reasoning, dude.
And all anybody needs to do is just think to themselves: is there a way that you could even fathom this thing working? That the sun changes direction. All of a sudden, it changes direction midday and starts going behind.
Nobody's saying that.
And what has to happen?
Jeran, do you know what an optical? Have you ever heard of an optical? Really? So an optical thing needs to change. It only changes due to your perspective of it. There's things called optical illusions. Are you aware that
the sun is not an optical illusion? Yeah, the sun is not an optical illusion.
The sun may not be an optical illusion, but the way we see the sun can certainly be, Jeran.
Sure, but has anyone ever seen it change direction?
The way things are. You should know that.
Everybody in the crowd, in the audience, please tell me if you've seen the sun change direction in the middle of the freaking day and go, it's going this way, and then it just switches and goes the other way.
I didn't claim that. You're going to straw man what I.
No, Jeran, but we've never been to Antarctica either, dumb fuck. We've never been to the edge of that AE map that you keep shoving down everybody's throat. Don't you realize that?
No, I'm asking if that's possible. If it's not possible that doesn't happen, then it cannot go behind the person in Antarctica because it has to do that.
Jeran, it doesn't mean the physical sun has to go behind the person.
What do you mean? What are you going to see? What are you going to see when you zoom in?
You're observing this, Jeran. You're observing the sun go behind you, Jeran.
Correct.
You're observing the sun.
But you realize it's the main sun. The main sun that's in the north of me is the one that goes behind me. You understand that? Don't tell me you have the same problem as do you understand that?
Jeran, it's not a problem. The problem's yours, Jeran.
No. Broderick for 3 hours didn't understand yesterday. Maybe you don't understand it either.
No, Jeran. No, I'm sure he understood it just fine.
No, he didn't.
You're the one that's not understanding, Jeran.
Okay,
You're the one that's not understanding. I don't need drawings and stuff. I don't need another diagram. I've seen your diagrams.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying.
So you understand the sun switches direction?
No, what I'm saying, what I understand is if you see a 24-hour circling sun in Antarctica, it appears to do something if that is indeed the case.
Right.
That's all.
Right.
It doesn't mean that it does it.
No, it doesn't. So God tried to trick us. Yeah, God tried to trick us. Yeah, God tried to trick us.
Under your model, the sun has to be apparent. You already conceded that, correct?
So what? That doesn't mean it changes direction. I've never seen that.
Jeran, it could do a lot of things.
Sure, it could do spin wheels. It could do cartwheels. So does the sun go above Australia every day?
The sun can be perceived from Australia every day. Yes.
Okay. So then it can't be behind somebody in Antarctica, 15,000 miles away. It can't be behind them and then also be above Australia. There you go. Your model, the model becomes debunked.
Right. But what you're saying, you're not understanding that what we're seeing is not necessarily what the thing is. You've already admitted to that.
Great.
This
so
is
you're
the
right.
point that you're not getting by.
If there's 2 suns, if there's 3 suns, if there's 4 suns, then I could be wrong. You're absolutely right.
So again, you're going to straw man.
I didn't straw man anything.
And you're right. If there is 2 or 3 or 4 suns,
that's not much of a straw man, is it?
That is another possibility. let's go back to one of those other possible antecedents, and you're affirming the consequent logical fallacy. Yeah, multiple suns could certainly be one. Perspective could be another.
Sure.
And another could be unicorn farts, Jeran.
Great. So everybody
The point
wants
is we
to
don't
believe
know
in
what
that.
the sun can do anything. And
It
the
can't
fact
do
that
anything.
you think a 24-hour apparent
anything.
sun on your model that you ascribe to somehow invalidates a flat Earth.
Anybody with any
is
intelligence
completely
realizes that.
fallacious.
Anybody with any intelligence realizes that. Any intelligence. Everybody else is a poser. They're a poser.
So there you go. So so you've now been destroyed in the argument, and you're
Sure.
reverting to the lowest form, an ad hom attack, the last refuge of somebody who's clinging to their pre-indoctrinated
Yes.
mindset because their ego is too big to get
Not an
over the
ego.
fact
I'm
that they
saying,
don't know.
how I have an ego. You're saying you're going to be right no matter what. I'm saying that I can.
That's not true.
Shut up.
No, I made one
there's a
claim.
falsified.
I defend my claim.
Great. There's a falsification when something is scientific. It's when it can be falsified. Okay. So I've come up with a way that the flat Earth could be falsified. That's it. It's that, and it's who cares if I come back and say it's falsified for me? What do any of you care?
You're obfuscating, Jeran.
I'm not obfuscating. I'm just talking.
God, Jeran, you are so eager to go down there and falsify the flat Earth, dude. You are so eager to do it. You disgusting shill bag. I mean it. I'm going to say it again for the umpteenth time. Anybody like lurking around his channel, like supporting this guy, boy, you really, I don't even know what to make of you. And some of you same people come here. Oh, hey, Z. What's up, Z? Much love. Great content. And you're going to like buzz around his channel, support him, donate to him, to his fucking Patreon. Why? Because what? You don't want to rock the boat? You don't want to be like somebody came in my chat earlier and said, oh, this is division. This is divisive. It's tearing the community apart. No, Jeran did that. Jeran did this. You guys understand there's cause and effect. This is all Jeran. Jeran did this years ago. Like I said before, when people like Jake the Asshole and the Awake Soul guys told Jeran that the Sun Calc data doesn't match his bullshit model, and he just ignored it, and then he gaslit everybody and tried to kick him out of the community. Jeran did it then. The chickens are just coming home to roost now with this final experiment, and all of us speaking up about it. This is a long time coming for Jeran. Don't tell me I'm dividing the community. As you watched right here, I came on here to discuss a topic with him, and he called me no less than like 9 different names in front of everybody. It's all here. That's why I'm showing this. That's why I'm shoving this obnoxious presentation down everybody's throat. So you can't ever come to me again and be a Jeran apologist. It's impossible after this. That's why I'm given an abundance, an overflow of evidence. I'm obnoxiously presenting this so you all understand exactly what the situation is.
So I'm not obfuscating.
Yes, you are.
I've already made my claim. People, the thing is, everybody understands my claim. I've said it for 3 weeks ad nauseum. Okay.
Right. We all understand you're fallacious.
Great. Yeah, sure. It's fallacious. Sure.
Corrupt.
No, it's anybody with any intelligence realizes that the sun cannot be going around somebody in Antarctica and the Earth be flat.
You realize that's an emotional appeal and an appeal to incredulity.
It's so funny that you think it's an emotional. You're like, it's an emotional because it's your map that you've been pushing out. You're like, it's Jeran's map, so he's emotionally attached to it. And I'm actually saying that something can debunk it. If I was emotionally attached to it, I'd be trying to save it no matter what. I'm saying it has a flaw that can be exposed.
I'd rather go down with the ship, Jeran, than just let go of your pre-indoctrinated, begging the question.
Go down with what ship?
Reified model. That's all, dude.
No, you're just not. You cannot comprehend that if there's a sun that goes around somebody in Antarctica, then the Earth cannot be flat because how did the sun get to Australia?
The apparent sun?
The question is, does it continue off to the east or to continue off to the west, or does it go behind you? Two very, very different things. And when it goes behind you, that's not an apparent sun. If it's apparent, then we'll see it.
It's not the apparent sun. So,
no, it's
so after you admitted that on your model that you ascribe to, the sun has to be apparent.
I said I was giving you a break because I thought we just needed to get past
because of celestial data.
Celestial data tells
because
us
of celestial data, your model, the sun has to be. Jeran, I'm going to make it real simple for you.
No, the sun doesn't have to be apparent.
Again, Ronnie on Bro Sanchez was explaining the same thing to Jeran the day before in great detail. That man was explaining this to Jeran, and here I am the next day, unbeknownst to me that had happened, and he still doesn't get it. Somebody said it in earlier, I think it was Christy Liedals in chat. Jeran just doesn't listen because he's extremely arrogant and egotistical. Jeran, you didn't create the flat Earth. I'm going to say it again. over these 9 years. There's nothing new under the sun. Everything that needed to be said about flat Earth was said in the 1800s by multiple people, and then carried on by the Flat Earth Society, who you all vilified through the 20th century up until modern times, before the internet was even a thing. You're all just LARPing. You and Witsit and Dave and Karen B, and the rest, and Mark, and on and on and on. You're all LARPing as if you know something. The flat Earth was figured out almost 2 centuries ago, dumb fuck. You're just arrogant enough to come on here and think that this is yours. The first person to ever bring flat Earth up online was Math Powerland. He's one of the most psychotic people I've ever watched in my life. The guy's completely unhinged. We're going to credit him. Was he the guy? This is the Flat Earth PSYOP. You are all the PSYOP. They let you all get your numbers, build a following, so you could lead us to this road right now. So Mr. Will Duffy could march your dumb fucking ass down there and show how fucking stupid you all are. You're all the PSYOP. We're all waking up to it. You didn't do shit, Jeran. Stop claiming all the hard work that you put in for the last 9 years. You didn't fucking do shit except create a bullshit fallacious model that you're now going to use to fucking prove the globe for the second time. You've done nothing. You are a grifter and an opportunist. And you're one of the dumbest fucks I've ever talked to.
In the model that you ascribe, the sun has to be apparent. It has to be apparent on a globe too, Jeran.
Why?
I don't know why I have to spell this out to you.
What do you mean? Why does it have to be apparent on the globe?
Because there's not a one-to-one relationship between the way we see the sun from diverse locations around the Earth.
Yes, there is.
No, there's not.
What are you talking about?
Do you know what the mean sun is? What the term mean sun is, and
Sure.
how civil time is calculated?
Well, because
right.
noon would
They have
be
to
noon
use
for
a
everybody.
mean sun because the celestial data shows that the sun has to be apparent. There's no other way, or some other explanation.
No, it's variable.
I'll say it like this. I'll say it like this.
No,
There can't be a one-to-one linear relationship with the sun. You have to either include perspective.
How do you not understand this, Jeran? You've made it here almost a decade, and you don't understand this. And unfortunately, I don't think many flat earthers understand this because you gatekept the information from these people. Because Dave wanted to promote his app, and you wanted to ride his coattails. And Austin Witsit wanted to sound real fucking smart in a debate. You all didn't understand this is an apparent sun? I don't know. Austin seems to understand that the sun's apparent. And so does Dave. So maybe it's just you. Maybe I should leave them out of the equation. Maybe it's just your dumbass, Jeran. And I do Austin and Dave, do you know that the sun is apparent on a globe too? Does anybody realize this? No matter which model you ascribe to, the sun is apparent. It's called a mean sun, admitted to by the scientific community. That's why they have to use a mean sun to calculate civil time. It's not a one-to-one relationship. The sun cannot be triangulated from multiple locations on Earth. It just can't be. The fact that you don't understand this, Jeran, and after so many people have explained this to you, you still don't understand this is beyond me.
Multiple suns or unicorn farts.
The globe does? The globe does not.
Whether the globe or the flat Earth. Yes, it does.
No, that's just wrong.
Match up.
It's just wrong.
No, it's just wrong. It's just wrong, Jeran. Jeran, you're so fucking stupid. Jeran, do yourself a favor. Bail out, dude. Just bail out of this whole thing. You're not only making yourself look bad, you're literally making everybody who counts themselves amongst the flat Earth community look bad. Because somebody decided to prop your ass up. You're pathetic.
Well, it's not wrong. The sun that we see in the sky has to be apparent, regardless of the flat Earth model that you're proposing or the globe model.
Show me proof of that. You just made that up. Show me where it says that the globe model.
I don't have to show you proof. We already talked about it in the beginning. That's it.
Oh, you're the worst interview. I cannot believe you're like this. I always thought you're cool, and now I realize you're just garbage. It's just I can't believe people like you exist. Guys, everyone, I just wanted to make it clear that Z beat me in a debate today. He clearly laid it out that the idea that the sun does something that it completely can't do in my model doesn't debunk my model, which is crazy. That's exactly what it does. That's what a falsifier is. So congratulations, Z. It was fun. I really enjoyed that. You won't be asked back. The newest group of flat earthers that has a...
All right, so now we're moving on to one of Jeran's next videos after that that debate. This is on his channel again. Let's keep the good times going, Jeran.
It has appeared. They are gaining members as we speak. The mob is growing. That is the penises. They are the group of penises. What is a penis? It sounds an awful lot like another word. Don't even think about that. It has nothing to do with that. It is exposing the new breed of flip-flopping, know-nothing, confused conflationists, otherwise known as the penises. And if you are one of them, you are a penis. What does that mean? Well, a penis is a flat earther who, not including the sun.
Right, so are you a little penis, a flat earther, not including... This is where Jeran's mind is, always with his phallus. Jeran, this is between me and you, buddy. You got big problems, dude. Deep-seated, fucked up psychological issues, man, around your dick. You really got to get to the bottom of this, dude. You are fucked up in more ways than I can even elucidate here. Venus, flat earther, not including sun. Jeran, you're the only person not a Venus. Do you understand that, right? You're just going to highlight certain people like me and others. You're the only flat earther who's a non-Venus. Maybe some other people that watch you, but not even them. Like that fuckwit Sovereign Dave, or that complete moron fucking nitwit Awesome Austin. I got news for you. They're Venuses too. They're just sycophants. They just want to suck off you and ride your fucking paltry subscribers. Everybody's a Venus, dude. You're just a head penis and we're all Venuses. Plain and simple. Dumb fuck. Your buddy Austin, he's a Venus. Your buddy Dave Weiss, Venus. You're such a moron, dude. And you present this tripe to your unwitting audience, show after show. And they sit there like the gullible morons that they obviously are and lap it up and pay you money. You got to be kidding me. Let's continue.
Because that is the new group. The group that says, doesn't matter what the sun does. The ground is flat. And so we'll just be flat earthers for that. Me, myself, I'm willing to do something that's ballsy. I've been promoting a model for 9 years. That is the AMAP. With all its faults or flaws that people find, we've been able to work around them or come up with a way that kind of explains it. But there is observations that would make it obsolete, that would make it debunked, that would make it falsified. We had Zetetic Warrior on my show, and one of the worst shows on the show of all time.
Right, one of the worst shows for you, because I annihilated you in front of your audience, and I got you to put me on because I played on your ego, because I know how you are, and you walked right into it because you're an idiot.
Why was it terrible? Because who wants to talk to somebody who actually says, we can't prove that the sun goes around in 24 hours? Let me say it again. We can't prove that the sun goes around the earth in 24 hours. Now, people like that, can you just tell what's happened? Is these people have just become nothing. Why in the world would I ever watch another thing that guy puts out or says? I'll never. It's just a garbage human. They've come to the point where they're like, well, I've just...
Really? Because I guarantee you're listening to me right now, you little twerp. You fat fuck.
Just going to say words, and then my crowd will go crazy for me. Good for you. And anybody following him or anybody who thinks that he made any sense on that show, you're lost. When I asked him, well, what else could the sun be doing if it's not going around 24 hours? He said the sun could be doing an infinite amount of things. It could be doing an infinite amount of things? Okay, get on the short bus. You're retarded. If somebody's going to say that he believes that the sun will circle somebody in Antarctica and that's not a problem for him, that alone should tell you, I don't want to deal with that person. What do you mean it's not a problem for you? You don't have problems that are clear, obvious falsifications of whatever model you... I mean, that's just insane. Imagine when you make a scientific prediction or when you make a clear statement that you think is true. That's the art of being ballsy and standing behind your beliefs. Imagine you have somebody who on the globe says, I believe the globe, and I say the sun circles your head in Antarctica. And then we come along and say, no, we believe the earth is flat and therefore the sun sets in Antarctica. Okay. And if those two people come together and say, let's see what happens, nobody can be ashamed. I believe one thing, you believed another thing. We go down there, we see what happens, and we see which side is correct. That is noble, ballsy. It is scientific. It is falsifiable. And even the Globers are taking that position of, okay, well, we believe this. And if we see it set, then we will close down our channels. But our flat earthers have become such pussies that they have had to backtrack already, like scared little girls, hide in the corner and just be like, I guess it's going to be whatever happens is we're still flat. It doesn't matter what the observations is. What? So you're saying that never can it be disproven? And I'm the bad guy for saying that. Imagine this group that I found myself in. I'm the bad guy for pointing out that our model can be falsified. No, it cannot be falsified. It can never be the ground, Jeran. The ground, bro. The ground flat, bro. Dude, the ground flat. Thanks, Slow Sanchez. By the way, his name is Slow Sanchez. The other guy, the pathetic warrior. But Slow Sanchez lost me. So I'm running out of people to watch on YouTube. Bro Sanchez, nope. The Jake the Asshole, nope. Nachiketa, nope. Pathetic warrior, nope. Nathan Oakley, nope. There is no...
Jeran, you better apologize to every single person you just mentioned there when you come back with egg on your face after your fucking bullshit trip. All of them. Notice you didn't bring up what's its name or Weiss, who are making the same argument that we are. I played it earlier. I'm not going to play it again. You can go back. He makes the same argument, Jeran. You're the only person taking this stance. Sorry. As you want to sit there and gaslight everybody and think we're going to fall for this? You're a clown, dude.
No chance in the world that I would hear somebody else either went to Antarctica or is going to Antarctica and that they say, hey, if I go to Antarctica and see the sun circle my head, I'm going to change my belief and become a globe earther. At that point, I can't imagine giving a fuck at all. I can't imagine making a video about that person and saying they're compromised or this, they're that. I mean, everybody's so worried about the flat earth. They're like, oh, the mainstream media is going to, talk shit about us and then it's going to just crush the flat earth. And why are you such a pussy? Why do they give a shit? Why not just turn your head the other way and just say, whatever that guy says, if he goes down.
Which is funny, Jeran, because as you're saying that, you made a video about me previous to this one, and now you're making one here, calling me a little penis. And then you later say, I'm the head of the little penises. So as you're making videos about people, you're decrying those who make videos about people. You're the ultimate hypocrite.
Goes down to Antarctica and sees something, let him see what he sees, let him believe what he wants. How hard is that? It's simple. Go down there, observe, report. And if the sun does go around my head, then I have every right to say, well, then a major part of my flat earth conditioning, if you want to say that, or learning or education, will have been proven incorrect. And it becomes much more difficult to reconcile a flat earth, period. That's just that. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. Now, again, why are people making videos talking about the Home Depot? Again, just when you highlight the globe model and what their claim is, I don't think people really get it. That wherever you are on the earth is flat, period. Okay? Now, if we lived on a gigantic globe, the same, we're talking about gigantic globe being 24,901 in circumference, the same would be true. Now, as hard as that is for people to understand, like, no, all circles have to have curve. I get it. But you're not paying attention to how small of a curve that would be on a 24,901 ball. That's all I'm saying. So I'm saying is you can't just say we measured flat here and therefore the entire globe is flat. That wouldn't make any sense. If we lived on a globe, you would measure flat where you're at. Okay. The other thing, Globers, you need to, what you've done wrong, if your theory is even right, is why you argued when people said like they build bridges with curvature in mind and they build, and you, or what they said, we said that you don't. And you guys argued it and said that they do. And now I'm in the position, I'm like, no, they don't. Why would they? If the earth was curved, they would not build bridges with a curve in mind because it's flat where they're at. Do you understand? Go to the Golden Gate Bridge. It's flat. It has to be. You understand? Think of how much curve there would be in a mile. They say it's 8 inches. 8 inches. Think about how far a mile is away from you. Now picture the size of 8 inches. Some of you might do that easier than others. But can you see that's not much of a drop for a mile? Think of how many people, first of all, I just want to bring this up. I think how many people the AE map has brought to flat earth. Think of how many people.
This one's rich. Here we go, Jeran. Get over yourself, dude. Get over yourself.
And these guys are ready just to cast it aside. Throw it away. Like, no, you just debunked that map.
Again, you're strong. Nobody said throwing away the AE map. Nobody's saying that, dude. This is how disingenuous you are. Misrepresenting and strawmanning. You don't get that there's two things. There's the map And then there's the heavens above it. Two separate things. Yeah. The map could be fucked up. The conception of it. The conception of the heaven could be fucked up. Or they both could be fucked up. You're just straw manning it, dude. Maybe the AE map's perfect. And the sky just does something different that wasn't accounted for. Or maybe the sky does exactly what was accounted for, but the AE map wasn't exactly right. Or maybe it's any combination of those two things, dude. You're straw manning and gaslighting constantly.
Map, who cares? We'll still be flat earthers. Whoa, hold on. What do you mean? That is what brought people to the flat earth. So if it's debunked, you're just going to say we're still going to have the same belief, and we just give up on the map, and now we have no map and no reason, no rhyme, no concoction. We don't even know what the sun does. Sun does it whatever it wants. That's insanity to me. You know who Nachiketa is? Nachiketa said the dumbest thing I've ever heard a human being say.
Oh, he did? Well, let's pay attention. If he said the dumbest thing a human being has ever said, I guess we better listen. Is it dumber than the shit that you've been saying all night?
He said, Jeran's questioning whether the earth is flat or not. I don't think you can be a flat earther if you're questioning the shape of the earth. Can you imagine being that dumb that you don't understand that people always would be adjusting? They always should be looking into things. You should never stand on something and say, this is the truth. End of story. End all be all. And he said, you can't be a flat earther if you're questioning. So you can only be a flat earther if you've decided to.
Again, misrepresenting, gaslighting, straw manning. You're such a snake, Jeran. And it's going to be your undoing. After almost a decade, you managed to get 100 people to become members of your channel. Because this is the way you act. You fooled 100 people. Slow clap for you. Can we get a slow clap for Jeran? I'll give you one, buddy. I'll give you the slow clap you always deserved. You got 100 fucking morons after a decade to support your ass. By gaslighting, misrepresenting, lying, being a two-faced, low-down, rotten scoundrel. Worst fucking kind of person there is.
Forget all evidence. Forget everything else that ever comes into play and just stand on your spot and say, I'm a flat earther forever, right now, today. And that means no matter what new evidence comes, that's what I'm doing. You are exactly what Globers were that we all hated. You've become exactly that. It's disgusting to see. And I feel like it's weird that I'm on the inside. I shouldn't even see it the way I do, but I see it from the outside. And this is just, imagine if I said, I'm a Giants fan and you're a Dodgers fan. And I say, all right, we're going to win tomorrow for sure. And you come along and go, well, I don't know if, I'm not really sure it would be a win if we won. You're like, what? Yeah, if you won, I don't know if it would call it a win. I don't think it's a win. But we won. No, I think that, because what I want to make sure is that there's no chance that we lose.
How does anybody listen to this guy? He does this shit for hours and hours and hours on end. It's a stream of conscious pontification of nonsense constantly. This is this man's content. It's time for OnlyFans, Jeran. I don't know if you could take your YouTube channel now and just make it like your porno channel and just keep it like PG and just send everybody to the OnlyFans of yours. It's time, Jeran. This is over. What you're doing is done. You just need to stop. This is excruciating. But I'm going to keep going because I have to get this on record. But this is excruciating. Who the fuck listens to this guy?
It's like, well, we could lose. No, we can't really. It's not a loss. No, we could go play the game tomorrow and lose. No, I don't think so, because anything could happen. And if we do, we'll just come back and we'll complain and say that there was some fault by the umpires or that the crowd threw something. It's like, what? No, what if it's just a clean game? What if it's a clean game? We get to see. No, I don't think there's any chance it'll be a clean game. So therefore, nobody can win, nobody can lose. It's just a thing. It's just a game. Nobody can win or lose. This is what we're dealing with. These guys have now got to the point where like, no, nothing can ever be shown or proven or, no, I don't think so. No, it's just going to be another thing. It's just the sun going around the opposite direction. We can explain it. How? Well, we'll just, because the sun does infinite things. Sure. Okay, then. More power to you. For me, I'm going to follow evidence, regardless. And I already know what it means if one observation or the other. But I'm not going to be dishonest with you. and tell you, well, if I do see that, there's still other possibilities for the AE map to be true. No, there isn't. And it's okay to say that. It's called having balls. It's called being sure of your position. That's all. And if I go down there and observe the opposite of my position, then being a man is saying I was wrong. My observations or my evidence that I had been gathering is wrong. Venus. Never be conceited. The sun observations you can just disregard. Jump on the short bus with us. The Venus retards. Yeah, Venus, 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 Venus. I got the truth. That's all that's needed. I have aligned with the demonstrable mob. Leo is not gay. He just can't get off your knob. Yeah, Venus, 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 Venus. It doesn't matter if he sees it. The sun can circle opposite in the south. No need to explain it. You got Venus in your mouth. Yeah, Venus, 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 Venus. Earth is flat and that's all that's needed. We'll just invoke more suns that Pac-Man about. Put your fingers in your ears and they'll remove any doubt. Yeah, Venus, 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 Venus. No balls and just a little Venus. The sun, it morphs into and out of the ground. There's an infinite path the sun takes the year round. Yeah, Venus, 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 Venus. My beliefs will never be defeated. We don't even know what the sun is, right, guys? There's no way to track it as it flies through the sky. Just Venus, 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 Venus. Jeran, you're compromising. We can see it. We won't listen or hear what you say. You're a shill, and that's clear. Why don't you go hang out with a little Patricia Steer? Yeah, Venus, 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 Venus. Should I keep going? No, I'll be done.
Patricia Steer.
Venus, Venus. That song's gonna get stuck in your head. I'm telling you, you're gonna be singing it the rest of the day. Make up your own. Send in your chorus. It's very easy. Why do the Venuses believe what they believe? Just come up with a reason. Well, they, I don't know. We don't need the sun means nothing. See, because the sun doesn't. The sun goes around, and who needs it? And then you fill in your next whatever your line is there. Whatever you want to say. So that is Venus.
Who
Don't be a
listens
Venus.
to this guy?
So I have to question, what if we now think that the earth is flat and it kind of matches the Bible and everything seems fine, but then you see an observation that clearly wouldn't work on a flat earth and only works by the group describing the earth as a sphere. This is what happens when people care more about saving face. This is all about Zetetic Warrior saying something stupid during his Nachiketa interview where he said,
right,
I think the sun goes around the person in Antarctica in 24 hours, and that's not a problem for me. That's what he said. Now, because these guys have an impossible task of ever saying, oops, I was wrong. Oops, I shouldn't have said that. Oops, that's not true. They will go to the point of saying the sun can do an infinite amount of things and we can't prove anything. That's where they'll go rather than to admit to you they were wrong. That's pathetic. That's pathetic. I'll never listen to that guy speak one word again.
That's called projection, everybody. That's a man who just projected his own internal space onto me. You guys know why I'm doing this? Because of this shit. The guy can't stop talking about me. Jeran, you have 160,000 subscribers. I don't even have 2,000. But which is funny because I held about 100 people all night. And when I saw you tonight, you had about 230. Which is weird. How's that math work, Jeran? Doesn't. Idiot.
Never. Because he's a liar. That's what they are. They're liars. And what do I tell you from day one? I hate liars. Anybody who lies.
Right, you're calling me a liar. You guys wonder why I'm doing this tonight. I'm a liar, huh, Jeran?
Lies is doing so for their betterment. They don't care about other people. They just want their own whatever to be exalted. And people are so afraid of saying, oops, I was wrong. Oops, I made a mistake. Oops, that was a dumb thing to say. So watch, like Nachiketa. Can he say, oops, Jeran's right. I should have never said that, oh, you can't be a flat earther if you don't believe fully in it and will never change your mind based on evidence. It's an insane thought. But again, he'll just double down on that. This is what they all do. Double down, double down, double down.
We're doubling down. We're doubling down? Unbelievable.
To the point of infinity, to where you get this infinite regression to where everything falls apart and looks like soup. That's what the beliefs of Zetetic Warrior, who I used to like and thought he was Zetetic, I would actually hear him give good arguments to people about his beliefs. Now his beliefs are...
Oh, I do give good arguments, just like tonight. It's a great argument. It's too bad it's about you. Sorry you can't listen to me anymore. And you liked me so much until I called your ass out. Sorry that happened to you, Jeran.
Beliefs are soup. There's nothing in there. It's just liquid. Like, what do you mean? This is your beliefs? Yeah, but it's anything. It's infinite soup. Could be anything in there. Now, it's not just a flat earth model. It's all flat earth models. Do you understand that this is why you can't just throw the AE map away? What are you replacing it with? How many Home Depots would be in a mile? and we're just going to butt them up against each other.
Home
So it takes
Depot again.
17 Home Depots. Think about this for a second. Think about the length of a Home Depot, and we're going to stack them next to each other.
Why
all,
Home
all next to each other, and we
Depot?
open up the walls. So it's now one giant 1 mile Home
Why
Depot.
not switch to
And it would be
Walmart at least
17
once, dude, or
Home Depot's long.
Lowe's?
In that 17 Home Depots, the total drop, if we live on a sphere, is 8 inches. 8 inches. So imagine if you're in any one of those Home Depots, 17 of them, and you put a level on the ground, it's going to show level everywhere. Level, 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 level. If you're going to build a bridge inside these 17 Home Depots, are you going to take into account the curvature of the Home Depot? No. Why would you? Let's now say that there's
you're a
2 miles of Home
glober,
Depot, so we add
dude.
another 17 of them.
You're a glober.
Now, from the very first point of Home Depot number 1 to Home Depot number 34, there's now 32 inches of drop. But again, anywhere on any of those Home Depot floors would be
this is
flat.
excruciating.
Put a level down anywhere,
I'm
it's
going to
flat.
keep going, everybody. I
Add another
have
17
to.
Home Depots, so then we have 3 miles. And you'll see my point.
We're getting there.
Then no matter how many Home Depots we add, every time, every single place
People
that you
listen
ever place
to
a
this
level
guy.
is flat. Now, if you're talking
Like,
about Jen,
as
do you believe the water
entertainment.
curves? Well,
Who
yeah,
the
that becomes
fuck
a tough one.
listens to
Because what am I
this
supposed to
guy?
say about these 51 Home
Tony
Depots?
Coriolis?
What I'm saying
hey,
is
Tony
they have a
Coriolis,
theory.
are you listening
They
to
have
me?
a model that
What
does
about
call
you,
for that.
Dr.
But if I did see the sun behind me, since it cannot be explained on any flat Earth model,
You listen to this
then I'm left
fucking
with no choice
retard?
but to say, wow, the evidence seems to point to a person being upside down.
Again,
So the question
Boston
becomes,
Bear. Are you there, Boston
does
Bear?
water
You
curve
sit
in
there
the Home
and
Depots that are
spend
3
your
miles
time
long? I
listening
do think
to
you can
him.
infer things.
You
and
have
one of
a
those things would
family,
be
dude.
the upside down
You give
sun.
this guy money?
So if we
You
find that
kidding
the sun
me?
does this and goes behind you, like this that I'm drawing here,
Jaron,
hopefully
you
you see that
shilled
this
your
is not.
way
I
for
want you
10
to realize on
years
your own
with this shit.
that this is a problem for
10
all flat maps.
years?
As Slow Sanchez said, there's 1,000 other models or 1,000 other maps. Then that's great. Find one that calls for the sun to make a U-turn and go the opposite direction. And when you don't, it's time to face facts and just say, oh, that's true. There is a falsifier coming up. That's exciting because when you get to know for sure that you're right or wrong, it's exciting. You go down there, you observe, fuck, the sun's going the other way. Unbelievable. It's circling my head. But I guess I was wrong. I just described that if you're in a 3 mile Home Depot, which is 51 Home Depots connected to each other, that the water in the Home Depots would all be level.
Oh, Jaron,
Therefore, your
you're
statement of
insufferable.
the physics of water prove the shape of the earth. No, they don't. The physics of water would say that they are flat in that Home Depot. Yeah, we just said the Home Depot was on a big, gigantic sphere Earth. If you can't get it, that's on you.
Oh, if we can't get the moronic stuff that you just said, that's on us. I defy anybody to re-listen to that and try to make sense of what he just said there. Who listens to you, Jaron? What does your wife think of you? Jaron, I guarantee your wife hates your guts. I guarantee you that bitch fucking hates your guts. I guarantee it. You're insufferable. I don't care how big your dick is, Jaron. She still fucked your best man, didn't she? Jaron, when your wife fucked your best man, she hates your guts, Jaron. You're a loathsome person. You're disgusting. You're wretched.
Not me. I used to think flat Earth made people better. It makes people worse. It makes people worse. You can argue with me all you want. Why do I have to see the ugly face of everybody who would have never been like this?
Hey, everybody, listen. Hey, flat Earth makes you a worse person, according to Jaron, the flat Earth leader. Did you hear that? It makes you worse, not better. Jaron knows it.
Yes. We're going to talk about it. When you look at your beliefs and you break them apart like I did with Jeranism, one noticeable thing about your beliefs is when you notice you're on the wrong track is when it makes you a worse person. The truth does not make you a worse person. The truth makes you a better person. Okay, one thing I'm happy about, Austin Whitsitt being a stand-up guy. I'm happy that I'm not the only one.
Is he? He's a Venus. Austin's a Venus. He's a flat Earth, not including sun. He said it earlier. He's a Venus, dude. I'm glad you think he's a stand-up guy.
Who doesn't fear investigation. Okay. But why is it that I don't care what his beliefs are? Let me explain. If Austin said, well, I'm going down to see if we see the sun, and if it does, I will believe XYZ. I will believe this or that. I don't care. Why would I care what Austin believes? Why would I care? Why would I care what anybody believes? And the answer is, I don't. For 9 years, count them, 9, almost 10. For 9 years, I've been claiming the shape of the earth is blank, flat, AE map, whatever you want to call it. That was my position, based on evidence, based on things I saw, based on things I knew. Okay, that's my position. Now, if somebody comes along and says, hey, I think that you might be wrong about what you've been saying, and I've got a way to show you whether you're right or wrong. I'm going to buy you a ticket. We're going to fly down to this place. Here's what we're going to observe. Great. So anybody who has a problem with somebody verifying, observing, what is your deal? How could you possibly have a problem with somebody who says, I've been saying this, and now I have a chance to go and show myself whether I've been right or wrong, and I'm willing to do it? And people have said, oh, remove it. He's a shill. He's going to go observe. He's not going to just believe our religion. What a shill. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been trapped now in a religion. There's a new group of flat earthers joining or growing. You know what this new group says? That they don't know what the sun does. They don't know what the sun does. Remember how Dave Weiss has his 3 baskets? Works on.
Jeran, you're such a gaslit. Jeran, do you know you're talking about everybody in the FE community? Apparently, except your listeners. How do you not see this, dude? This cult that you're talking about is all of us. It could be the rising earthers, the stationary earthers. What do those awake soul guys call it? The stereographic virtual world, or whatever they call it. You're talking about all of us. You're creating this little narrative that doesn't hold up to your listeners, that you're grifting consistently. And you're going to be the one presented to the world as the flat earther. That's the rub of this whole thing. That's why I'm so passionate. You're going to be the guy on all the mainstream news when this debacle goes down, throwing us all under the bus. Look, the most prominent flat earther flipped to the globe. And we're going to have to look at your dumb fucking face going, oh, for 9 years, I thought it was a flat earth, but I always knew this was the falsifier. This was the one. Thanks to my good buddy, Pastor Will Duffy, for presenting me with this opportunity to straighten me out. Clown.
Works on flat earth, works on globe earth, works on both. Hey, that's an admirable way to go about finding the truth. It's admirable. Unless you become a Phoenix, in which case what you're going to do is you're going to make the basket for flat earth infinite. Oh, aren't you impressive? Look at him. It's an infinite basket. So anything you observe, you're just going to throw it in that basket. I will never be a part of that. I remove myself wholeheartedly from any group that believes you can take any observation and throw it in the flat earth and say, yep, it still matches. Earth's flat. Fuck no. Hell no. That is a religion. It's disgusting. You are the exact reason I became a flat earther, was because the globe was doing the exact same thing, and you guys are just picking up and taking off where they left off. So good for that group. They will be a laughingstock in no time. Mark my words. They will be a laughingstock in no time. Doesn't matter if we see the sun or if we don't. That group will be a laughingstock. Can you imagine having a belief?
Jeran, that's all of us. That's everybody. You psycho. Here's a question, Jeran. If we took your dick and put it on the floor of a Home Depot, would it curve? 8 inches? I'm sure you got at least 8 inches. You want to talk about 8-inch curve? Does your 8 inches curve, Jeran? Can we use that? Can we put that in the basket? Your big penis that nobody cares about? Clown.
A belief that you're allowed to say, like we all know for a fact that the sun goes around the earth in 24 hours. We all know that. There is no question. Yet this group has a question. Well, no, we can't say that, Jeran. We can say that the sun does an infinite amount of things. Oh, does it? That's weird, because I can tell you exactly where the sun is right now. And I'll tell you exactly where the sun is in 10 minutes. And I'll tell you where it's at in an hour. And I'll tell you where it's at in 2 hours. I live in California. Sun's never been above my head. Never. So does it really have an infinite amount of things it does? No. It doesn't have an infinite amount of things. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But you know what that is? It's called a cope. And then that person wants to throw at you, oh, you're just in your feelies. No. The person in their feelies is the one making up any...
You guys know he's talking about me this whole time. Oh, Z, why are you doing this? Oh, it's divisive. He's been talking about me all night. All night. Why am I doing this? Jeran, you fucked with the wrong person. You just don't understand. I don't give a fuck. I'm not on here for clout or shekels. I can make money in the real world myself. I don't need to be here. I do this because I'm passionate about it. I do this because there's fucktards like you. So I need to be here doing this. Plain and simple. So I'll continue to do it.
Any insane excuse. Like, well, it has an infinite amount of things it could do. No, it doesn't. The sun has one place it is every single day at the exact same time. That's where it is. We know its path. We know exactly the path it takes. So for anybody who's come along, this is so hilarious. This guy made a video called Z Runes Jeran Saves Flat Earth. Now imagine this. He saved Flat Earth by introducing the infinite basket and the infinite path sun. Oh, guys, Flat Earth was going to be ruined, but thank God Z came. Z came and he saved it with the infinite sun look.
Jeran, I'm so in your fucking head. It's got to suck for you, dude. It's got to suck that this guy from Jersey just kind of comes out of nowhere, starts talking on his channel, gets no support from you gatekeepers at all. You never brought me on your show, Jeran, nor Karen, Dave, Mark. It's funny because you all watch me. All. I don't know if Mark watches me. I know Patricia does. And sure the fuck no Dave does. And I know you do. You guys didn't do shit for me. I got every single subscriber one by one on my own by coming on here and presenting myself. And I'm living rent-free in that dumb empty head of yours. It's got to suck for you, dude. Why are you even talking about me, Jeran? 160,000 subscribers? I don't even have 2,000? Weird. Except I held 100 people here all night. You held a little over 200 on your stream earlier. Maybe that's why I'm in your head, fuckface. Maybe that's why. There's still a bunch of people here listening to me. I'm going on 5 hours. And this isn't even a good stream of mine. I mean, maybe it's funny to some people. I'm kind of having fun with it. But I have to sit here and listen to you for hours on end. I'd rather just talk to my audience. They'd probably rather that too. I'm in your head, idiot. Every time you say my name, you just empower me more. Show how weak you are. Really, the feckless wonder.
On locations. Now we can be flat earthers again. And the next time something comes up, we'll just save it again with the infinite, whatever it takes. Just infinite. It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. And the fact that people fell for it is disgusting. It's embarrassing. You guys are an embarrassment. Anybody who's even back that, who thinks, oh, we don't know what the sun does. This is my new thing up here. Jeran, we don't know what the sun does. Yes, we do. What are you talking about? We know the location of the sun every minute of every fucking day. We know, go to SunCalc. What do you think it is? Do you know what time the sun's going to rise tomorrow? How? Do you know what time the sun's going to set tonight? How do you know that if it's an infinite amount of places the sun can be? The sun is in one spot. We know where it's at. Get over it. Pretty sad group of people that have just decided, oh, now we'll just do anything we want with the sun. We don't know where the sun is. It's apparently the sun. And no, get this. If we all got up right now and everybody walked towards the sun, now granted, you'd have to freeze the sun in the sky. Would we all end up under the sun? The answer is yes. If you don't even know that, you're not a truther. You're a fucking dumbass. If we all got up and walked towards the sun, we'd all end up exactly together underneath it.
Jeran, you just misrepresent and strawman people. I can't believe this works on anybody. I can't wait till your wife leaves you. That's going to be so great. No, but Z, you got divorced too. Okay, so what? Admit it. You're the one walking around here like your shit don't stink. If my wife fucked my best man, Jeran, I wouldn't be with her. What does it say about you? You're going to gaslight everybody all night long? Say horrible things about so many people? I'm going to say horrible things about you. Your wife fucked your best man, Jeran, and you're still with that bitch. You sleep next to that dirty whore every single night. And you want to talk about us, me and others like me, and our manhood? You're the lowest of the low. That's why you're projecting all over us.
Easy. Nope, not for this group of people. Not for this group of truthers. They'll argue with me. They'll argue. No, it's not. No, Jeran, but it could be in infinite places. No, if we walk towards it, we will end up in the same place. Period. It makes a circuit around the earth in 24 hours. Period. Go get everybody who's ever watched me and have them leave and go join the Phoenix crew. Enjoy yourselves. I will have fun laughing at you from afar at what a pathetic bunch of nobodies you became. Here's the thing about Flat Earth. Flat Earth has been scientific since we started. Do you understand that? Everything that we put together has been scientific for 9 painstaking years of abuse and hate and vitriol and just disgusting comments. We pieced together a scientific model of the Earth that matched the Flat Earth. Okay. Now some people have come along to save the Flat Earth, and they've incorporated religion and mysticism and hopes and wonders and dreams. Oh, the sun could be anywhere, though. It could split off into 2 and come around into 3, and it could go up really high and then break off into 7, and angels carry it down and set it on the Earth's clouds. Shut the fuck up. You have made Flat Earth a joke. So you saved it by making it a joke. I'll always remember those who did that. Okay. And I will, when I see the sunset in December, I will laugh hysterically at those who ran away with their tail between their legs, and then I'll just make up something new. There's a lot of people who say that flat Earth tests that they never looked into. They're like, oh, what? You're a flat earther because nobody's a flat earther because of the southern sun. Yes, they are. Flat Earth would have never started out. Here's my final saying. If the Earth is like this, which is what I have been promoting, which is what I believe based on my evidence, based on my research. Okay. I told you at the beginning of the show, I hate liars. Liars are the problem with the world. So if I have a chance of finding out whether or not I'm correct about what I've been saying, then I want to find out. I want to find out. That's just the way it should be for everybody. Should be that way no matter what. So what we're going to do here is we're going to draw a white line. White line where the Tropic of Cancer is. Okay. So it's about, there on South America-ish. I'm going to pull it up over here. We're going with the southern line. It's about to maybe a little bit in more. Oh, a little bit.
Oh, this is excruciating.
It's about there.
This is fucking absolutely
there. All right, so that looks like about the
nauseating.
Is it below Africa? I don't even know.
And these people sit here as he fiddles around with his little drawings.
Line we know doesn't quite hit California.
For the 100th
more
time.
Down by like right below Florida. Where's Florida here? About there. Okay, so I'd say maybe that's the
What's
inner
better,
line.
this or reefer roulette?
Right, close enough. And then we're going to do the equator. And I want you guys to walk with me through something so that you can see the absurdness of the position of some of the people in this community who have completely lost the plot.
Yeah,
completely. Now they're just about name calling and whatever you want to call it, cult building. It's disgusting. They're pathetic.
Right, disgusting. But we're the name callers. You're such a gaslighter, Jeran. Look what he's using. He's using the globy trope of flat earthers. Do you guys see what he's using? You think this is an accident? Open your... I want everybody to look at the screen right now. He's using the floating flat earth disc in space that like McToon and FTFE uses. And Dave McKeegan. Look what he's using. You think that's an accident? I'm so glad I saw this before everybody. Jeran's globe flip. What the... He's actually... Oh my God, he's using the disc in space.
Even the water's like just falling off the side of it.
Right, Notch, it's the water's falling off the side. Like when they say, oh, where's the edge when you fall off into space? Look, it even has the same bottom that they put, like as if it's like a rock in space. Notch, that's not an accident. There's no way that he would use this, dude. Oh my God.
They're pathetic pieces of shit, all of them. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, we're pathetic pieces of shit.
You know what the sun does 24 hours a day, despite what the Phoenices say. The Phoenices are flat earthers, not including the sun, and they have their own little click going. That's fine with them. They don't include the sun because the sun doesn't do what they want it to do, so they just throw it away and basically say, we don't know what the sun does. It's magical. It can be in an infinite amount of places, and now our basket for what the flat earth contains is infinite. So it doesn't matter what anybody observes, the earth is flat. So this is the sun doing its orbit in 24 hours that we know it does. We know that because if everybody stood on the equator on the equinox, the sun would be above everybody's head all day. This person here would start a time clock. It would go around. It would come back in 24 hours. Nope, I'm not agreeing to that. Nope, I don't think that happens. I think it could be in an infinite amount of places. All right, so we got the sun that does this in 24 hours. Easy. Now, in the summer, it does this. In the winter, it does this. Or in their summer. Very easy. Okay, I want you guys to come with a walk for me. We're going to walk as if we are a man standing at New York. Here's this guy in New York. He's standing up. Okay, and he's facing south. Okay, he's going to walk in a path like this. Let's make it another color so it sticks out a little bit more. How about blue? That doesn't stick out enough. How about pink? Well, that doesn't even do it that way. There you go, red. All right, so this is the path we're going to take as we walk right now. Pay attention, because this is why I'm taking the position I'm taking. And if you can't gather that, then I don't know what's wrong with you. The sun going around, but I want you to pay attention to something, because this is insanity. It's what made me go, wait, what? So the sun going around. Every day, the sun would pass you. As you're walking south, the sun would pass you on your left to your right. Correct? Remember, you're here, but you're facing down, facing south. So the sun's going to every day rise on your left, set on your right. No matter if it's here, or if it's here, or if it's here. Now, some people will tell you that we can't even predict that the sun goes into, and I guess it goes in clockwise motion. How would we know that? It's an infinite amount of places. So can't know that either. Can't know anything anymore. But let's walk. So as we walk, when we get here, let me change my person. Okay, so let's say now we're here. When we get here, remember the sun could be above our head, because now we're at the intertropic. Sun could be above our head, or it could be south of us. But no matter what, it's moving this way, left or right. Great, let's keep walking. Now we're here. Again, the sun could still be above my head because it could be the equinox, could be even behind me, and it could be right in front of me, but it always is moving left to right. Great. Now let's walk here. Tropic of Capricorn. Okay. Now the sun could be above our head, but more than likely it's behind us. Correct? It's behind us because we are here walking south. The sun goes on our left, goes to our right. Even if it's behind us, it's still on our left and going to our right. Great. Now let's walk further. Let's walk here. Now when we're here, where should the sun be? The sun should be behind you. This is the map that brought us all to flat Earth. This is the map that has convinced everybody who's a flat earther that the Earth is flat. This is the map that people woke up to. You want to lie about it now, that's fine. You want to throw it away, that's fine. That's on you. There's a reason why we use the AE map, because it works. There's a reason why no other map is used, because they don't work. You understand? That's how things work. That's what science is. But these guys are like, throw it away. We'll just make up a new map. Okay, good luck with that. As if nobody's thought of that in 9 years. Yeah, you'll just be the first one to just invent a new flat map. Okay, good luck for that. Even though this one works. All right, makes sense. So if you walk to here, pay attention. What if I told you, remember, we were walking south, we were watching the sun go from our right to our left. What if all of a sudden you got here and you saw the sun over here? Excuse me, what? The sun's in front of me, I'm walking south. I passed the Tropic of Cancer or Capricorn, it's behind me. But now I see the sun in the front. Yep. So you can have two choices. You can become a Venus, a flat earther, not including the sun, and just say, well, it's flat no matter what. Doesn't matter if I see the sun there. Or you can be honest and you can say, oh, if I'm walking south and I see the sun over here, then that falsifies this model. That's it. Get over it. Stop sucking your thumb. Stop crying in corners. Stop complaining. It's a falsification. Now, that's my opinion. Do you understand what that means? It's my choice to decide what I believe. And I'm not going to continue believing in that map if I see the sun in the south after I've passed the Tropic of Capricorn, because that's not what it's supposed to do. The sun is supposed to be going around behind me. It has to get to the other side of the world. How the fuck could it be over here? It's that simple. It's not difficult. This is not something that needs to, oh, Jeran needs to be thrown out of the community. Jeran's a shill. No, you're a fucking retard. I'm not a shill for telling you the truth, as I've told you for 9 years. For being honest, I'm not a shill. You're a piece of shit for lying about me, for making up shit, doing whatever you can to get views.
No, that's you. You're the piece of shit.
You're pathetic and a piece of shit. Period. I'm not a piece of shit for being honest with you. Yet this is what you're trying to convince people. Oh, Jeran says if he sees the sun in the south, then it means that the AE model's fake. Well, it can't be true. How the fuck is that working? Let me explain something else. This is the crazier thing about this experiment and this observation. And then what they say is that this will just do this. That's what the sun will do on a flat Earth. It'll never go over here. It'll never bring light. Australia, you're not getting any light on the 15th, 16th, 17th of December. Sorry. The sun's going to be going like this around me. Okay? You're going to be over here. No. This is why I say this is insane. It doesn't do that. Anyway, but because I'm describing it and saying, if I saw this, then this map is wrong, people bailed on flat Earth. Can you imagine? No observation has been made. None. And they're like, I'm out of here. I can't even. What? What happened to you people? What happened? When did flat earthers become this group that doesn't care about observations, doesn't care about getting closer to the truth? Disgusting.
Dude, you're such a
that's another thing I put in the demand. I demanded to sit on the right side of the plane on the trip down south. Why did Jeran do that? Because I'll be able to know, get this, I will know whether the Earth is the AE map or it's been falsified before I land in Antarctica. Before I even land the fucking plane, I will be able to call you and say, guys, I was right, or guys, we're fucking wrong. Why? Because we'll be able to look out the right side of the plane and see if the sun does, oh, this. Uh-oh. What in the literal fuck is going on? We'll be flying in a plane. If the sun is out the right window as we fly to Antarctica and we land there, and now the sun's here and it just continues to work its way around, the AE map is falsified. Stop crying, you little bitches. Stop it. Now I understand it's frightening that you're like, well, I don't really want to go down and see that. And think how I feel. I'm going to know before we land. I'm going to know before we land. Because if the sun goes off this way, then the Earth is clearly a flat Earth. And if the sun goes
He was about to say it's a globe, and he had, Jeran, you're the worst.
this way, the AE map is falsified. Now you say, Jeran, are you going to become a glober? I think there's a lot of problems with the globe. There's a million problems with the globe, but there isn't any that are this catastrophic. Like it is to the AE map. It's just simple to say, oh, the AE map no longer works if that's true. Period. Now here's the problem I have with people. You're like, it doesn't prove curvature, right? So probably doesn't happen, right? So just be on the side of flat Earth. You're attacking a person saying if. How dumb are you? If. But Jeran, but there would be no curve. Well, yeah, we know that, but that's why we don't think it happens. But if it does, then if you're just like, no, I still believe that everything, I'm not going to change my beliefs. You are a religitard.
So again, he said that his observation proves curvature. Again.
You're in a cult. You don't base your beliefs on evidence.
Right.
You base your beliefs on what you feel is great and what feels good. That's not me. It's never been me. Jeranism is my own beliefs built on my own observations and my own research. And I've made a channel on YouTube so that I could keep myself honest and put stuff out there as kind of a chronicling of my journey. Okay. And sometimes you have to be slapped in the face to realize whether you're right or wrong. I'm hoping that never happens. There's enough evidence for me that I think that there is a very small chance that this happens. Very small. I would be shocked. I would be in utter, I might tell the fucking pilot, turn around, turn the fucking plane around, go back. I might just be livid.
Right. Cause you're an arrogant fucking prick.
Now I also know
how could you not, Jeran? Are you so egotistical that you really think they're bringing you down there to debunk the globe and prove the flat Earth? Is that how delusional you are, you fucktard?
What are the chances that they let you see it set, Jeran? Well, probably pretty nil. That's why I think the trip will be canceled. But what bothers me is that as a flat Earth group, why does it matter what my beliefs are? I'm explaining to you what my beliefs are. So that's all it comes down to, is that you can believe in the infinite sun if you want. You can believe in the Phoenix group. You can believe in the cult group. You can believe that this Earth remains flat no matter what observations we see, that the lights in the sky don't prove the ground. That's fine. But there is sometimes that we infer things based on other things. We don't have to directly observe something. We can infer it. Okay. So if I did see this, I would have to start going, wow, I need to look into everything again. I need to go back to the drawing board because all the evidence has shown me that the Earth is flat. But a reason that I believed in the flat Earth from day one was because when I went looking for this known globe fact, I couldn't find it. There's no evidence of it. And so I said, oh, that's great. It just leads more to the preponderance of evidence. But I do think back and go, man, if I looked and there was tons of videos of the southern sun, I don't know. I don't know if I would have been a flat earther from the beginning. Now, I'm glad that I did become a flat earther. I learned a lot through it. And I'm glad that I still am a flat earther. And I'm hoping that I'm still a flat earther come January. Really hope that. But if I see a sun do this, I have to reevaluate everything. And if people have a problem with that, I have a problem with you. No, if going down there for this observation would show me one thing, whether the AE map has been falsified or not. Okay. Now, from that, I can infer a few things. That if the AE map is falsified, I've never seen another map that can account for what I would see. Our team is now the one saying that we know it's flat. Water measures flat, and therefore it's flat. Okay. If that's the way you want to go, that's fine. And I will choose which way I go when an observation is made that makes me change my mind, right? The problem becomes people saying it doesn't matter. Okay, you could say it doesn't matter, but it is pretty catastrophic to the AE model, and it matches the globe, just as a setting sun would be catastrophic to the globe and matches the AE flat Earth model. I mean, I would have to see it, and I just don't think there's a chance of that. But if I saw it and it circled my head, I'll show you why I think that that's pretty detrimental to the idea of the Earth being flat. So it's a simple debunk of the AE map if we saw a sun circling in the south. If you can't deal with that, hey, it's on you. Not me. But to call me a shill or to call me out for pointing out the painstakingly obvious is your problem, not mine. I don't even care. And in fact, it's just ridiculous to me because it makes you guys look terrible. And a lot of people that I had respect for have now lost that because they continue to say the same nonsense and things like, oh, you can't tell by things in the sky the shape of the ground. If the sun does this, you just determined that the Earth is not this. So can we look at things in the sky and determine what the ground is? Yes, we can. And then if you wanted to, why would that show globe evidence? Well, it's because when this sun supposedly goes around here, around this person, and it's here at midnight for this person, right? So this basically they're using this time zone. So this would be 12 midnight. Sorry, this would be 12 p.m. And then back here, wherever I drew that, would be 12 a.m. midnight. Okay, so if the sun is here, then how is it lighting here? If you were to call somebody in Australia and say, hey, where's the sun? They would say, it's above my head. It's just going a little bit to the west. And you'd be like, yeah, but it's behind me in Antarctica. How is that possible? I say, well, I'm over here south of South America, and the sun's behind me to my south. So how could it be to my south and be over your head at the same time?
That doesn't make any sense. Well, there's a model that says that does make sense, and that's the globe. And then I heard somebody else say, Jeran, what are you saying? You saying you believe in a globe if you see that? Don't you? What are you going to do? Throw away all the other evidence? Well, if I see a sun going around my head, and since nobody has ever been able to bring up any way that that's possible on a flat map, then I would have to, by default, say that the globe matches the real world closer. It's sad that I have to fight with people about it, and people want to keep coming at me, and I see people in the chat, Jeran thinks you could tell what the ground does by what's in the sky. Yes, you can. The most important thing, it doesn't matter, but it doesn't matter. Who cares? Can't tell the shape of the ground by what the lights do. In some cases, you can.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's so hilarious to me that Jeran says, like, oh, I'm glad I'm still a flat earther after saying all the fucking nonsense as you've been saying, like, as like, well, like we're on a giant Home Depot and it measures flat, but it could be on a giant globe. That sounds like being still a flat earther. And, like, I don't know, like, I just feel like there's this kind of a bullying tactic that is coming from Jeran, like calling me stupid, and he had said some really retarded stuff or whatever. I mean, it's like, I'm over it. I mean, like, look, like for me at the very beginning, I wanted to be respectful and like honest with my opinions, but at the same time, not get to this point. But I feel like at this point, I'm gonna take the kid gloves off, and we're gonna move forward. And really, the final experiment is like what, 2.5 months away. We're in freaking October now, so in 2 months and 10 days, 11 days. I mean, Jeran's going to be in, and who knows what's going to happen. I mean, people are talking about World War III possibility and stuff like that. My actually heart goes out to Lisbeth, who has been, handpicked more or less to also get the golden ticket. And I don't think she fully comprehends the false dichotomy that's going on. And I'm actually gonna try to get on Clubhouse and have a conversation with them. And it would be actually kind of nice if I can get Lisbeth on my channel as well once I start going live again. So, I mean, there's a lot. There's still a lot of stuff to talk about. And like Z said, the lines are drawn, and people have to, like, we can't mince words. We can't tiptoe around anymore. I just feel like I'm a little bit disappointed, like more than a little bit disappointed with a lot of people, obviously with Jeran, but a lot of people who are associated with Jeran who, and like, I don't know how they're like not able to see that they're going down with the ship. Jeran is taking them to I don't know where, but like anybody who is like doing shows with him and associating with him and being supportive of him, and like as a flat earther is problematic, but as also individuals who um, believe that Jeran is like doing something immoral, right? Sending his dick pics to women who never asked for it, and then some of them rage creating the whole flat Earth. I don't know how they're able to continuously associate themselves with Jeran in good conscience. You cannot, according to me, label yourselves as a Christian or whatever by continuously having this. And you can, at this point, you cannot feign ignorance. That's another thing. You know what I mean? Like, the cat is out of the bag. I've talked about it. Z has talked about it, and it's been kind of known at this point, like with enough people within the so-called community. So the word has to go around, and people will have to answer. In my opinion. So, like, I don't know. You cannot just ignore this anymore. And that goes to Dave and Austin, Karen, anybody who is like quote unquote a prominent member in the community. I mean, like, I can be okay with the whole upward vector thing. I mean, that's the truth as I know it. But like, that's not end all be all to quote unquote my relationship with anybody within the community, because I think it takes a little bit of time. But like this thing about knowing this information and not doing anything about it, or not talking about it, not acknowledging it, or not addressing it at all, or even making a public statement saying that I don't agree with that, is really a major problem for me. And my respect goes out the window for a lot of these people. So that's kind of where I'm at.
At this part, the people backing Jeran, they're the ones who really are going to have to take a look at themselves and think, what are they about? Like, what are their goals here, their motives? Do they care about the community? Did they ever care? And if so, well, why continue to back Jeran? For what? Because of what? To me, it would look suspicious at this point. Clout chasing, numbers chasing, some weird allegiance to a guy that doesn't deserve our respect whatsoever, both intellectually and morally. He's bankrupt on both of those. So let's just say Jeran was a super intellect, but he had these moral fallings. Well, it would still be bad, but at least you can say, well, he's slaying the globe, and maybe one, I don't know, I probably wouldn't do it, but maybe one could make an argument that the ends justify the means and the greater good prevails. But the fact that he's an embarrassment intellectually to the community, and then on top of his moral shortcomings, I don't understand at this point. And, as you and I have mentioned, the moral things that we mentioned about Jeran tonight, and sometimes, I tried to do it in a funny way, in an entertaining way, just to get people through that diatribe and to kind of be hyperbolic in a way. But this idea of his moral shortcomings has been known throughout the community. Dave Weiss, you know about Jeran, and I suspect, Austin, you know about Jeran too. So how do you have all these women in your chat and all these supporters, but yet know how Jeran treats them? Some of the most prominent flat earthers that had the most potential are completely gone now because of Jeran. They're gone because of Jeran's inappropriateness. So this isn't hitting below the belt. This is calling out what needs to be called out in light of all this, because we have a man here who is about to make the entire community look foolish. And I was saying before, whether one is a level earther who believes, in a rising earth, whether one is a stationary earther or anything in between, a stereographic reality earther, or, undecided agnostic, there's a commonality that binds us. Jeran is going against all of that. He's elevated himself to some position, and now through his hubris and ego is set to basically torpedo the entire community because of his frustration. And that to me is basically unforgivable at this point. And as was mentioned before, Jeran did this to himself. He dug this hole, and we're just basically throwing the dirt on it, and we're going to continue to do so. I don't know, Notch, where we go from here. I guess time will tell. Now, we're going to watch these guys go to Antarctica in December. Like you said, like short of WW3 complete, economic collapse, this is going to happen this trip. They're going to go there. And like Jeran said, he's going to have his mind made up before he even gets there. If he travels, he's going to be traveling, and he's going to be able to observe the sun from his window in the plane. So Jeran has already made his mind up. Jeran bought in to the false dichotomy that Will Duffy presented. It appears that Austin Whitsitt has not. So in my esteem, we're going to give Austin the benefit of the doubt moving forward. I'm going to give Dave Weiss the benefit of the doubt, and Mark Sargent and the like. But moving forward, their allegiance with Jeran is going to be held as highly suspicious. And you say, "Oh, what does it matter, Z? What does it matter?" Not between Notch and myself, right here, we have the same amount of juice that Jeran does. I don't know if you guys know that. So just these two guys here with our little poultry channels hold the ears and the same amount of sway as this fucking Jeran does. So say what you want about Notch, say what you want about me. That's just the facts. Numbers don't lie. We're just getting started. Jeran's been here for 10 years. Notch and I just started our channels. I haven't even streamed on my channel for going on 5 months now. This needed to be done. Jeran, you're trying to gaslight everybody and turn them against me and Rose Sanchez, Level Earth Observer, Nathan, on and on. And we all have differences, of course. But you need to be called out. And people are going to continue to call you out. You're a clown. Now, when it comes to like Austin and like Dave Weiss and stuff, how about just like Austin? Austin, you're caught up, dude. Okay, you have a loyalty to Jeran. He's your boy. You know, he was part of your come up. You're going to have to learn real quick who Jeran is, not just intellectually, but morally. If you're not aware of the things that Notch and I discussed tonight, you should check around, Austin. We're not talking out of the side of our mouth. Everything is true. Now, is that the kind of person you are or the kind of person you want to be around? I don't know. We'll see how it goes.